House of Commons to Her Majesty. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to defending British industry and jobs and will not hesitate to take firm action when necessary, and that's why we have safeguard measures in place today. We know that there are concerns that Chinese steel is receiving state subsidies that distort trade, so working with our allies, we will challenge China and other countries to play by the rules.
Let's go to Miriam Fellows. Miriam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Motherwell, in my constituency, was once the heart of steel production in Scotland and the rest of the UK. But consecutive UK governments have overseen steel jobs in Scotland decline from thousands to just over 100. Will the UK government provide certainty for steel workers today, support domestic production and protect those remaining jobs, and retain the tariffs on steel imports?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, of course, the Trade Remedies Authority, when it is set up, will conclude its investigation. It would be wrong to preempt such an investigation. But of course, we are working for every corner of our United Kingdom, backing British businesses, supporting Scottish jobs as much as we are supporting those in England, Wales and Northern Ireland, at a time that the SNP want to cut themselves off from their largest market, the British internal market.
Let's go to Shadow Minister Bill Esterson. Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the 5,000 workers at Liberty Steel won't have been reassured by the Minister's answer there, I'm afraid. The collapse of green steel capital has created serious problems at Liberty Steel and is one of many reasons why the entire British steel industry now urgently needs leadership, stability and support from the government. So can we get some clarity? This is a political decision about retaining the import tariffs. Will the Minister play his part today by guaranteeing that those vital safeguard tariffs that Britain currently has in place against cheap steel imports will be retained by the government for the full financial year ahead? No ifs, no buts and no maybes.
I do love the authenticity in which he says act accordingly, and just like this government, our Trade Remedies Authority is going to defend the British national industry, back British jobs and support people across our United Kingdom.
Alistair Carmichael.
Number 3, Mr. Speaker.
I'm delighted that the United States responded to our de-escalation of retaliatory tariffs in January and have removed the 25% tariff on Scotch whisky and other products. This is fantastic news for the 50,000 people whose jobs rely on the industry and are now working with Ambassador Tai to get a long-term resolution to the Airbus-Boeing dispute.
Mr. Speaker, can I say to the Secretary of State the Scotch whisky industry is of economic importance to a large number of the most economically fragile communities around the Highlands and Islands, so I genuinely wish her very well in her endeavours in getting this removal of tariffs made permanent. Can she tell the House, though, the situation that the Prime Minister has created in Northern Ireland, however, is that helping or hindering the engagement with the Biden administration?
We're extremely committed to the Good Friday Agreement, and we've had frequent discussions with the Biden administration. And I'm having very positive discussions with Catherine Tai, my counterpart, about resolving the Airbus-Boeing dispute, which has been going on for 16 years, to the benefit of the Scotch whisky industry, other industries across the UK, and also industries like aerospace, where we need Airbus to be able to compete.
Let's go to the Chair of Select Committee with Angus Brendan McNeill. Angus.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Martin Ba. Secretary of State, the digital service tax threats from the US nations to Biden administration really values its special relationship with big tech more than it does with the UK. The threat to tax overture to the UK and a number of other countries.
Our rebalancing measures in response to the US Section 232 additional tariffs show that we will defend the British national interest and the rules-based system.
Yes, you did. Yeah. We now go to Stephen Kinnock. Stephen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our steelworkers make the best steel that money can buy, but thanks to the indifference of successive Conservative governments since 2010, they're constantly being made to compete with one hand tied behind their backs. They're already dealing with the highest industrial energy prices in Europe, a government procurement policy that fails the patriotism test, and now they face the possibility that in June they could have the removal of steel safeguards which guard against import surges. Does the Minister agree with me that if the government were to remove these safeguards, it would be adding insult to injury and once again undermining the ability of our steel industry to compete on a level playing field?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as the Honourable Member knows, the British steel industry has benefited from investment of over £500 million in recent years to help with the costs of energy, and we've announced a £250 million fund to support the decarbonisation of the industry. So this government is dedicated to supporting the future in the steel industry, and we will continue that work.
Let's go to Margaret Ferrier. Margaret.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Removing these measures would lead to the UK being one of the only steel markets without any protective measures for their steel industries. Does the Minister not agree with me that while global overcapacity stands at over 500 million tonnes, it would be unwise to become a rare exposed market for steel when larger markets are still protected?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there are only so many times I can say the same thing in a different way. But, we have transitioned 19 of the EU's measures. We have adopted systems in place here in Britain for trade remedies based on international best practice, and that is to ensure that there is independence in this area. And I would say to the Honourable Lady, as I've said already to her Scottish nationalist colleague, that the biggest market for Scotland is, of course, the British internal market, which she is determined to tear Scotland from.
Question number 7, please, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, it's completely wrong that other countries are applying unfair practices to undermine fantastic British products, and I'm working with the new director of the WTO, Dr. Ngozi, to ensure other countries play by the global rules of free trade.
The medieval wool trade started in Norfolk many, many years ago. We have always been an outward-looking area to the world. But for trade to be free, it must also be fair. Can my right honourable friend tell me what steps that she is taking to protect vital industries and they are not undercut by those unscrupulous countries that engage in unfair trading practices?
Well, we are establishing the new Trade Remedies Authority, which, of course, the opposition voted against in the trade bill, which will ensure that all countries follow the WTO rules. It will look at the evidence and it will be unafraid to recommend countervailing duties on exports when other countries don't play by the rules. So Chinese products like steel and ceramics that receive unfair state subsidies will distort trade and damage British business will be tackled.
We now have a substantive question to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. New research published alongside the Board of Trade paper, Global Britain Local Jobs, estimates that 418,000 jobs were supported by exports in 2016 in Yorkshire and the Humber. Of course, the Shadow Secretary of State laughs at the mention of jobs, and it's notable how after session, the one issue that the Right Honourable Lady doesn't focus on is jobs and the livelihoods upon which it depends. Of those jobs, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Lady for stopping her chuntering from the sedentary position. Of these 234, oh, she hasn't stopped. Of these 234 85,000 were supported directly by exporting businesses, while a further 184,000 jobs form part of the UK supply chain of exporting businesses.
Jason McCartney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently hosted an online Department for International Trade roundtable with local businesses giving advice and support on exporting. Can the Minister please thank his team for helping to host that session? Will he make sure that the Department continues to invest in regional exporting advisors to support businesses across Colne Valley and Yorkshire so that we can continue to take full advantage of the new exciting opportunities that international trade is bringing?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend. Isn't it fantastic and uplifting to have someone who's genuinely dedicated to supporting and promoting the jobs upon which so many families depend? I'm delighted that my honourable friend has joined DIT's Parliamentary Export Programme, as have colleagues from right across this House, supporting and encouraging businesses to grow internationally, including through unlocking the benefits of the free trade agreements. DIT has 28 international trade advisors, who it's right to highlight, dedicated to the Yorkshire region, who help SMEs fulfil their exporting potential and connect them to international business opportunities.
We have a substantive question to the Secretary of State.
Last month I announced our new trade and investment hub in Wales. It will support almost 200,000 exporters and channel investment into Wales, and it will play a crucial role in the export-led, jobs-led recovery for Wales.
Let's go to Robin Miller. Robin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The UK Government's plan for a trade and investment hub in Wales is welcome support for business here in Wales. I can see this will support exporters and help restore inward investment in Wales to the levels we enjoyed in the past. What benefits has the Minister identified that the hub will bring to exporters here in Aberconwy and across North Wales?
Well, the Trade and Investment Hub will provide support to business across Wales, and there are already 2,000 people in Aberconwy working in export-intensive industries. And of course, the Trade Hub will provide support, as well as providing support to Welsh lamb exports, which have resumed after more than 20 years to countries like Japan.
We now come to Shadow Minister Gareth Thomas with the first of two questions.
Mr. Speaker, the Government's Global Britain Local Jobs Analysis doesn't take into account Brexit or COVID. It ignores Welsh farming and Welsh steel production, and it appears to think that there are still 1,500 people employed in car production in Bridgend, which sadly there are not. Does the Secretary of State therefore think this outdated, incomplete analysis is a reliable foundation on which to base her trade policy for Wales?
Well, this analysis that we produced as part of Global Britain Local Jobs, of course, is the first time that we have produced data at a constituency level for export industries. And of course, it takes time for statistics to be processed. And what we have done in the new trade bill is enabled us to get access to more up-to-date data, which of course we will continue to update our strategy with. I was hoping, of course, that the Honourable Gentleman would welcome the new trade hub we're establishing in Cardiff, that will bring more investment to Wales. So let's hear from him.
Mr. Speaker, I think what the Secretary of State meant to say was that there's room for improvement, and that's certainly true. The stark reality, Mr. Speaker, is that Wales is getting a raw deal from the Department for Trade. According to her own figures, the Department delivered 638 new inward investment projects for London, but for Wales, they delivered just 62, a lower number of new investment projects than any region in England, and for 3 years in a row. How can the Secretary of State justify those figures?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we are now establishing a trade and investment hub in Cardiff this year that will employ up to 100 people, precisely bringing more investment into Wales, more jobs into Wales and more export opportunities into Wales.
Substantive question to the Minister.
Mr. Speaker, all arms exports require an export licence, and I can assure the House that we take our export control responsibilities very seriously. We rigorously assess every application on a case-by-case basis against the consolidated EU and national arms export licensing criteria, taking advice, of course, from the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office and the Ministry of Defence. We will not issue an export licence where to do so would be inconsistent with the consolidated criteria, including where there is a clear risk that the items might be used for a serious violation of international humanitarian law.
Let's go to Kim Johnson. Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Yemeni community in Liverpool would like to know how the Minister of State can possibly justify the decision of his department to increase its sales of bombs and missiles for use in Yemen to new record high, while his friends at the Foreign Office are simultaneously cutting the amount of humanitarian aid going to starving Yemeni children. Does he accept that this is not just wrong, but downright immoral? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, not only is Her Majesty's Government one of the biggest donors of aid around the world, including to the Yemen, but as set out in the Secretary of State's written statement, we have devised a clear and revised methodology to make sure that we will only licence such products if they are consistent with the consolidated criteria.
Craig Williams.
Number 13, Mr. Speaker.
We want to sell more British food around the world and help farmers make the most of our trade deals with 66 nations plus the EU. We launched the Open Doors campaign, which will help our farmers export to the world's fastest growing markets.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's well documented that the food produced by our farmers is world class and demand around the world is increasing. Can my right honourable friend build on the success of her FTAs, especially with Japan, and opening up markets for Welsh lamb and beef to the United States, hopefully on the lamb, but a success on the beef, and update us in particularly on the United States and Japan?
Well, Welsh farmers export £144 million of lamb and beef around the world, and the recent opening of the US market to beef and the Japanese market to lamb will boost these figures further. Last month I visited Keepack, who are already shipping beef to the US from farms across Wales, including in my honourable friend's constituency.
We now come to Shadow Secretary of State, Emily Thornbury.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that the Secretary of State will want to join me in thanking Tim Smith and all the members of the Trade and Agriculture Commission for their final report published last month. So can I start by asking her when the government intends to publish the core set of standards that the Commission has called for, setting out the UK's minimum requirements for tariff reductions when it comes to food safety, the environment and animal welfare?
Well, I completely agree with the Honourable Lady that Tim Smith and the team produced a fantastic report laying out the future for British agricultural trade, and I'm also delighted that she welcomes the recommendations to promote the liberalisation of trade to influence innovation and productivity and price and choice for consumers. And we will be responding to the report in due course.
Emily Thornbury.
Well, I thank the Secretary of State for that answer, Mr. Speaker, but it is vital that when this House comes to examine the upcoming trade agreements with Australia and New Zealand, that we are able to judge them against that core set of standards. Indeed, can I ask the Secretary of State to make it clear today that there will be no proposed reduction in tariffs as a result of those two agreements for any agricultural products that do not meet Britain's core standards?
Well, part of the trade bill was, of course, the establishment of the statutory Trade and Agriculture Commission. For every free trade agreement, it will produce a report on precisely the issues she outlines. And I'm very pleased, in fact, that our partners in Australia and New Zealand are two countries with very high standards in animal welfare.
16 later on, so we go straight over to the Minister for the substantive question. 17, Minister John.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State spoke with US Trade Representative Catherine Tai on the 22nd of March. They discussed a number of issues, including how the United Kingdom and the United States will collaborate to address shared concerns on serious matters such as forced labour. The Secretary of State also discussed the issue of forced labour with Ambassador Tai and her G7 counterparts during the G7 Trade Ministers meeting that she chaired on the 31st of March.
Let's go to Yasmin Qureshi. Yasmin.
Mr. Speaker, the Magnitsky-style sanctions against China are only the first step. And whilst we welcome these trade relations cannot be left out, what steps is the government taking to ensure that the UK consumers are not buying goods made with forced labour? And will the UK therefore follow the US in banning imports of cotton from China's Xinjiang region?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are adopting a targeted approach to this issue to make sure that we are addressing the violations of rights and responsibilities. We have designated individuals and entities that have been involved in such violations, and this is a smart tool, carefully targeted to achieve its goals, whilst of course minimising potentially negative wider impacts. It's not designed with a view to imposing sanctions on sectors within countries, for example.
Andrew Barry.
Question number 18, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sweden is a close ally of the UK on trade policy and a close partner in our day-to-day trading relationship. I was the first UK minister to visit Sweden after the EU referendum, and through our excellent DIT team in Stockholm, we work hard to promote trade and investment between the UK and Sweden.
And my right honourable friend for his answer. According to a recent report by the Swedish Chamber of Commerce for the UK, almost 40% of Swedish businesses are optimistic about business growth in the UK, and 70% continue to see the UK as an important step in international expansion. So does my right honourable friend agree with me that developing links with this greatest Scandinavian country that shares our values, our growing economy, would be good for the UK, good for jobs and good for developing relations with our partners in the European Union?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I commend my honourable friend for his work as the chairman of the Sweden APPG and his mention of the excellent Swedish Chamber of Commerce in the UK, who were on one of my recent webinars. In my recent call with Swedish Trade Minister Anna Hallberg, we agreed to co-host a bilateral trade and business forum later this year, and we have excellent trade cooperation with Sweden in sectors like technology, financial services, defence and clean energy. So I very much share his optimism.
Substantive question to the Secretary of State.
Joining CPTPP is a massive opportunity for UK businesses, in particular areas like financial services and digital, where the rules are world-leading. It will also cut tariffs for businesses in vital industries like cars and whisky and help drive our exports-led, jobs-led recovery from COVID.
Let's go to Clive Efford. Clive.
Mr. Speaker, the very first question of the 238 questions put to the Secretary of State in a letter from my right honourable friend on accession to the CPTPP asks her whether the UK will have the right to negotiate exemptions from those provisions of the agreement to which we do not wish to accede, and amendments to those provisions to which we wish to make improvements, or whether it's her intention to join the CPTPP accepting all its current provisions in full. What's the Secretary of State's answer?
The CPTPP is a very high standards agreement, and the rules will have huge benefits for the UK. The reality is the UK products like beef and lamb have been locked out of overseas markets for unfair reasons. So it's in our interest to sign up to a high standards, good rules agreement.
We now have Shadow Secretary of State and Thornbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my right honourable friend, the member for Eltham, has said, there are at least 238 questions the Secretary of State has to address on the subject of this agreement, and I look forward to receiving her answers soon. But can I today ask her one simple one? Can she guarantee that this Parliament will have as much time to scrutinise the proposed terms of all accession to CPTPP before a vote on whether or not to approve them, as Australia, Canada and New Zealand parliaments had before their respective votes?
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. She clearly comes from a profession where she was paid by the number of questions she asked. And I will be I will be absolutely delighted to answer all those questions and more when we publish the public bundle, which will include the scoping assessment and our negotiation objectives, which we will publish at the time of launching our negotiations. And we will also have full parliamentary scrutiny, including by the Statutory Trade and Agriculture Commission, in line with parliamentary systems across the world.
We now have a substantive question to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The UK greatly values its trade with each of Germany, Italy and Ireland. All trade data is currently volatile, especially due to the pandemic, but data released earlier this week showed a monthly upwards bounce in UK goods exports to the EU to £11.6 billion in February from £7.9 billion in January, including increases to all of the 3 countries in the question.
Let's go to Alan Smith. Alan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do appreciate the government benches prefer breathless rhetoric to harsh reality, but the statistics the Minister refers to there are really quite clear for rural Scotland. Its meat exports remain down 52%, fish and shellfish down 54%, dairy and eggs down 39%, beverage down 34%, cereals down 40%, and fruit and veg down 54%. Would the Minister like to apologise to the tens of thousands of people across rural Scotland who are in daily dread fear of what their economic future actually holds?
Well, I thank him for that follow-up question, Mr. Speaker, and I wonder if perhaps, to coin a phrase, he's taken his eye off the ball, because actually the bounce back in trade in February, and I'll give him an independent view from the Office of National Statistics, who say on the trade data, the exports of food and live animals to the EU increased in February after having been significantly impacted in June. Exports of fish and shellfish to the EU also saw an uptick in February 2021 as exporters adjust to new regulations following the end of the transition period. They say the disruptions to food exports in January 2021 appear to have been largely overcome and may have only had short-term impacts on trade. That is from the Office for National Statistics, which he may seek to consult.
SNP spokesperson Drew Hendry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted the Minister has quoted the ONS because figures out this week show economic output remaining nearly 8% below the pre-pandemic peak. Exports to Germany, Italy and Ireland are down by as much as 50 to 75%. These aren't teething problems, Minister. They are the bite of long Brexit. Does the Minister agree with Matt Griffith from the British Chamber of Commerce that his members are experiencing a permanent deterioration in their competitive position due to higher admin, paperwork and shipping costs?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I refer him. It's good to have an argument about statistics. But actually, the UK exports to the EU in February, 11.6 billion, was only just below the monthly average for the whole of 2020, which was obviously very impacted by the pandemic of £12 billion. I would caution in using statistics in this way. We need to see the bigger picture, but I would refer him back to what the ONS said earlier. In terms of the help that we are providing for exporters, we have various government helplines. We have the Brexit Business Task Force, Brexit SME support, and various measures in place specifically to support the agriculture sector and specifically the Scottish seafood sector.
Away from statistics, Mr. Speaker, and back to what's happening. JP Morgan boss Jamie Dixon wrote to staff this month warning them that they will move all of their EU-based business out of London and into Europe. He says that although Brexit was accomplished, many issues still need to be negotiated, and in those negotiations, Europe has had and will continue to have the upper hand. The financial services sector is a huge employer in Scotland and is also facing this Westminster-inflected disaster. Can the Minister now see why people in Scotland want to have their choice, their say over their own future?
Well, Mr. Speaker, he will know that, of course, there is a financial services memorandum of understanding between the UK and the EU. And we're acutely aware of the importance of the financial services sector, and not least to my constituency as well. But, Mr. Speaker, many, I have to say, were surprised when the SNP voted for no deal on the 30th of December, especially after Nicola Sturgeon called it unthinkable. But I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I wasn't as surprised, because over the years I've seen the SNP vote against every single UK or EU trade deal. So the idea they were going to vote in favour of a trade deal between the two of them was frankly highly unlikely. The SNP, Mr. Speaker, are anti-business, anti-jobs and against Scotland's best interests.
Right, we have the substantive question to the Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am most grateful to my honourable friend for his work as the Prime Minister's trade envoy to Tunisia and Libya. There is a great merit in strengthening the trading relationship with Tunisia. Our trade deal entered into force at the beginning of this year, and it provides a platform to deepen trade and investment. As he knows, we are already supporting businesses such as Unilever, AstraZeneca and Vodafone, who already operate in Tunisia, and we look forward to backing British businesses to do even more.
Let's go to Damien Moore. Damien.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tunisia is one of the leading exporters of olive oil and want to export more to the UK. But minimum quota requirements based on the last 2 years are making this difficult. Will my honourable friend look into this so that trade is made easier with Tunisia, who are eager to build an even stronger trading partnership with the UK?
Mr. Speaker, I am aware of this matter, and I am keen to make sure that businesses can make the most of our transition to trade agreement. So I will look into this, and I look forward to working with him and my Tunisian counterpart to open up and promote opportunities for British and Tunisian businesses. More trade means more jobs.
Yeah.
Question 36.
My honourable friend would be delighted that Teesside will benefit from one of 8 new free ports, unlocking billions of pounds of private sector investment. It will also help British businesses, not just in his constituency, but across the whole of the UK, including the 300,000 export-linked jobs in the North East.
Jacob Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the Secretary of State for her answer and for her support for Teesside exporters. From raw chemicals to plastics and steel, Teesside manufacturers rely on global trade, and so I'm grateful to her department for the work that they've done alongside the Tees Valley Mayor Ben Houchin to bring more jobs, including in her department, to the Tees Valley. Can she outline when we might start to see these DRT jobs coming to Teesside, and what is her message to the people of the Tees Valley ahead of important elections next month?
Well, my message is that Ben Houchin is doing a fantastic job, as is my honourable friend, and I'm delighted that we're establishing a new trade hub in Darlington, which is only half an hour's drive from my honourable friend's constituency. There are over 4,000 jobs in export-related industries in Redcar, including in the chemicals industry, and we will be doing even more to support them with the new Darlington Trade Hub.
Question 27, please.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll answer questions 27 and 28 together. The UK is a world leader in professional business services and the second biggest exporter of PBS globally, with a trade surplus of £33 billion in 2018. To support this important and diverse sector, we are seeking ambitious FTA commitments in cross-cutting areas like mobility and digital, as well as tackling specific behind-the-border regulatory barriers, such as recognition of professional qualifications.
Jensen.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister will forgive me for being a bit concerned about ongoing red tape in post-Brexit trade with the European Union. This is affecting businesses in Bracknell and beyond. Could he please outline what his department is doing to support the Cabinet Office in resolving it?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that answer, and DIT has got very active participation in the current helplines for businesses facing issues exporting to the EU. We participate, of course, in the Brexit Business Task Force. We provide a DIT internationalisation fund for those looking to export, and we've got 300 international trade advisors across the country and at posts, so right the way across the European Union. This is a whole-of-government effort, but as I could say from the data earlier, we're starting to see some encouraging signs of a recovery in our trade.
Debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of my Kensington constituents work in professional services, whether that be financial services, law, consulting, accountancy. These industries account for a huge amount of gross value added to our economy. Can my right honourable friend assure me that in negotiating future trade deals, the professional services sector will be at the forefront of our minds?
Well, my honourable friend and neighbour puts it extremely well, Mr. Speaker. Professional business services are vital for her constituency, for mine, for the whole of the country. Around about 79% of GVA, 80% of employment in this country is in services. We secured, as she knows, special provisions for legal services in the EU agreements. I meet regularly with bodies like City UK, City of London Corporation, UK Finance, REBA, ICAEW, the Law Society, Bar Council and others to ensure that professional business services are right at the heart of the UK's trade agenda.
We now have a substantive question to the Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Britain has a strong bilateral trading relationship with our friends in the Middle East and a clear ambition to deepen them. As my right honourable friend knows, we are undertaking a joint trade and investment review with the Gulf Cooperation Council, with whom total trade stood at over £33 billion in the year to September 2020. The government has also signed trade agreements with Jordan and Lebanon, and just last month we entered into an agreement with the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Abu Dhabi to provide £1 billion of investment into British life sciences.
Let's go to Robert Halfon. Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is Yom Ha'atzmaut, Israeli Independence Day, so I hope my honourable friend will wish Israel happy Independence Day. The normalisation of ties between Israel and the UAE and Bahrain last year was not only a hugely positive step for regional peace, but also for commerce, tourism and cultural exchanges. Does my honourable friend agree that the United Kingdom is well placed to support our ally Israel in developing ties in the region? And will he explore the opportunities that these new trade relationships could bring to our country?
Minister.
Indeed, I do join my right honourable friend in wishing all Israelis a happy Independence Day, and indeed he is right to recognise the strong relationships that we have with the State of Israel. We welcome the normalisation of relations, which creates many opportunities for increased trade, tourism and cultural links as well. Britain is well placed to support Israel in this endeavour. Total trade between us was £4.9 billion in the year to September 2020, up from the previous year. And bilaterally, we are building a framework for a new bilateral science partnership. In addition, the Tech Hub, based in the British Embassy in Tel Aviv, continues to partner Israeli expertise with British companies, delivering significant benefits to the British economy.
Substantive question to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Around 630,000 jobs in the North West were supported by exports in 2016, and export activity helped support a further 472,000 jobs in the region through the consumption spending of export workers in the wider economy. In total, more than 1.1 million jobs, not a laughing matter, Mr. Speaker, in the region are linked to exports in some way.
Up to Mark Logan. Mark.
Mr. Speaker, Napoleon said Britain was a nation of shopkeepers. I want to say that Bolton is a town of exporters. I recently hosted the Parliamentary Export Programme in Bolton North East and seeking to help Bolton businesses like IX Equipment and Veldon Engineering to take advantage of new trading relations. Across Greater Manchester, FDI and FCI is worth £37 billion to the local economy. What actions is the Minister taking to put Bolton North East at the forefront of the global stage when it comes to research and development?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, of course, it's as much my honourable friend as myself who is putting Bolton North East at that forefront. As a member of the Parliamentary Export Programme, he has joined with other colleagues and I congratulate him on hosting a recent event. He'll have seen that we are working hard to help Bolton North East companies take advantage of new global opportunities and promoting the North West's strong R&D offer to international investors through the High Potential Opportunities Programme in frontier sectors such as molecular diagnostics, lightweighting and sustainable packaging.
Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 32.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll answer questions 31, 32 and 33 together. The UK has long supported the promotion of our values globally. We are clear that more trade does not have to come at the expense of human rights. Although our approach to agreements will vary between partners, our strong economic relationships allow us to have open discussions on a range of issues, including human rights and responsibilities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a leaked recording last month, the Foreign Secretary said he wants to do trade deals with countries which violate international standards on human rights, as not doing so would mean missing out on profit. Will the record now be set straight? Does the Minister recognise the remarks made by the Foreign Secretary as government policy, and is this the view shared by the Department for International Trade?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think she's misquoted the Foreign Secretary in her account of what he said. But let me be absolutely clear that we will continue to encourage all states to uphold international human rights obligations. The UK has long supported the promotion of our values globally and remains absolutely committed to its international obligations. We are currently negotiating with Australia, New Zealand, CPTPP. These will all be important partners, and these are all places that the UK will be engaging with when it comes to questions of maintenance and international support for global human rights.
Let's go to Virendra Sharma. Virendra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I make the Minister's life a bit easy to answering the question. What the Foreign Secretary last month explained, that there were some countries whose behaviour on human rights put them beyond the pale when it comes to trade agreements. But otherwise, we should be open to deals with anyone. Can the Minister of State save us some time by listing those countries whose behaviour the government regards as beyond pale and those which they regard as acceptable?
Well, Mr. Speaker, again, I'll have to go back and see exactly what the Foreign Secretary said, but I think his interpretation of what the Foreign Secretary said isn't quite right. But let us be absolutely clear, in terms of have a look at the trade agreements that we've already done, with the 66 rollover trade agreements, with 66 countries already rolled over, and I would ask him to have a look at those and see if he can identify any diminution of human rights in the agreements that we've already done.
We now come to topicals with the Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, on the 4th of March, we struck a historic deal with the US administration, heralding the end of the 16-year Airbus-Boeing dispute. This deal removed the 25% tariffs on some UK exports, such as Scotch whisky, cashmere and machinery. And it paves the way for an even deeper trading relationship with one of our closest friends and allies, and I continue to work with the US Trade Representative on this deal and our broader trading relationship.
Let's go to Jason McCartney. Jason.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As co-chair of the all-party parliamentary group for fair trade, can I please ask the Secretary of State what steps her department is taking to make sure that our trade policies help and support fair trade farmers and growers across the world?
Well, I congratulate my honourable friend on his work on the all-party group. The UK is a long-standing supporter and champion of fair trade. We're opening up markets with developing countries like Kenya and Ghana, and will shortly be launching our new General Scheme of Preferences, which will give more access to developing countries, helping them grow through trade.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the New Zealand government announced last month its policy towards countries like the UK seeking to join the Trans-Pacific Partnership. They said, and I quote, "New members will need to comply with the existing agreement. The text of the agreement will not change, current rules and obligations will not change. So is the Secretary of State concerned that that sounds very much like we will be rule takers in the CPTPP rather than rule makers?
The UK is a country that follows the rules. We have very high standards in areas like the environment, in areas like animal welfare, in areas like food standards, and in areas like intellectual property. It's in our interest to be in an agreement with high standards so we can ask the same of other countries, so we can get access to their markets. That is the point of signing trade agreements.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we follow the COVID-19 roadmap and move from response to recovery, it's vital that we offer our small and medium-sized businesses the tools and support they need to find new markets, grow their exports and spur on our economic growth. So could my right honourable friend set out what steps the Department for International Trade are taking to make sure our SMEs are supported on the world stage?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend's quite right to highlight the importance of supporting SMEs precisely to get into that international business space. That's why we're developing a new export strategy. We have the Developing Export Academy with a range of toolkits and information to support small businesses. We have the Internationalisation Fund, £38 million of grants to help businesses overcome any barriers to international trade. And last but not least, we have UK Export Finance, our award-winning credit agency, which has staff and increasing numbers of staff, not only across this United Kingdom, but actually across the world, to make sure that SMEs, wherever they go, can be financed and supported to realise those opportunities, which are many.
Let's go to Geraint Davis. Geraint.
Mr. Speaker, 60% of Wales's exports have been to the EU, and steel is of great importance. So, given that the government's own Office for Budget Responsibility forecasts show that the Brexit deal would lead to a 4% reduction in our GDP, and given that they're removing the safeguards on steel in June, will the Secretary of State accept that the overall amount and value of exports from Wales in the next 5 years will be less than it was in the previous 5 years due to the government's own policies?
Well, first of all, we're not removing the safeguards in June. When we were part of the EU, decisions about safeguards were made on an independent basis, and nobody on the other side of the House complained about that then, but they seem to object to independent decisions being made when we are a sovereign nation, which I find utterly bizarre. And I don't agree with his pessimistic prognosis on the future of Welsh exports. I think we've got massive opportunities, more beef exports, more lamb exports, more car exports, more aerospace exports, and that's what we're going to be doing through our new trade and investment hub in Cardiff, is going to be driving those opportunities, and I urge the honourable gentleman to get behind it.
Let's go to Tom Hunt. Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ipswich, we are fortunate to have an incredibly engaged local Indian community, many of whom run businesses sourcing goods coming from India. Also down the road, let's not forget Felixstowe. Felixstowe actually takes in most of the goods that then come in from India and go around the rest of the country. Does the government have any plans to closely engage with local communities such as the Indian community in Ipswich and possibly introduce cultural exchanges to bridge any cultural barriers there may be, and to therefore boost trade between our country and our close friends India?
Well, I'd be delighted to engage with the local Indian community in Ipswich and across the country, because I think we've got huge opportunities to expand our trade with India. It's currently 24 billion. It could be so much more. We're currently working on an enhanced trade partnership with the Indian government, and I look forward to engaging with my honourable friend and the people of Ipswich to make it happen.
Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Secretary of State if she understands the frustration of the Cheshire Cheese Company, whose co-founder, I understand, spoke to officials in her department before Easter about the problems they're facing exporting to the EU? Extraordinarily, instead of being given advice on how to fix the problem, they are advised to look for other emerging markets. Now, given the Secretary of State's infamous passion for cheese, could she tell us, could her departmental officials not have done better?
Well, I'm very happy to help the cheese company export not just to the EU, but also around the world.
Let's go to Martin Vickers. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the announcement that Immingham and the Humber ports have been designated as a free port and that their application scored high in every category, businesses from around my constituency have been contacting me to welcome this announcement. They see it as a part of the government's Global Britain policies. What plans does the department have to ensure they can benefit from the free ports and explore new markets?
Well, I thank my honourable friend. Like him, I'm celebrating the free port, which will make a real positive difference. And then from there, businesses will be able to export all around the world, and our Export Academy, the new export strategy and other elements are all there to help them make the most of it, as well, of course, as probably the most ambitious trade policy ever conducted by a major economy in history, which we are successfully prosecuting at the moment. But I'd like to thank, if I may, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend for briefing me ahead of my visit to Serbia last week, prosecuting the case for British businesses in his role as the Prime Minister's trade envoy to the Western Balkans.
Let's go to Kate Osmore. Kate.
Mr. Speaker, it has now been almost 6 weeks since the government signed the UK trade agreement with Cameroon, which many of us want to read to see how it will address the shocking human rights abuses taking place in that country. Can the Secretary of State simply explain why that agreement has not yet been laid before Parliament, and will she guarantee a debate when it is?
The text and a parliamentary report and an explanatory memorandum will come before Parliament, of course, in due course, and we, of course, wish to utilise this agreement to strengthen the trade ties between our two countries. I look forward to the Labour Party supporting our agenda to create more jobs in every part of this country and in Cameroon.
Speaker, I have been delighted to have worked with the excellent team at the Department of International Trade in setting up the Parliamentary Export Programme in Wakefield, which several Wakefield businesses have joined. The programme has allowed them to learn the benefits of exporting under the free trade agreements that my right honourable friend and our excellent dynamic team have signed thus far. With more free trade agreements to be ratified, including with blocks such as the CPTPP, can my right honourable friend, outline to the House what benefits these new agreements will bring to businesses in Wakefield and across West Yorkshire?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank him for promoting the trade agenda so effectively in Wakefield, and he's quite right. That free trade agreements have a crucial role to play in enabling the UK to seize international opportunities to support that economic vision. Joining CPTPP now will benefit businesses in a number of ways, including ambitious rules supporting digital trade and reduced tariffs on UK exports, enabling us to build back better and building more opportunities for businesses, supporting jobs exactly in constituencies like Wakefield.
11 and 12 withdrawn, so we go to Chris Law. Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In its annual report on human rights around the world, Amnesty International says the UK government's increasingly hostile attitude towards upholding and preserving human rights legislation raises, and I quote, serious concerns. Indeed, the report specifically cited the resumption of the sale of new licences for military exports to Saudi Arabia. Does the Minister agree with Amnesty International's conclusion that this shameful move has contributed to the UK's, and I quote, headlong rush into abandoning human rights?
Not at all. We have always been clear that more trade need not come at the expense of our values, and my right honourable friend has made that clear earlier today. In respect of arms export controls, we have one of the most robust systems in the world, and we've always been clear that we will only permit exports on a case-by-case basis where the consolidated criteria will be upheld.
Let's go back to see Robert Helfand. Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will my right honourable friend set out what progress her department is making on meeting the 2.3% public sector apprenticeship target, and when her department will meet that target, and also what she's doing to encourage all the businesses that she speaks to in terms of international trade to employ apprentices?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for that question. I commend my right honourable friend for the work he's done to promote apprenticeships, first in the government itself and then as Select Committee Chair. It's too early, Mr. Speaker, to have final figures for 2021, but we're confident in achieving the legislative target set, building on our previous performance. According to Cabinet Office statistics, DIT achieved 3.5% of its total workforce in England as apprenticeship starts in 1920, up from 1.1% the year before, easily clearing the target of 2.3%.
I now suspend the House for 3 minutes to enable the necessary arrangements to be made for the next business. Order.
Order. Order. I will first call Michelle Donlan, who has 3 minutes to answer the urgent question from Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This government recognises just how difficult the last year has been for students, and since the arrival of new and highly transmissible variants, we have had to adopt a cautious approach in line with the wider restrictions. In January, we enabled only students on critical key worker courses to return, and from March the 8th, we allowed practical and creative students to resume face-to-face teaching. This week, we have announced that the final tranche of students will be able to return on May the 17th, subject to Step 3 of the roadmap. This decision was made, as promised, following a review during the Easter holidays. Mr Deputy Speaker, I understand the frustrations of students and parents because the pandemic has disproportionately impacted our young, which is one of the key reasons that we have worked with universities to ensure that education carried on throughout and that students can graduate on time. Many things are indeed opening up in Step 2, but most of these are outside and social mixing remains focused outside. Plus, they don't involve the formation of new households. We know that inside risks of transmissions increase with the number of people mixing and the length of time that they are together, which is why we're being cautious until stage 3. And the ONS estimates that 23% of students are yet to return to their term time accommodation. This still leaves up to 500,000 students yet to travel. And throughout the pandemic, SAGE have warned of the risk posed by the mass movement of students, especially given that they form new households. Mr Deputy Speaker, at the heart of our decision was public health, but also student well-being. The last thing that any of us want is for students to have to repeatedly self-isolate, as some did last autumn. This would not have been only damaging to their mental health and well-being, but also risk the ability to graduate some students studying creative and practical subjects. And this decision was not taken in isolation, but as part of the government's overall roadmap to reopening. Every relaxation, even those of a low impact and low risk, will have an impact. So we have to judge the impact of these relaxations cumulatively to ensure that the roadmap is irreversible. The government does recognise the financial pressures and the pandemic has placed on students, including accommodation costs, in the financial sense, which is why this week we have announced an additional £15 million of hardship funding on top of the £70 million since last December and the £256 million of taxpayer funding that we enabled universities to access for hardship. Mr Deputy Speaker, it is important to clarify that the exemptions still apply for students who need to return to their term time accommodation for mental health reasons or a lack of study space. And we've asked universities to make their facilities available to all students who are back to support their mental health and well-being. I will end by assuring the House and honourable members that I will continue to work closely with universities so that together we can support students and especially those that will graduate this year.
And we already have Daisy Cooper on the screens for up to 2 minutes. Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. About 36 hours ago, around 1 million students who have still not returned to university since Christmas were told that they should not expect to do so until at least the 17th of May. Before this announcement, it seemed like the government had forgotten them altogether, and now we have proof that it had. Because for many students, this date comes after their courses have actually finished. This feels like a final end-of-term insult to university students who have had months of not being able to use libraries or labs, months without taking part in student societies and extracurricular activities, months of paying for rent for accommodation they could not use, and months without being able to work, with some falling behind on rents and bills and needing to feed themselves from food banks. Is it any wonder that more than 50% of students say their mental health has got worse? Students must be fairly compensated financially for rent and fees and with support to recover the learning time they have lost. And the government must more than double the funds for those facing hardship to £700 million, as suggested by the APPG on students. Mr Deputy Speaker, universities across the country have worked really hard. They've adapted to delivering courses online and invested considerable sums in doing so. But the higher education sector is already facing huge financial uncertainty, so it is clear that universities alone cannot be expected to compensate students. The government must step in. So will the Minister consider conducting a rapid review of the impact of the pandemic on university students and give that review the powers to make recommendations on how students should be reimbursed by the government in financial and learning terms? Will the Minister consider calls to double funds available to students facing financial hardship to £700 million? And finally, will the Minister say sorry for the government's role in wrecking the last academic year for so many young people?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I will address the honourable member's first point regarding May the 17th. She is correct to say that some students will have or will be approaching the end of their course. However, a great number will not, and we think it is important to give them the opportunity to get back for the wider university experience as well. In regards to monitoring the impact on students, we constantly monitor the impact on students and have done so throughout the pandemic, and I will ensure we continue to do so. In terms of financial support, we've now given an additional £85 million that is targeted at those most in need and getting the money into their pockets. And in terms of the impact of the pandemic, yes, we all know how challenging this has been and continues to be for students, and that is why students have had a disrupted year.
Video link. Robert Halfon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. In 2018, just 12.3% of the most disadvantaged pupils in England were accepted into higher education institutions. I know that the Minister's passion and mine is to ensure that more people from disadvantaged backgrounds attend higher education. However, does the Minister agree that the proposal by Hull University to drop the requirement for students to demonstrate a high-level proficiency in written and spoken English is entirely the wrong way to go about this? It's patronising and counterproductive. Is it not better for universities to work with schools and colleges to ensure that all pupils reach the required standards of literacy to secure places on quality degree courses and degree apprenticeships?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I agree with the Honourable Member. I am appalled by the decision of some universities to drop literacy standards in assessments. I think that this is misguided. And in fact, it is dumbing down standards. That will never help disadvantaged students. Instead, the answer is to lift up standards and provide high-quality education. I can assure the Honourable Member that we will act on this in line with our manifesto commitments on quality.
2 minutes. Matt Weston.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Last week, there was an exam room silence from the government on when universities would return, with students, their families and university staff learning from newspapers what was only announced to this House days later, that many students would not return to campus until May the 17th. Can the Minister tell me why this announcement has come so late and was briefed to the newspapers instead of being announced to those affected? Does she not see that this is deeply disrespectful to the students and staff alike? For weeks we've had students studying technical and creative subjects safely, thanks to the incredible work of universities and staff. And for many weeks, students have been back in further education settings. So can the Minister explain why further and higher education settings have been treated so differently? The Minister's written statement ignored the work of universities and existing situation in colleges and offered no evidence to support this approach. So can a Minister tell us what the scientific basis was for this decision, and can she commit to publishing this advice today so that she is at least forthcoming with students and the sector? The Minister announced a further £15 million this year for hardship funding. Further support is clearly needed, but once again, the government is simply not working to the scale of the challenge. The funding offered to students in England is far smaller than that offered by the Labour government in Wales. Can the Minister tell us why her government believes that students in England need so much less than elsewhere? Mr Deputy Speaker, at every stage of this pandemic, children, young people and students have been an afterthought for this government, let down time and again. Can the Minister finally admit that these young people have been failed and tell the House what she will do to address it?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I agree with the Honourable Member that it has been an extremely challenging and disruptive year for students. And I can assure him that students have never and will never be an afterthought for this government. In fact, this week we made a statement regarding the details of the plan for the remainder of students returning. We conducted a review over the Easter holidays, as we had publicly announced that we would do, and we wanted to maximise the amount of time that we had to review the data. The announcement made on the 5th of April was regarding those things that would open up in Step 2. In terms of further education and schools, the difference is that these youngsters do not go and form new households, nor do they travel across the country. In terms of the data that we have reviewed, we've considered the latest epidemiology data alongside public health, economic and educational and other implications upon the return, and a wealth of data, papers and evidence is published and will continue to be so.
Video link. David Simmons.
Mr Deputy Speaker, may I thank my honourable friend for the extensive time I know she has personally devoted to ensuring that students from my constituency in Ruislip North and Pinner get a fair deal from their universities on a case-by-case basis. But given that universities are autonomous and they are independent from government, does my honourable friend agree that the example set by the best universities who've been very proactive in ensuring that students are treated appropriately should be seen as an example for the others to follow, so that we ensure that all students who have not received the services in education or accommodation that they paid for are fairly dealt with by those institutions.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. University staff have worked exceptionally hard over the last year to enable students to continue learning, and I want to take this opportunity to once again thank them for this. But if students do have concerns, they should raise them with their university, who have a duty under consumer rights to have a transparent and timely complaints process. They can also then escalate that to the OIA if they remain unsatisfied.
Cat Smith.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I wonder if the Universities Minister can help me respond to a query I've had this morning from a constituent who asks me why his siblings can return to in-person teaching in their school and colleges, that he can go and get a haircut, he can return to his part-time job in non-essential retail, but he cannot return to his university to continue his studies in person until after this academic year of in-teaching has finished. Student debt, on average, is £40,000 after graduating from an undergraduate degree. Peter asks me why he's paying £9,250 a year for in-person teaching that has not materialised this year.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I want to assure the Honourable Member that we are confident that in-person teaching and learning can be delivered in COVID-secure environments, but the area of concern has and always will be the movement of students and the formation of new households, which does not occur in schools and further education colleges. Many of the things that we're indeed opening up at stage 2, but they focus on being outside, and social mixing remains focused on being outside. And the key thing is that they don't involve the formation of a new household. Throughout this entire process, we've been clear that students should still expect quality of education, the quantity of provision, and for it to be accessible for all.
Joy Morrissey.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As university courses remain primarily online until the middle of next month to control the spread of coronavirus, can my right honourable friend confirm that universities will continue to be expected to deliver the same quality and quantity of online learning as they have throughout the year? And will the Minister encourage universities to extend their teaching and review so that students can experience classroom learning before their exams? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Government does indeed expect the quantity and the quality of teaching to be maintained and continue to be accessible for all, whether it's delivered in person or online. Quality is in fact an OFS registration condition, and students that have concerns can notify the OFS. And I would like to thank all higher education staff who have worked tirelessly throughout enabling students to continue their learning.
Damaji Singh Desi.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Laura Halliwell and Isaac Grinnell are two university students on student placement schemes in my office, and they have both raised concerns about their peers' experiences during this academic year with regards to the lost teaching, mental health pressures and accommodation rent payments. As many students have been unable to go to their universities this year, missing out on teaching, and as well as the many other opportunities such as student societies and mental health services. What reason does the Minister have to think that it is okay to charge £9,250 for university tuition fees this year?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I would like to clarify that the Government does not charge £9,250 for tuition fees. Universities do as autonomous institutions. The Government sets the maximum level at which universities can continue to charge. Every university has opted to do that, and in return we have said that we expect the quantity of provision to be maintained, the quality of provision to be maintained, and that to be accessible for all. If a student does have concerns, they should take it to their university, and if they still remain unsatisfied, go to the OIA, which can lead and has led to fee refunds. But nobody is doubting how challenging and different the last year has been for students.
Greg Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Professor Whitty has said that the risk to 19 to 22-year-olds is very low. Professor Vallance has said that the return of universities in the previous wave was not associated with transmission into the towns in which they're located. We know that universities are some of the best settings in the country for rigorous testing. 10 million pupils at schools and colleges went back on the 8th of March without incident. So why is it the case that these precious weeks for university students are being lost to them despite the evidence that we now have? And will my honourable friend think again about this date? Every week is precious in these limited weeks that people have at university. There are questions of careers guidance for people about to graduate. Will she look again at the evidence and, if, as I suspect, it justifies it, bring forward this return date?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. We have continued to review the evidence, and we did a comprehensive review during Easter, taking advice from the likes of the DCMO and the CMO and looking at the advice from SAGE. And I agree with the Honourable Member that it is disappointing we can't get students back earlier, and it is a very difficult situation for those students involved. But we cannot move too fast, too soon. This does risk a resurgence in infections, hospitalisations and deaths, and we are talking about the mass movement of potentially up to 500,000 students forming new households.
Jim Shannon.
Mr Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Minister for her reply to the urgent question? Would the Minister outline if there are plans to ensure that the help that students studying in Northern Ireland were able to access towards bills under the COVID Disruption Payment Scheme rolled out by the Department of Economy in Northern Ireland will be replicated in the mainland UK for Northern Ireland students studying in this part of the UK to have the financial aid to offset their huge bills for minimal interaction and teaching? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The scheme in Northern Ireland has aimed to support those in financial hardship, like we have, but what we have done is slightly different. We've dedicated 70 million and now an additional 15 million, so 85 million of hardship money distributed to universities to help those most in need, including international students and postgraduates. And that is the process that we've taken to get the money into the pockets of those that are most in need now.
Vicky Link. Jonathan Gullis.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I've been contacted by some university students from Stoke-on-Trent North, Kidsgrove and Tork who have felt the closure of universities more acutely from additional cost of alternative accommodation, loss of employment and the extra cost of accessing teaching online. So can my honourable friend assure me that the £85 million in total support being made available will deliver tangible help to those left financially struggling?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I agree with my honourable friend that this is why we are focused on getting money into the pockets of the students who need it now. Universities have flexibility in how they distribute those funding in a way that will best prioritise those in need, but it must be spent on supporting students, including international students, postgraduate students and domestic undergraduate students. And my message to any student listening is if they do need help, approach their university and ask for it. There is no stigma attached.
Catherine West.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I've been inundated by students and families really worried about their students being in an impossible position, having faced huge restrictions to their education and social life, and facing a mountain of student debt. Does the government have a proper plan to address this? And can we put some energy into fighting for these young people?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I can assure the honourable member that I have got energy into fighting for these students. That is exactly why I prioritised ensuring that they can graduate on time, that we can graduate those in creative and practical subjects, and that we can support them financially, particularly those that are in hardship. And again, I would urge any student that is facing hardship to approach their university. These are really difficult times for both students and their families. And as we navigate through the pandemic, we hope that there is light at the end of the tunnel and next year will be a much easier year for students.
Steve Baker.
Deputy Speaker, Bucks-New University in Wickham will want to be in a position to address the logical inconsistency which has come up several times in the House, and that's that students can not return to university but can go to non-essential retail, indeed to work in non-essential retail. I've listened very carefully to what my honourable friend has said in her answers. Is the heart of the matter that students returning to university form new households? Is that what the government is really worried about here?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. When making this decision, we had to make it on balance in relation to all of the things that we were relaxing, because everything, even something of the slightest risk, could impact our pathway out of the pandemic. Yes, the Honourable Member is right. One of our key concerns was the mass movement of students, potentially up to 500,000 additional students moving across England and the UK, and then the formation of new households. So, thank you.
Vicky Link. Sian Warra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last month I held an open meeting with students in my constituency. They raised issues including financial hardship, current funding is wholly inadequate, mental well-being, lack of planning, tuition fees, rent, professional accreditation, digital exclusion. And this is not a question of consumer rights, as the Minister suggests, but of students' futures after this pandemic. So I've written to the Secretary of State, but what does the Minister say to students in Newcastle Central who feel wholly abandoned by this government?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I'd like to reiterate that the government does appreciate how difficult and challenging this has been for students. This has not been the university experience that any of us would have wanted for them. And that is where we are working with universities to be able to build back on that student experience as soon as they are back. We're also working on a package of support for those that are graduating this year. And on mental health, I've asked universities throughout the pandemic to prioritise this, including setting up Student Space with the OFS, which is a £3 million additional platform, setting up a working group, also a Department for Education action group co-chaired with the Children's Minister, and we have now dedicated an additional £15 million towards mental health via the OFS to the T grant next year. So this is a priority for the government, and we recognise the impact that the pandemic has had on the well-being and mental health of students.
Video link, Derek Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Every MP will have heard from constituents that the quality and quantity of provision for students since March 2020 has not been maintained compared to previous years. This is certainly my experience. The government have done a remarkable job, world-leading job in supporting business, supporting families, supporting all sorts of people across the country through the pandemic. Surely the government can find a way to simply write off the student loans borrowed in 2020-21. It won't be solve the whole of the problem, but it's a significant step to tell and to genuinely support students and remind them that we are on their side and we have hope for their future.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'd like to remark on the resilience that we've seen by students during this pandemic. And university staff have worked tirelessly to ensure that students didn't have to put their academic journeys or their lives on hold. And we've seen some fantastic and innovative examples of this approach. But the government has been clear throughout that we expect the quality, quantity and accessibility of tuition to be maintained. And we have targeted our financial support to those in hardship and getting cash into the pockets of those now that need it. Any loan rebates would not achieve this.
Daniel Zeitner.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think we all understand the need for caution, but we've heard the problem seems to be about the formation of new households and so on. But can I urge the Minister to talk to universities, because not all universities are the same, not all the situations, the timings of terms, the patterns of accommodation are the same. Could we not, rather than just have this fixed hard no, it can't be done till May the 17th, and actually try and look for some solutions? So would you talk to Universities UK about what could be done to help?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I regularly engage with universities, and I spoke to Universities UK just yesterday and also held a task force yesterday with university sector representatives. We do need to have an approach that is fair across the board to students and also that is workable and deliverable, because the Honourable Member is quite right. Every university and higher education institution is slightly different, so it would be impossible to create a bespoke, detailed model. Our goal has always been to get back students, all of the student population, as quickly as we possibly can do so.
Video link. Andrew Griffith.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Students across Arundel and South Downs have told me of their disappointment with this week's announcement. Could the Minister confirm that those students with inadequate study space or mental health or wellbeing issues may also return now to their term time address, and that universities have been asked to open facilities such as libraries, caterings and gym to support those who have returned?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend is correct. Universities should support the return of students for mental health reasons or those that have inadequate study spaces. And universities can now reopen a number of facilities, so we've asked them to allow access to all students who are back in term time accommodation to safeguard both student well-being but also prevent isolation.
Paul Blomfield.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Our students' all-party parliamentary group inquiry in January received testimony from hundreds who felt that they'd been overlooked, losing the income on which they depend from casual jobs that had disappeared and ineligible for the support available to other workers,
paying rent for accommodation that they can't use, and missing learning experiences, despite the best efforts of universities and their staff. The Minister knows that the government's response in February fell far short of what was needed. And again on Tuesday, students in Northern Ireland have received support worth more than £500 each. In Wales, £300, in Scotland, £80, in England, just £43.70. Does she understand why students describe themselves as being forgotten?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The difference with what we have done is also we have started from a position of unlocking £256 million so that universities could support hardship. That's on top of the new money of £85 million that we have now dedicated. But you can't look at it on a per-student basis. We are very open and honest that this is not a per-student calculation. This is a targeted fund to support those most in need. UK estimate and their studies show that on average, hardship funding is about £1,000 given to each student. I don't want any student in England to feel forgotten. This government has certainly not forgotten them, but we wholeheartedly accept how difficult and challenging the last year has been for them.
Video link, Selene Saxby.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. North Devon is the first place in England this year to record no COVID cases for a week, and our students are very keen to return to campus. Can my honourable friend detail what measures are in place to ensure they can safely do so as they are inevitably travelling to an area with higher rates of infection?
Thank you. Universities continue to make significant investments in student and staff safety, and this includes updated risk assessments, assessments of adequate ventilation, COVID-secure measures such as mandatory social distancing, hand washing and face coverings, and testing is available to all students who should currently be tested twice a week at their university test centre. And from May the 17th, we will move to home testing, with students first asked to take 3 PCR tests at their university test centre.
Video link, Dr Rupa Huck.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. For my constituent Harry Wilde facing finals in June, May is too late. Given pubs, shops, barbers and gyms are now open, why is he still forking out £9,250 plus accommodation for no direct staff contact, when doing ahead of highlights requires far more close contact than content delivery in a distance way, as this chamber is doing as we speak? Is Harry being penalised for studying in England when in Labour Wales, hybrid blended learning is already happening on campus now?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. We are confident that in-person teaching and learning can be delivered in a COVID-secure environment, but the area of concern has and always will be the mass movement of students and the formation of new households. Many things are indeed opening up, as the Honourable Member pointed out, but most of these are outside, involve social mixing outside, and the key thing is that they don't involve the formation of new households.
Jacob Young. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for her work throughout the pandemic to support students from Redcar and Cleveland and those studying at Teesside University. For universities, just like in all walks of life, regular testing will be vital to getting life back to normal. Can she confirm that no student will have to pay for COVID tests in order to return to their studies?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I agree with the Honourable Member that testing does play an important part in mitigating the risk of transmission. I can assure him that under no circumstances will any student have to incur financial costs as a result of participating in our testing programme.
Mr Buchan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I am very concerned about the mental health of students who are still not back at university, and I am conscious that the university experience is way more than lectures and tutorials. At least it was for me. Can my honourable friend please update the House on what we are doing to support students' mental health who are not yet back at university?
Thank you. My honourable friend is right. The wider student experience has been extremely impacted over the last year, despite the hard work of universities and student unions. And the UK is sharing best practice and ideas to support universities to prioritise and enrich the student experience upon return, and we are working with them on this. Throughout the pandemic, I've reiterated to universities the importance of prioritising mental health and wellbeing, and work with them to enable this, including convening a mental health working group. Plus, we have also worked closely with the OFS and launched Student Space, a £3 million mental health platform for students to access support during this pandemic.
Video link, Janet Dalby.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Time spent away from in-person learning has had a particularly damaging impact on students from deprived and disadvantaged backgrounds. Goldsmiths University have raised with me their concerns about the widening gap between students from wealthy backgrounds who have networks to help them find jobs beyond university and those from low-income families who do not. To ensure this gap in social mobility does not hold students back in the job market, what steps will the Minister take to ensure tailored careers, support and advice is provided?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. We are currently working with universities and sector representatives on a package of support for those that will be graduating this year. And it is important to note that we've already done a number of things, including an additional 32 million into the National Career Service. Our work coaches are up to 27,000 in this country now, and we have the Skills Toolkit, a fantastic resource that is free for students or graduates to access courses that will add to their employability.
Bob Stewart. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Could I ask the Minister, has her department done any assessment of the impact on the levels of attainment and the grades that might be achieved in finals this year? And if it's less than normal, is there some sort of gearing that will be put into the system to ensure that they're not penalised by the fact that they've had to do so much work away from the university without the advantage of attending a library, for instance?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Universities are autonomous institutions and all run their own assessments, so every single one of them is different in this respect. However, the government is advocating that they do introduce policies that mitigate some of the impacts of the pandemic and that they are fair in doing so. Some have chosen to introduce no detriment policies, for instance. However, this will not work in all cases. So, for example, if a university does not have enough information to do a no detriment policy, or if it is against the regulatory body that then accredits the course. However, my understanding in my work with universities is that they are on the whole being extremely flexible and accommodating for students, and also appreciate the sheer challenges that the students have faced over the last year. We'll continue to monitor the situation and work with universities on this.
Link. Lloyd Russell Moy.
Thank you, Minister. Look, there is increasing concern from students who have not been able to take many of their part-time jobs that they would have been able to. They're not eligible for many of the government support, and they're having to continue to pay rent. Some universities, of course, have been good, but the private sector has not been. Is it now time for the government to really have serious plans to address this hardship, as we've seen in Wales, and not just a pittance that has been given on a discretionary basis to students, and many students are not able to access that properly?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It is important to remember that we also unlocked 256 million of taxpayers' funding so that universities could access that to support hardship. And then we have allocated an additional 85 million. But I do think it is right that we've targeted that to those that are most in need, rather than allocating that as a blanket payment, which would have diluted the support available to those who genuinely really do need it at this moment. And once again, I would like to reiterate my message to any student that is facing hardship. Please do come forward to your university and access that help, including international students and postgraduate students.
Christian Wakeford.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking the Minister for literally being on call in evenings, weekends, to answer any question we've had on universities on a case-by-case basis. Mr Deputy Speaker, university should be some of the best days of your life, and I know the honourable member for Lancaster and Fleetwood will join me in thinking the same when we shared our time in Lancaster. However, this last year has raised severe mental health issues for everyone, and this has been raised numerous times today. Can the Minister outline what conversations she's having with education providers to support students' health and mental health and well-being when they return?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I think the honourable member touches on a really important point, and throughout this pandemic I've reiterated to university and sector bodies just the importance of prioritising student wellbeing and mental health and moving that provision online in tandem with academic provision. I convened a working group to enable this, and also I've worked with the OFS to launch Student Space, a £3 million mental health project. We continue to evaluate the situation, and also we've launched an action group with the Minister for Children looking at mental health across the spectrum of education, because the challenges are not going away and we need to continue to support students throughout this period.
Lydia Link. Florence Shalami.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I have 2 privately run student accommodation blocks in my constituency, which in normal times are homes to hundreds of students from London's top universities. But because of the travel restrictions and physical closure, they've had to live elsewhere for most of the year, but they still continue to pay the rent. These students have exhausted all means, including discussions with their accommodation provider, and they've been looking at trying to terminate their contract or offer a rent reduction, but to no avail. These students have been put into a possible position, having faced huge restrictions on their education, their social life, but they're still paying rent. All they want is a fair deal from their accommodation provider. What plan does the government have to address this?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. We have urged accommodation providers to have students' best interests at heart, to review their policies and to give refunds where they can, and a number have done so, including a plethora of universities and also private providers such as Unite. For those students that have faced a situation where they cannot access that refund, that is exactly why the hardship money is there, and I would once again urge all students to access that, particularly if accommodation pressures are putting them in financial difficulties.
Lydia Link. Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I would like to congratulate my honourable friend for the excellent work she's done in supporting students and universities across this very difficult period. Clearly, students are now consumers enabled to demand the best from their universities, and the key point here is getting value for money. And I know that my honourable friend is trying to do that. Can she also elucidate the position in relation to international students? Many universities are wholly dependent now on the income from international students. What advice is being given to those students who are equally consumers of our education?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Government's expectations are very clear that universities should maintain the quality, quantity and accessibility of provision, and if a student is unhappy whether they're international or domestic, then they can utilise the OFS notifications procedure to preempt a review, or they can make a formal complaint to their university. If they're still unsatisfied with that, they can go to the OIA, which can and has led to fee refunds in the past.
Lillian Greenwood.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The latest ONS statistics show that around 3/4 of students are already back in their term time accommodation. Hasn't the government's failure to provide any information or guidance whatsoever until so very late in the day meant that many students travelled unnecessarily in anticipation of starting back after Easter?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. We have continued to give guidance and advice to students throughout. We wanted to give the maximum period possible to review the data because our objective has always been to get students back as soon as we possibly can. And at every stage we have written to students, we've communicated with them via universities, but I do get how challenging it is and how disappointing it will be for some students not to be able to resume face-to-face teaching until the 17th of May.
Duncan Baker.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I think it's telling that the first step on the roadmap was education, and therefore we know how seriously the government takes this subject. But would the Minister confirm to me that the highest rates of transmission in students is in university halls for residents and house sharing, and therefore, as regrettable as it is to have to delay this recommencement, it's simply the fact that we have to ensure the safety of this nation and that case rates have continued to be suppressed.
Thank you. The Government has committed to taking a cautious approach to easing restrictions, guided by the data instead of dates, and encouraging students on non-practical courses to return to in-person teaching will potentially lead to a significant number of students forming new households from across the country, up to 500,000, and enabling too early this to proceed may result in significant higher numbers of infection and could therefore increase the risk of students having to repeatedly self-isolate, which I'm sure none of us want to see happen.
I'd like to thank the Minister for answering the urgent question, 29 questions over just over 40 minutes, and we're now going to suspend for a short period. Order! Order. Order. We now come to business questions, and I call Valerie Vaz.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Will the Leader of the House please give us the forthcoming business?
Leader of the House.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the business for the week commencing the 19th of April will include Monday, the 19th of April, consideration in committee of the Finance Bill, Day 1. Tuesday, the 20th of April, continuation of consideration in committee of the Finance Bill, Day 2. Wednesday, the 21st of April, a motion to approve a statutory instrument relating to counter-terrorism, followed by consideration of Lord's amendments to the Overseas Operations, Service Personnel and Veterans Bill, followed by a debate on the 6th report from the Committee on Standards relating to confidentiality in the House's standards system, and the 7th report from the Committee on Standards relating to sanctions in respect of the conduct of members, followed by a motion relating to the membership of the Parliamentary Works sponsor body. Thursday, the 22nd of April, a debate on the Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs Committee, 8th report of session 2019-21, on government transparency and accountability during COVID-19, the data underpinning decisions, followed by a debate on a motion on mass human rights abuses and crimes against humanity in Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. The subjects for these debates were determined by the Backbench Business Committee. Friday, the 23rd of April, the House will not be sitting. The provisional business for the week commencing the 26th of April will include Monday, the 26th of April, if necessary, consideration of Lord's amendments, followed by a motion to approve the draft Warm Home Discount Miscellaneous Amendments Regulations 2021, followed by a motion to approve the Money Laundering and Terrorist Financing Amendment High-Risk Countries Regulations 2021, SI 2021, number 392, followed by a motion relating to the Health Protection Coronavirus International Travel England Amendment number 7, Regulations 2021, SI 2021, number 150.
Valerie Bowes.
Follow that as I say thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Leader for the business, and I know there was a possibility of proroguing on the 29th, and we've only got the business up until the 26th, so we look forward to a further announcement. Can I also start by sending my condolences, and those on the side we haven't had the opportunity to send our condolences to our sovereign, gracious sovereign and her family on the sad passing of His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh, the Prince Philip. We must remember him not just as the Queen's consort, but as a husband of 73 years. And I know the country will want to remember his good works, his deeds, and his wonderful personality. As he's laid to rest on Saturday, may he rest in peace. Mr Deputy Speaker, yet again we have to have the Prime Minister come back to clarify his remarks. Yesterday he said at PMQs that he may not agree with everything from the report of the Commission on Race and Ethnic Disparities, but it's a government report. They set it up. It's out of number 10 and out of the Cabinet Office. It's totally discredited. At least 20 organisations and individuals listed as stakeholders have distanced themselves from the report. It's not clear what they took into account, because the 2017 McGregor-Smith report, commissioned by the then Business Secretary, the Right Honourable Member for Bromsgrove, on race in the workplace, said this: in the UK today, there is structural historical bias that favours certain individuals. Racism at Work survey published in 2019 said over 70% of BAME workers have been racially harassed at work in the last 5 years. Between October and December, 41% of black people aged between 16 and 24 were out of work, compared to 12.4% of their white counterparts. 40 years on from the Brixton riots, black unemployment is the same level as it was in the 1980s for that quarter. I urge Leader, please could we have a debate in government time on this report? There are too many unanswered questions. Mr Deputy Speaker, today marks 32 years since the Hillsborough disaster, and the families have worked tirelessly for a campaign for an inquiry, and that's why it's important to get the inquiry right on the Greens Hill debacle. I don't know whether the government thinks the country is stupid, but asking a person who serves as a non-executive in the Bays Department to lead the inquiry is absolutely incredulous. The Minister yesterday said that she's had to suspend him as a non-exec. The legal profession is brimming full of talent, with lawyers with absolutely no connection with the government and no connection with Bays, with anything. Why don't we have one of them? The Prime Minister said yesterday it's a difficult line between civil service and the boundaries are blurred. I think that's his phrase. But no, civil servants don't have two jobs. A secondment is a temporary assignment. Yes, they should get the experience of both places, of the private sector and the civil service, but not at the same time. This is an abuse of power, Mr Deputy Speaker. They are only making appointments when it's one of us, one of them, just as they're doing with the board on Channel 4. Mr Deputy Speaker, it matters because this is about public money. And if public money can't be found for the NHS workers, and they're agreed 2.1%, but it can be found for Greenshill, it matters because council taxpayers have to stamp up £100 now, and yet Greenshill is bailed out. It matters because the Shadow Chancellor said Greenshill met Treasury officials 10 times, whereas those who have been excluded Entrepreneurs, small businesses, self-employed have got nothing out of these schemes, and they met with Treasury officials once. It matters because this is public money and used in the public. It should be used in the public interest. It's like having Lex Luthor in the heart of government. But I want to tell the government there is no kryptonite on the opposition benches. We will fight for truth, justice, and the British way of fairness. Now, I know that the leader talks about transparency and accountability all the time, and I know he tries very hard to do that. He's seen the way Simon Case has acted immediately on the civil servants. So, why has Sir Alex Allen's post not been filled? When will the statements covering relevant ministerial interests be published? We should have had 2 a year. The last one was in December 2019. I think the government will look sleazy if they didn't publish it. Former Prime Ministers have released quarterly lists of donors' meetings. I think the government looks sleazy if they don't publish that. So I asked the leader, when could we have those published? Now, to coin a phrase, Mr Deputy Speaker, can I ask the leader to push the team at the SCO for an update on Nazanin and Anousheh? He had his 67th birthday in prison. They're all in Vienna discussing it. We need an update. Mr Speaker, Mr Deputy Speaker, we've lost some incredible people in the House, and I want to pay tribute to Dame Cheryl Gillen. I worked with her on the epilepsy APPG. She brought the Autism Act to the House and on the statute book, where we value people on the spectrum. We know that they've got hidden talents, and she did that through her tireless campaigning for 29 years as a Member of Parliament. We won't forget. It seemed like only yesterday she was berating the leader for changing the hybrid procedure. Ian Gibson, a geneticist and former MP for Norwich North from 1997 to 2009, chair of the Science and Technology Select Committee and joint manager of the parliamentary football team. I met him through the MSF Union. He was so kind to people starting off on their political journey. James Winston was valued and respected across both houses and across both parts of the chamber. He worked with members in pursuit of peace and reconciliation in Northern Ireland, and we mourn his loss, especially at this time. And of course, Shirley Williams, Baroness Williams. Despite being the daughter of George Catlin and Vera Brittain, she managed to carve her own way. She was absolutely brilliant as an education secretary and a parliamentarian across in both houses. I saw her when I was at university, and she really was, as the magazine headline said, Sweet Williams. She was wonderful and would have made a great future Prime Minister, as her father suggested. She screen tested for the National Velvet film. And I want to say something positive at the end, that Rachel Blackmore should be congratulated on being the first woman to win the Grand National. And finally, we can't process this year, but I hope the whole House will join me in wishing all the Sikh community a happy Vaisakhi.
Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I join the Right Honourable Lady in wishing the Sikh community a happy Vaisakhi. And I also join her in commemorating so many people who have died. This is a particularly sad business questions because there are so many people of the greatest distinction to commemorate. The House paid its tribute to the Duke of Edinburgh, the longest-serving consort, the longest-serving member of the Privy Council in the Privy Council's history, and the tributes were extremely touching and I think represented the heartfelt sorrow of the nation at the passing of somebody who supported our Constitution and our way of life. We are all saddened by the death of a member, Dame Cheryl Gillen, who was just such a lovely person. She came to some of the meetings that were held in the run-up to the various Brexit debates, and she was always advising goodwill and kindliness and respect for the views of others, with steely principles underlying it. And that degree of kindliness as well as sense of purpose is something we respect in Members of Parliament, but we also have great affection for, and I think that is important too. We also mourn Peter Ainsworth, who actually was one of the first people to come and campaign for me when I was selected as the candidate in North East Somerset. He was a very committed supporter of the party. As the Right Honourable Lady mentioned, Ian Gibson, a distinguished former member, and James Winston, also Robert Howarth, and Paul Marland, who was a long-serving Member of Parliament, very much thought of as being a dutiful member who serves his country in the traditional way that perhaps people like me have the greatest admiration for. And of course Baroness William of Crosby, and I hope I have an opportunity to say a little bit more about her later on in the proceedings. And we indeed, on a happier note, congratulate Rachel Blackmore on winning the Grand National. But it is mainly a sad day, and that is one bit of solace of happiness. To come to the Right Honourable Lady's detailed questions, she raises very important points. The Commission on Race and Ethnic Disparities report is a very important report. It's an important contribution to the debate. It has made 24 recommendations which the government is considering. And I think it is right that we look at the progress that has been made in this country and recognise how different the experience in this country is from the United States, rather than assuming that everything here is the same as the many problems they have in other countries, and that we should recognise success as well as understanding that we always have further to go. But I think the fundamental recognition that there is equality under the law of everybody in this country is something that we can welcome and ought to be positive about. I'm sure that this will be a matter that is discussed in this House on many occasions and is raised in many different ways, because it is a subject of fundamental importance about the type of country we are. The Right Honourable Lady then raises serious questions about Greensill Capital and the relationships between it and government. And I think it is right that the review is taking place under Nigel Boardman to understand primarily, as a starting point, the use of supply chain finance. Because before you understand where it started from, why was the government using supply chain finance, which prima facie is something that you would not think a government would do, until you understand that, you can't understand what has happened subsequently. So it is the right review to be taking place. And Mr. Boardman is highly respected. That he is a non-executive director of Bayes. He stood aside from that during the period of this inquiry, but he is a very distinguished lawyer, and I think that he will bring considerable expertise to the report, and it is right that it is looked at fairly and properly, and it will also be looked at by a number of House of Commons committees, who will do so with the full power and authority of the House of Commons and ability to send for persons and for papers. But the Right Honourable Lady is right to say that public money should be used wisely and properly. And in this context, she was not right to say that Greensill was bailed out, because it wasn't. That's the whole point, that the lobbying was done, but the lobbying did not succeed. And I think that that is something that should reassure us about the propriety of the way this government is run, that who you know and how you are connected does not mean that you get what you want, and that ultimately is the test of whether government is operating properly, and this government is operating properly.
Video link. Fiona Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. There are still pockets of my Congleton constituency, both in the rural and town areas, where constituents struggle to get access to fibre broadband, or indeed access to broadband or the internet at all. The pandemic has, of course, highlighted how crucial this is, not least for those in education or business. So can I press the Leader of the House to clarify, please, what progress is being made towards fulfilling our manifesto commitment to ensure everyone can have access to full fibre broadband?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to my honourable friend for this question, because, like her, representing a rural constituency, this is so important for our constituents. So I'm glad to report that over 96% of all premises in the United Kingdom can access superfast broadband, thanks to the success of the government's superfast broadband programme, meaning the UK has one of the highest levels of rural superfast connectivity in Europe. But the government is aware that we need to upgrade more of the network to gigabit-capable speeds as soon as possible, hence the expenditure of £5 billion of taxpayers' money to support the rollout of gigabit broadband in the hardest-to-reach, predominantly rural areas of the country through our new UK gigabit programme. Progress is being made in connecting rural premises to gigabit speeds through our existing superfast broadband, but this is a big commitment of Her Majesty's Government, and one that I hope will help both my honourable friends' constituents and my own.
Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Could I associate myself with the comments of the Leader and the Shadow Leader and sending my condolences and that of the SNP to the royal family at this difficult time for all of them in the passing of the Prince Philip. And also on paying tribute to Dame Cheryl Gillan, to Peter Ainsworth, Ian Gibson, Robert Howarth, Paul Maitland, James Wilton and Baroness Wilson. Williams. It's clearly been a very sad time for a lot of families, as it is for so many around the country through these challenging times. Turning to other matters, I've raised on previous occasions issues around transparency, and we've seen again in this week, with the investigation now underway into lobbying actions of David Cameron and the circumstances surrounding the appointment of Lex Greensill as an advisor, that there are clearly further challenges that still would need to be addressed. Can the leader give a commitment to the House that he will ensure that within his powers everything possible is done to ensure that any reviews undertaken will go far enough in order to call any questions of the effectiveness of existing legislation are taken full account of, and that we put in place any necessary measures to ensure that such instances cannot and should not happen in the future? I would also note I am slightly personally disappointed that we've not yet been able to see a further return of private members' bills, and certainly my own ministerial interests emergency powers bill, which I would suggest would go some way to addressing some of these issues around transparency in the awarding of contracts, would be particularly useful. So in the short time we have prior to the end of this parliamentary session, would the leader give consideration to how some of these bills might be taken account of? And Mr Deputy Speaker, we're certainly all very well aware of this government's lack of respect of our democracy in consistently refusing to acknowledge the sovereign will of the Scottish people to choose our own future. But it took a new turn this week with the government challenging, through the courts, the unanimous decision of the Scottish Parliament to implement the UN Convention of the Rights of the Child Bill and the European Charter Local Self-Government Bill. Would the leader allocate government time to allow for a debate for this place to consider the democratic deficit that exists within these isles as a result of this government's determination to ignore all views but their own? And wouldn't he agree with me that there can be no doubt now that the only way for the people of Scotland to get their own government that they vote for is by exercising our democratic right to choose, starting by voting both votes SNP on the 6th of May?
Mr Deputy Speaker, first of all, on the Greensill reviews, obviously committees of this House can make what inquiries that they wish, can set their own terms of reference. But I think it's a mistake to rush to judgment, particularly in relation to David Cameron, who was a very successful Prime Minister who succeeded in getting the nation's finances back on order. And rushing to judgment is, I think, not a proper way for this House to operate. We need to have the reviews and consider them, and that is what is happening, and it's happening both within government and within this House, and that is the proper constitutional process. As regards private members' bills, I think there is not sufficient time in this session, but the honourable gentleman should be aware that in a new session there will be a new ballot under the auspices of the Chairman of Ways and Means, and you never know, he may be lucky and may be able to bring forward his bill on a Friday later in the year. Who knows what excitements await us. As regards the sovereign will of the Scottish people, that was expressed in 2014 in a referendum, and it does seem that now would not be the right time to be considering this issue when there's the recovery from the pandemic to have, and I'm fascinated about the voting advice that the honourable gentleman gives. It doesn't seem to match the voting advice being given by Mr Salmond, who seems to be having the most interesting time in Scotland. I noticed from the Telegraph today that he couldn't even get the letters for his new party in the right order. I wonder whether the same may afflict the SNP. You never know what set of initials you may come up with next. But what the people of the whole of the United Kingdom want is good government for the whole of the United Kingdom and a balanced settlement that people accept. And it is really important in relation to the court case that the honourable gentleman refers to, that we live within the boundaries that have been established and accepted, and that we operate within a system that is properly constitutional. It is not for one side or the other to arbitrarily change the devolution settlement.
Philip Holloman. Mr Deputy Speaker, there's been precious little good news relating to the COVID pandemic, but one positive benefit has been the revival of community spirit as residents have come together to support each other in these difficult times. One such excellent example can be found in William Street in Kettering, which has been nominated by readers of the Northamptonshire Evening Telegraph as one of the county's best places to live. In William Street, which has 66 houses, a small block of flats, a converted shoe factory and a church, neighbours have come together not just to clap for carers, but also to organise socially distanced Sunday sing-alongs, an Easter egg celebration, street cleans, a wedding prom, a street carnival, and pumpkin and best-dressed window competitions. Will the Leader of the House join me in congratulating all the residents of William Street for their revival of the Blitz spirit and in hoping that their example will be an inspiration to others?
William Street sounds a very happy street to live on, with sing-alongs and pumpkin prizes. So absolutely, I congratulate William Street and the people living in William Street, and I'm sure they will be pleased by the tribute paid to them by my honourable friend. And he is right that throughout such a difficult year for the country, there have been many wonderful moments of kindness up and down the nation which have done us proud. It is the outpouring of support for our care workers that has been highlighted often, but there has also been an explosion of volunteering and fundraising, and we should be very proud of how our nation has reacted in such difficult times.
Ian Mans.
Very grateful, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Leader for the business statement and for announcing the backbench business for next Thursday, the 22nd of April. And can I also associate myself with the comments regarding Dame Cheryl Gillen, who, amongst many other things, was a regular customer at the Backbench Business Committee and an excellent chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Autism. Mr Deputy Speaker, I could ask the Leader if he will do whatever he can to help expedite the re-establishment of the Backbench Business Committee at the earliest opportunity possible following the Queen's speech, so that in a timely way, debates applied for by backbench members, agreed by backbench members, timetabled by backbench members, can then be led in the chamber by backbench members of this House.
Mr Speaker, the honourable gentleman, distinguished chairman of the Backbench Business Committee, makes a very important point. The government always likes to see committees set up in a timely fashion and will use its best offices after the Queen's speech to see what it can do to ensure that a chairman, whoever that may be, is back in post as soon as reasonably practicable.
Anthony Higginbottom.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Whilst many think of Birmingham just as the town centre, we also have a number of picturesque green villages, including Rusthorne and Hapton. But unfortunately, in 2018, the Labour-controlled Burnley Council adopted a local plan which allocates significant parts of these villages and elsewhere to housing developments and more, often directly against the wishes of local residents. And this is just one of the planning issues that we face. So could the Leader of the House find space in government time for a debate on local plans and how we can find a way to make sure that these command the support of local residents?
Mr Speaker, my honourable friend raises a point that is raised by many honourable and right honourable members across the House, and planning is always a contentious local issue. The Government's planning white paper, published last summer, set out proposed reforms to increase community involvement in the preparation of local plans, including a simpler and digitalised plan-making process, with more opportunity for local people to influence the location and standard of new developments in their area. This is essential to planning for the homes the country needs, providing the clarity that communities and developers deserve about where new homes should be built, and ensuring that development is planned rather than the result of speculative applications. Plans should be produced in a way which respects critical local assets, including open countryside and the green belt. But I should always remind honourable members that new houses must be built, and I think as they are built, we want to ensure that they are beautiful. And if they are beautiful, then I think local communities may be more inclined to accept them.
Charlotte Nichols.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This week, many loyal British Gas staff were sacked for refusing to accept a new contract that made them work longer hours for less pay, in the latest iteration of the growing national scourge of fire and rehire. Companies like British Gas trade off our country's name but don't have our country's interests at heart. The government has repeatedly stated that it considers these practices to be unacceptable, but those words will mean little to these ex-British Gas workers today. So can the Leader of the House please therefore outline when the government will be bringing forward legislation to ban fire and rehire once and for all?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Government does take this issue extremely seriously, and my honourable friend, the Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State at Bays, has condemned the practice in the strongest terms on many occasions. The situation at the moment is that Bays officials engaged ACAS in November 2020 to gather evidence on the prevalence and use of fire and rehire in workplaces. ACAS spoke to business and employer representatives in confidence, and they have now concluded their work and shared their findings with Bays. Officials are now considering that evidence, and the Government will communicate its next steps in due course. But it's right that a proper process is undertaken to see how prevalent this practice is. But we would reiterate to businesses, I would say to my capitalist friends, that capitalism works when capitalists behave well and treat their employees well and get the best motivation and success from their company and from those who work for them.
Chris Green. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On Monday I was delighted to visit the newly opened one-stop shop in Daisy Hill. The volunteers Chris Hill, Rosa B and Beverly Hill run the charity shop Advice and Digital Services for the local community, and Anne-Marie Broadley, who helped set it up, was delighted so many people have stopped by to say hello. So would my right honourable friend offer them congratulations on their achievements, and next time he's popping by or passing by, will he pop in?
Well, Mr Speaker, my honourable friend was saying people were popping in to say hello. Can I encourage them to pop in and actually spend some money? Because in a one-stop shop, that's really what you need. Like our honourable friend, the member for Kettering, who asked this question a moment ago, he offers a great tribute to the voluntary spirit of his constituency. And I would be delighted to join him in congratulating Chris Hill, Rosie B, Beverly Hill and Anne-Marie Broadley of the one-stop shop in Daisy Hill. These voluntary initiatives are how communities are made, how they come together and how they succeed. And certainly, if I am in Bolton West, I shall stop in the one-stop shop.
Video link. Alex Davis-Jones.
Diolch, Mr Deputy Speaker. We all recognise that the pandemic has had a huge impact on young people whose lives have been particularly disrupted. Yet antisocial behaviour is on the rise, and residents across Pontypridd and Taffili are experiencing vandalism and disruption at an alarming rate. The simple truth is that the police and youth services do not have the resources to keep up. Will the Leader of the House therefore please commit to a debate on government time to allow us to tackle antisocial behaviour at its root?
Mr Speaker, I think Mr Deputy Speaker, the key thing here is having police on the streets. That it's remarkable how the presence of a police officer can stop antisocial behaviour early on and can make people realise that the problem caused by antisocial behaviour that is sometimes just thoughtlessness rather than criminality. And so it is important that there are going to be 20,000 extra police officers, of which 6,620 have so far been recruited, and that the police will have £15.8 billion of taxpayers' money to help them tackle this scourge, because the Honourable Lady is absolutely right. It is one of the most disagreeable aspects. It's the counter to what we were saying about community spirit. Antisocial behaviour causes disproportionate distress to people who are probably the most community-minded, and it needs effective local policing to deal with it.
Video link. Lee Anderson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Global technology firms such as Google are not being held to account. A lack of regulation allows pension scammers to con millions of pounds out of people. And tech firms like Google can also make millions of pounds from fake adverts that can ruin a business or an individual's reputation. It's time to hold these multi-billion-pound companies to account. So will my right honourable friend agree to a debate in the House to tackle this very important subject, which could help protect people's money, livelihoods and their reputations?
Yes, Mr Deputy Speaker. I agree with my honourable friend about the concerning growth and scale of online fraud. Online fraud can have a severe effect on individuals and businesses and on society more broadly. The Government does work with law enforcement industry and consumer groups to tackle online fraud, and the Home Office, HM Treasury, the Department of Work and Pensions and the Department for Digital Culture, Media and Sport are all working together to consider additional legislative and non-legislative solutions by a continuing programme of work. What I would say, though, is that not all of this is legislative. And one thing we should always remember and should say to our constituents, if they ever see anything online that is too good to be true, it isn't true. And that single piece of advice will save many of us from the illegal activities of scammers.
Michael. Deputy Speaker, can I say to the Leader that I hope that members in all parties might be allowed to pay some tribute to my late colleague and friend Baroness Williams of Crosby. She was somebody who blazed a trail for women in politics for over 5 decades in public life in this country. She was blessed with a magic combination of both a fine political mind and a genuine political warmth, which allowed her to reach out to people across the party divide and to people in no parties. I realised this for myself in 1983 when I heard her address an outdoor rally at the by-election then in Darlington. And there was a man behind me saying, "Hear, hear," a lot of agreement coming to this. I turned round to see who this new convert to liberalism was, and it was in fact none other than screaming Lord Such. I told Shirley that story some 2 decades later, and I think it says a lot about her, that she instinctively just loved the joke at her own expense. She will be enormously missed, I think, by people in all parties, but especially amongst the family of Liberal Democrats.
Leader of the House.
I'm very grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for that tribute, and I'm grateful that he told me in advance that he would make it, because Shirley Williams was actually a great friend of my father's. They knew each other from Oxford days, and Shirley got my father his first job, because she wrote in an Oxford magazine that my father read the Financial Times every day at breakfast, and the then editor of the Financial Times offered him a job. So my family has always been enormously grateful for Shirley for setting my father off in his journalistic career. And she was also, as the Right Honourable Gentleman says, one of the most charming people to meet, always kindly and thoughtful, and good to her friends. And as somebody who was very much in favour of state education, she actually came to speak for me for a society I ran at Eton, which I think is symbolic of how kindly she was. And when I last met her, she said to me she was very glad that she was my brother's godmother, not mine, because had she been mine, she might have had to disagree with me a little bit in public. And again, I thought that showed just such kindliness and charm. And above and beyond that, she was also a stunningly effective politician, a great member of both the Labour Party and the Liberal Democrats, and somebody this nation can be proud of for having produced a politician of such capability, such effectiveness, but also such kindliness.
Video link. Robert Largan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Last night there was yet another fire on the moors of the High Peak on Tintwistle Low Moor. I pay tribute to Derbyshire Fire and Rescue and the Peak District Moorland Group and others for their efforts fighting these fires, but it's very frustrating that they are forced to respond to so many fires, usually caused by disposable barbecues. Can we have a debate on preventing fires on our moorland and on the future of the laws around disposable barbecues? And can I urge the government to do more to educate people on the countryside code so that visitors to the Peak District know how to properly protect and respect our beautiful countryside?
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for his question. Wildfires obviously pose a great risk to our countryside, and Natural England has published a refreshed countryside code to advise us all on visits to the countryside. Everyone should enjoy parks and open spaces as we come out of lockdown, and we should be encouraging them to look after our natural environments and the livelihoods of those who work there. The government is launching a long-term countryside code campaign to increase awareness of the code through 2021 and beyond. And I think this is the right approach, to encourage people to behave responsibly, to educate and to tell people about what is expected of them in the countryside. I'm afraid to say I'm always more cautious about banning things, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Gavin Newlands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Nearly a year ago I warned this government that if they didn't act on firing the Highland it reared its ugly head with British Airways, that many others would follow. Just yesterday, hundreds of British gas engineers were sacked without redundancy pay because they refused to sign an inferior contract. Now, my £500 bill is essentially now dead, but as we are aware, the Government received the ACAS report 2 months ago, and I wrote to the Secretary of State urging them to publish the report and make a statement. And had they done so and given assurances that action would be taken in the employment bill, then perhaps this would have forced British Gas's hand. Yeah. So can I ask him to give his colleague in the Cabinet a bigger nudge and get him to take action, please?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I mean, I am grateful to the honourable gentleman for raising this point, because I think it is in the interests of public companies to behave well to their employees. Bear in mind, their employees are also their customers for a big company like British Gas, and the name of British Gas has now been traduced in this House on a number of occasions, and people who pay attention to our proceedings may feel that they dislike the way British Gas is behaving and they want to get their gas supplied by another firm. There are powers in markets as well as in government, but I can reassure the honourable gentleman that the government does take this really seriously, and what my honourable friend, the Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State, has said is what the government means, and this report is quite rightly being carefully considered.
Videoing. Jane Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Would the Leader of the House join me in not only sending Sikhs in Wolverhampton best wishes for Vaisakhi, but also thanking them for their efforts during the pandemic? Sikhs' ongoing commitment to serve other people is always admirable, but I think during the pandemic it's been especially notable, and we owe them a debt of thanks. Would he also welcome news that in September, Wentzfield in my constituency will see the unveiling of a statue to honour the extraordinary bravery of 21 Sikh soldiers at Saragahi in 1897?
Mr Deputy Speaker, absolutely I join my honourable friend in wishing a happy Vaisakhi to the Sikh community, and I join her in paying tribute to their generosity and the principle of service that we have seen from NHS workers and doctors, police officers, armed forces personnel and all key workers. I'm also join her in celebrating the news that the memorial will be unveiled in Wednesfield in September. The Sikhs provided 20% of the British Indian Army in the First World War and was the most decorated in the British Empire and won more Victoria Crosses per capita than in any other community. When I was the Conservative candidate in the Wrekin, the family of the first Sikh to win the Victoria Cross lived there, and I must confess I was very proud to meet them and have an association with them now 20 years ago, and we should be very grateful for the enormous contribution made to the United Kingdom by members of the Sikh community.
Jessica Morden.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Last month's update on the compensation for victims of the contaminated blood scandal was welcome, but there's still no provision in schemes for bereaved parents like the Smiths from Newport, who tragically lost their son Colin, aged just 7, after he was infected with blood from Arkansas prison. So can we have an opportunity to discuss compensation schemes and to impress on Cabinet Office ministers the need to finally include and crucially acknowledge bereaved parents?
Yes, I mean, the Honourable Lady raises a point of huge importance, and this is something that the Government has got an inquiry on that is continuing, and the inquiry has not lost pace because of the pandemic, that it's been holding remote hearings and will come to a conclusion. I understand my Right Honourable friend, the Paymaster General, is going to be having meetings with the APPG on haemophilia and contaminated blood, but also with the Honourable Lady's Right Honourable friend, to update people on what is happening and to give reassurance that this matter is taken deeply seriously. It was a terrible failing with appalling consequences for individuals and their families.
James Sunderland.
Mr Deputy Speaker, given the decision by MHCLG for local councils to cease meeting virtually from the 7th of May, could my right honourable friend confirm whether there's a similar plan for this place? And if that's not the case, perhaps we could re-extend that courtesy to the shires, noting that attendance at local council meetings has never been this good.
Mr Deputy Speaker, the House's proceedings are determined by standing orders, and the facilities for virtual meetings were by statute. It's not a decision by MHCLG. It is that the temporary statute expires on the 7th of May. However, as I understand it, there is a High Court ruling due before May on what capabilities there are, and the government will be supporting the action by Hertfordshire County Council, lawyers in local government and the Association of Democratic Service Officers, as this case is heard, that virtual proceedings have helped councils, but they are allowed to meet because it is a legitimate business purpose. They have to take COVID-secure means, as we are taking in this House, to ensure that this House operates. And the government is not unsympathetic to considering how this operates in future. But the legislation that was temporarily introduced expires on the 7th of May, and my honourable friend will know that we have a Queen's speech coming, we have a number of bills going back and forth between the Lords and the Commons, and the ability to legislate between now and then is extremely limited.
Link. Jeff Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Last week, one of my constituents visited a local park with her friend and their 2 young babies. They both began breastfeeding and before long saw a stranger taking photos of them with a telephoto lens. They confronted him and the man refused to delete the photos even when asked to by the park warden. They reported it to the police, who said there was nothing they could do because it was a public place and taking photos is not illegal. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it may not be illegal, but it is, as my constituent said, disturbing and intrusive, and surely unacceptable. Could we have a statement from an appropriate minister on how we might be able to tackle a problem that left my constituent feeling, in her words, violated and discouraged from breastfeeding outside the House?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the honourable gentleman raises a difficult issue as to privacy in public spaces. It is not easy to legislate for every possible circumstance, and people in public are obviously in public, and that is hard to prevent people seeing things that take place in public, but you would expect people out of courtesy not to photograph people doing things that are of their nature private in public.
Jimmy Crosby.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I lead the Anglesey Freeport Bidding Consortium, which includes Bangor University, Stena and my Island Council. Our bid is the only bid in North Wales and the only bid to include a university. Does the Leader of the House share my concern that the Welsh Labour Government, dragging its heels over releasing the Welsh Freeport bidding prospectus, is delaying much-needed potential investment into my constituency of Ynys Môn and the whole of North Wales?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the problem with socialists is that they never want to level up, they always want to level down, and therefore they always try and postpone economic opportunity because they wallow in economic failure. The Freeport programme will be of great benefit to the whole United Kingdom, and it is exciting to see so many compelling bids submitted by local business groups from across the country, across the whole of the United Kingdom. My right honourable friend, the Welsh Secretary, and the Chief Secretary of the Treasury have been emphatic in their support for establishing freeports in Wales. Her Majesty's Government has discussed the issue with ministers in Wales and many Welsh business groups who want to take advantage of the opportunities that freeports bring, from tax benefits to greater freedom to innovate and build exciting, prosperous trading hubs throughout the whole country. The Government does not want to deprive the people of Wales of this opportunity, and we hope that the foot-dragging socialists will pull their feet out of the mud and get on with it.
Alan Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Australian Government has paid redress to my constituent Christine Gow for institutional childhood sexual abuse crimes she suffered, and she's going to use this money to pay for psychological counselling. Now, in Australia, the redress is disregarded for benefit assessments, but here the DWP states she has to deposit the money in a trust fund, which involves lawyers and costs of up to £1,000. Can the Leader of the House help me get the DWP to apply an exemption akin to what they do for monies awarded under the British Child Migrant Scheme?
The honourable gentleman so often raises important constituency issues that must have a wider effect to other people across the United Kingdom. I will certainly take this up with the DWP. His request sounds to be an eminently reasonable one. It is a compensation payment from a government that would be treated differently if it were from Her Majesty's Government in the UK rather than Her Majesty's Government in Australia.
Link. Ian Little Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. My right honourable friend and I share an enormous respect and affection for the great King Alfred, who defeated the Vikings against all the odds. Would you agree with me that victory would never have been possible without a good deal of local support? But the only way to provide local support is with proper referendum, where votes are counted, not a cheapskate survey which anybody anywhere in the world can contribute. Somerset's local government's future should never be decided by the toss of a coin in a minister's office or, dare I say, a dodgy consultation. And what's the hurry? The people need to be heard first, and woe betide anybody that takes Somerset for granted and ignores their verdict or their voice. Could we please have an urgent debate on this?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend is of course right that King Alfred pulled together the ealdormen of Somerset, of Hampshire and of Wiltshire to defeat Guthrum, and it was a coming together, and this was done from the Somerset levels, where he famously, but probably apocryphally, burnt cakes as he was considering how he would deal with this problem. I know that this is being very carefully considered by my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, who has excellent judgment and is somebody who believes in our great county, which is, of course, one of the oldest counties in the country with an unbroken historic tradition. What would concern me personally about any referendum is that it would only deal with a part of the county. It wouldn't deal with the whole of the county, and therefore it would not necessarily be the coming together that my honourable friend is talking about.
Lydia Link. Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I just want to acknowledge the incredible, inspirational Ian Gibson. He was such a mentor to me from my days in Norwich to this day. He will be missed. The reopening of the economy is something we all welcome, and at each stage we must be careful, and certainly with its evaluation. However, to leap from this to the mass gatherings at sporting event trials is deeply disturbing on the terms that they're being proposed, not least at York Racecourse. And of course, we have new variants now creeping into our community of COVID-19. So will the Leader of the House take my concerns to Cabinet colleagues, of which I will write to him, and will he arrange for an opportunity for us to debate this in the House, and for all MPs impacted by these decisions to meet with the Secretary of State and his officials in order to discuss our concerns?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Lady is raising concerns that I think many members have. There was obviously an opportunity to debate them immediately before the recess with the continuation of the Act. There were health questions earlier this week, and my right friend, the Health Secretary, has been assiduous in attending the House to give oral updates on the situation as it currently is. Obviously, the government wants to see unlocking take place, and the roadmap has been set out, but if people have questions, they are entitled to raise them, and if they don't get answers directly, I will do whatever I can to facilitate answers.
Lydia Link. Sir David Amos.
I join with others in offering my deepest sympathy to members of the royal family on their great loss, and to the family and friends of members past and present who've also died recently. Following the reopening of some businesses earlier this week, will my right honourable friend find time for a debate on support for the personal care sector? I've been contacted by a number of local establishments which are still being impacted by the pandemic and have not been offered sector-specific financial support, such as value-added tax reductions. I do hope the personal care industry will be supported in its reopening.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend is right to raise the needs of the personal care sector, which is a very significant employer, provides great joy to many customers. I cannot tell you, I'm never more relieved to have a haircut than I was on Tuesday night, when finally the barber's clippers went snip, 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 and a degree of respectability was restored. And it is good news that this week shops, hairdressers, nail salons, I'm a less regular visitor to nail salons, I must confess, outdoor attractions and pubs and restaurants outdoors can open once again, which is good news for those operating in that sector, in those sectors. At the budget,
the Chancellor announced new restart grants worth up to £18,000, which will help over 680,000 eligible businesses, including those in the personal care sector, to get going again. On top of the grants closed businesses have received since January, businesses could receive up to £36,000 in grants this year. And to support those that are not eligible for these grants, taxpayers are giving councils in England an additional £425 million of discretionary business grant on top of the £1.6 billion they have already received. So nobody could say this amount of money is a snip.
Can't tell you how relieved I was to get to the hairdressers on Monday morning. Navendu Mishra.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Research from Unison has found that more than half of NHS workers are considering leaving their position in the next year, with 1 in 10 considering this very seriously. Additionally, Unison North West has raised the fact that many healthcare assistants are expected to carry out clinical duties which are above and beyond their pay grade, with many employed at Band 2 while they're being trained to do Band 3 work, which equates to them missing out on almost £2,000 per year. This is happening at Stepping Hill Hospital in Stockport Borough, as well as right across Greater Manchester, and will almost certainly be happening across the country. Will the Leader of the House allocate time in government time to debate on healthcare assistant pay rate and banding, and does he agree that this pay injustice needs to be rectified urgently?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think I'd rather give the good news on NHS staffing, because since last year there are almost 50,500 more people working in the NHS, of whom 6,600 are doctors and over almost 10,900 more nurses than a year ago. So recruitment in the NHS is very important, and we will employ 50,000 more nurses and 6,000 more doctors in general practice by the end of this Parliament. That is the target for the government to deliver, and ensuring that people want to work in the NHS, but the figures for the last year are very encouraging.
Faye Jones.
Thank you. Mr. Deputy Speaker, can I add my own tribute to Dame Cheryl Gillan? I knew her for 20 years and I adored her, and she will be sadly, sadly missed. The Leader of the House will know that I have raised the health of the River Wye and the River Usk, which run through my constituency a number of times. This week, Panorama exposed water companies dumping untreated sewage into rivers and specifically into the River Usk. However, the Welsh Labour government, supported by the Liberal Democrats, insist that farmers are to blame for this problem and have voted through a misguided nitrate vulnerable zone across the whole of Wales. This is grossly unfair on farmers in Brecon and Radnorshire, and the Minister should withdraw these proposals until these allegations can be explored. Would the Leader grant time for a debate in this House on river pollution so that we can get to the bottom of this scandal and we can ensure that farmers in Brecon and Radnorshire are not unfairly blamed for a problem they did not cause?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend, along with our honourable friend, the member for Innismon, point out the dangers of incompetent socialist governments getting the wrong end of every stick that comes within their sight. But I do understand that our honourable friend, the Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State at DEFRA, has had a meeting with my honourable friend to discuss the issue of river pollution, and the government takes this responsibility very seriously. Water companies have a legal duty to avoid pollution and must act quickly to reduce any damage that happens as a result of their activities. The regulations are clear and are enforced robustly. Over the last 6 years, the Environment Agency has brought 48 prosecutions against water companies, securing fines of £35 million. The Environment Bill will also place a statutory requirement on water companies to produce drainage and sewerage management plans to help deliver more of the actions needed to address the risks sewage assets may pose to the environment. So action is being taken, but my honourable lady is right to stand up for farmers and stop sewage.
Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. My constituent, Tony McDowell, travelled to Istanbul in September last year. In the early hours of the next morning, Tony called his mum in a state of some distress, telling her that he'd been woken from his sleep by 2 men attempting to break into his hotel room. A few hours later, Mrs McDowell was contacted by local police at her home in Arran to be told her son was dead. Mrs McDowell was the last person to speak to her son, and despite being advised by the British consulate that her son's death is being investigated by the Turkish authorities, no one on the investigation team has made contact with her or updated her on the status or progress of the investigation into her son's death. I urge the Leader of the House to please use his good offices to ensure that a representative from the UK Foreign Office contacts Mrs McDowell to assist her in finding out what happened to her 28-year-old son?
Into the House. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is a very sad case, and one's sympathies goes to Mrs. McDowell, who must feel very bereft, both at the death of her son, but also at the lack of information. I can assure the Honourable Lady that I will take this up with the Foreign Office immediately after this question session is finished.
Rob Roberts.
The balloons were inflated and the banners unfurled, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in anticipation and excitement that we would be able to see the Chancellor walking down Mould High Street in his lunch hour to get this sausage roll from Hulson's Bakery for his lunch. And there must have been some mistake. They've sent the Treasury to North East England instead of North East Wales, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Must have been some typographical error along the way. Undeterred, however, the people of Delin will not be denied, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and the local Job Centre Plus team would be delighted to have a local Department for Work and Pensions office in North Wales, and I'm sure the farmers of Delin would be equally excited to be able to beat on the door of a local DEFRA outpost at their earliest convenience. So I'm wondering what my right honourable friend can advise would be the best course of action to make sure that North East Wales isn't forgotten in this redistribution of government departments.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the difficulty is that I think it will be hard to satisfy all 650 members of Parliament. The Right Honourable gentleman, the member for Orkney and Shetland, is no longer in the chamber, but the Shetland Islands outpost of HM Treasury may prevent logistical difficulties. But it is a really important priority for the government to ensure that ministries do move out of London, so we move away from this entirely London-centric approach to government. We need more variety in where businesses are, government departments and government business operations are placed, to ensure that we reflect views across the whole of the country. I fear, however, that if people were to move to my honourable friend's constituency, they would be so affected by the beauty of the area that they might find it difficult to concentrate on their work.
Kevin Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can we have a debate on the dangers to the taxpayer of incompetent capitalist government? Because Cardiff University, Wales Governance Centre, have pointed out that the test and tracing system in England, which has been outsourced to private companies, costs twice as much as the system in Wales where local government has been used. And I've received from my constituent, one of my constituents, a very disturbing report that he'd received the test results of 2 children from England, despite the fact that he's lived in Cardiff for 35 years. And when I contacted the Department of Health about this, they told me that it was probably because the wrong details had been entered, mobile phone and emails, and there is currently no process in place to amend customer details. £37 billion has been allocated by this government to cover the cost over the next 2 years of the test and trace system, and they can't even amend incorrectly entered customer details. He talked about the unacceptable face of capitalism earlier on with British Gas's behaviour. How about the incompetent face of capitalism?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I note that of the tests carried out in Wales, 64% have been provided by Her Majesty's Government. So actually, if you'd left it to the Welsh Government, the public sector in Wales, you'd only have had 36% of the tests carried out. I think that shows the effectiveness of Her Majesty's Government, of the United Kingdom Government, of getting things done. What the Honourable Gentleman is proposing is that things don't get done. I, for one, am in favour of action, not dither and delay.
David Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Despite the hard work of postmen and women, my constituents have had months of problems with Royal Mail deliveries. Their letters, cards, magazines, appointments arriving late or not at all. Will my right honourable friend find time for a debate so that we can see Royal Mail give the service our constituents deserve and that they're paying for?
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for raising this issue, which has been raised with me before. And I have passed on comments to the Royal Mail and have actually had a very full response from the Royal Mail sent to the member who raised this issue previously. So, whilst it's worth
worth pointing out that the government is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the company and does not play a role in handling or resolving complaints regarding Royal Mail. The Royal Mail does have contingency plans to mitigate disruption to postal services, which are overseen by Ofcom. And Ofcom has recognised that the COVID-19 pandemic is an emergency under its regulatory framework and that it's continuing to monitor Royal Mail's performance carefully. But I will pass on my honourable friend's comments in the hope that I receive as good a reply on his behalf as I received last time.
David Linden.
Thank you very much. Mr Deputy Speaker, can we have a statement from the Leader of the House on the issue of inconsistency and perhaps the inconsistency of the Conservative Party? In December 2019, his party went into the election campaign with a clear message of get Brexit done. It won the election and it was able to move forward with Brexit. So can he therefore tell the House why it is that his colleagues would not accept that if people go out and rightly cast both votes for the SNP on 6th of May, that they can't get the independence referendum that the SNP is promising?
Mr Speaker, Mr Deputy Speaker, the honourable gentleman knows that there was a referendum in 2014 which had a very clear result, and the leading lights of the separatist movement in Scotland, that is to say Ms Sturgeon and Mr Salmon, both said that it was a generational issue. And a generation is far from past, and we are in the midst of a pandemic. We have a really serious issue that we need to recover from. And the authority over a referendum is, of course, a reserved authority, and it's right that devolution should be allowed to work and to flourish, and of course the result of elections to the Scottish Parliament are of fundamental importance. But this is essentially a distraction from the business of dealing with the pandemic, and it's irresponsible, I think, of the SNP to be doing this rather than concentrating on getting over the pandemic and the consequences that this country has been suffering because of that.
Imran Khan.
Mr Deputy Speaker, with your indulgence, I would like to take a moment to pay tribute to both Dame Cheryl Gillen and Baroness Shirley Williams. Both served for many years in this House with distinction, improving the lives of their constituents and providing thoughtful insights into numerous debates. Both were characterised by kindness and firmly rooted principles. Mr Deputy Speaker, provisional figures given to me by Revolut show that in comparison to a pre-lockdown Monday, spending on Monday the 12th of April in Wakefield was up 98.5%. On the High Street, the figure was up 136.4%. However, for pubs, spending has been watered down, although not the drink, and remains at only 43.9% of pre-pandemic levels. This inevitably has had an impact on a number of businesses in my seat, such as Ossett Brewery and Tiger Tops Brewery. Can my right honourable friend, the Leader, find government time for a debate on support for businesses in this sector as we continue with the roadmap out of lockdown?
Thank you, Mr Speaker, Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful as always to my honourable friend. I'm pleased to hear the good news from Wakefield on the return to a degree of normality, but I'm sorry to hear that the pubs are only at 43.9% of pre-pandemic levels. My honourable friend clearly has a lot of drinking to do to help get Wakefield back up to average. There has been a good deal of government support, taxpayer support of £5 billion for the new restart grants, which include pubs, and the business rate holiday, which includes pubs, and there is a total cost of cash grants to the taxpayer of £25 billion. But ultimately, Mr Deputy Speaker, this is up to all of us. If we want to save our pubs, we have to go into them. And it doesn't mean we have to drink yards of ale, though some may choose to do that. But we want to go in and have something to eat. I believe Scotch eggs are popular in certain quarters, and we need to buy our children a Coca-Cola or a lemonade. We need to support our own pub industry if it is to survive, and we should lead by example. Perhaps when times allow, we should have political functions in the pubs' rooms. The right honourable lady wants to go on a pub call. Mr Deputy Speaker, I can think of no finer companion for her than you, to take her around the finest pubs of both of your constituencies and get Britain's pubs back into liquidity.
Well, I've been accused of many things over the last 29 years as a Member of Parliament, but not doing my bit to help the pub has not been one of them. and I look forward to going with the Right Honourable Lady on visiting some of the hostelries wherever she might wish to visit. So I'd like to thank the Leader of the House for making a statement, responding to 30 questions in over 1 hour. And I'll now take the... Go on, say point of order. I want to hear the words point of order. Point of order, Mr. Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Would you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, outline House procedure that will enable myself and others in this House to mark the tremendous victory of Northern Ireland's women's football team over favourites Ukraine in qualifying for the Women's World Championship Euro 2020, which has made history and which has been classified as the ultimate victory for the underdog, and that further that this House that we wish Northern Ireland women's football team continuing success for the future. Thank you.
The reason I wanted to hear the words point of order is because over 29 years, again, I've heard the points of order in this place stretched to its limits, but none more so, and in a better fashion than the point of order I have just heard. And I just want to say the Honourable Gentleman has put it on the record. We're all incredibly proud of what the Northern Ireland women's football team has achieved, and we wish them well for the future. Please pass on our best wishes. We'll now suspend for 3 minutes. Order. 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 We now come to the programme motion to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as that opinion say aye.
Aye.
No, I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Domestic Abuse Bill, consideration of Lord's amendments.
I must draw the House's attention to the fact that financial privilege is engaged by Lord's Amendments 41 and 43. If the Lord's Amendments engaging financial privilege are agreed to, I will cause the customary entry waiving Commons financial privilege to be entered into the journal. We will begin with the Government motion to disagree to the Lord's Amendment 1, with which we will consider the other amendments and motions listed on the selection paper, and I call the Minister, Victoria Atkins, to move to disagree with the Lords in their Amendment 1. Victoria Atkins.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and may I beg your indulgence before I start to place on record my condolences to Her Majesty the Queen, but also the heartfelt thanks that I and my constituents have towards His Royal Highness Prince Philip. He was the personification of public service, dedicating his life to Her Majesty and to serving our country for more than 70 years. And he did so with great style and often a twinkle in his eye. May I also pay tribute to my friend and honourable member, Dame Cheryl Gillen, who passed away very recently. She would have loved to have taken part in today's debate. She was a huge advocate for the vulnerable, including those who live with autism, and she was a wonderful, wonderful friend and colleague to us all, and she will be very, very sorely missed. And so, Mr Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that this House disagrees with Lord's Amendment number 1. We support the vast majority of the 86 amendments that the Lords have sent to us. Indeed, we have worked with peers in many instances in order to bring these amendments forward. There are 12 sets with which we do not agree, and I will deal with those in due course. But I would like to take a moment to reflect on the events of recent weeks and the concerns, the experiences, and indeed the fears expressed by women and girls across the country. This bill will help millions of women and girls who are living with abuse, whose emotions are manipulated by their abusers for their own disgusting gratification and control, and who want happier, healthier lives free from abuse. But thanks to amendments made in this place and the other place, the bill reaches even more women than that. At report stage in this House, I was pleased that we were able to respond to the calls by the Right Honourable Member for Camberwell and Peckham, my honourable friend for Wyre Forest, and indeed many other honourable members to clarify the law surrounding the so-called rough sex defence. Honourable members also argued, as part of that debate, for a bespoke new offence of non-fatal strangulation to strengthen the criminal justice response to this form of physical abuse. We listened carefully to the debate on this matter, including the compelling evidence presented to me by Dr. Kath White, taking into account the concerns that cases of non-fatal strangulation can often be difficult to prosecute. That is why we concluded that a bespoke offence was necessary and that this should apply to both domestic abuse cases and other cases where strangulation or suffocation were a factor. On conviction of the new offence as now provided for in Lord's Amendment 36, the defendant could receive a harsher sentence as the harm required to qualify for the maximum 5-year penalty has been reduced. We are drawing firm lines in this bill as to what can and cannot constitute lawful, violent sexual behaviour. But harmful and abusive behaviour sadly extends beyond that. Lord's Amendment 35 seeks to extend the revenge porn offence to include threats to disclose such images. 1 in 7 young women have been subjected to threats to use revenge porn.
And I would like to thank colleagues across the House who have worked so hard on this topic, including the chair of the Women and Equality Select Committee, my right honourable friend, the member for Romsey and Southampton North, honourable friends for Bishop Auckland and for Rushcliffe, and of course Baroness Morgan of Coates in the other place. But I'd also like to thank a young woman called Natasha Saunders, who I met through my honourable friend, the member for Rushcliffe, who described to me the experiences she has had of the use and threats of revenge porn. And she has found the wherewithal to use those experiences to campaign on this matter so very, very strongly and effectively. Although the Law Commission is currently reviewing the law around intimate image abuse, we recognise the case for immediate action to better protect victims from this form of abuse. And Lord's Amendment 35 does just that. We look, of course.
Can I thank my honourable friend for giving way and for all that she's done on particularly this issue with regards to recognising the problems around threats to publish intimate images. But would you join me in saying that we need to make sure that the law is all-encompassing in this area, and that whilst improving revenge pornography, the law as it stands now, introduced by this government, is important, that it's even more important that we have a wholesale review of this area, such as that currently part of the Law Commission's review?
I agree completely with my right honourable friend. Indeed, may I thank her for the work she has done over many years to address this and other issues, particularly affecting women and girls. We very much take that point, and so we have worked on this amendment with Baroness Morgan to have an immediate impact, but we do in addition look forward to receiving the Law Commission's report and recommendations later this year, looking at the whole of the law on the use of intimate images and other types of malicious communications on the internet, so that if the law needs to be changed in order to reflect recommendations, we can address these in subsequent legislation. These clauses apply to all relationships and all encounters of a sexual nature. From a Tinder hookup to a marriage of many decades, these protections will be enshrined in this bill. I turn now to another amendment which I know has been welcomed warmly by survivors and campaigners, namely extending the coercive and controlling behaviour offence to include post-separation abuse. We listen very carefully to debates in this place, as well as charities such as Surviving Economic Abuse, and of course to survivors themselves. We reviewed the offence to see how it is working after the 5 years of being in force, and we published that review in March. We acknowledge that that coercive controlling behaviour continues and indeed may escalate following separation. And so this amendment, Amendment 34, will extend the offence to cover post-separation abuse between former intimate partners and interfamilial abuse, regardless of whether the family members are living together or not. This amendment will send a strong message to perpetrators that controlling or coercive behaviours, irrespective of the living arrangements, are forms of domestic abuse, and the criminal law is there to protect victims. This bill also revolutionises the help that is available to victims who need to flee relationships to refuge or other safe accommodation. And it is revolutionary in that it helps to ensure that they are helped to recover from their experiences. Part 4 introduces a duty on Tier 1 local authorities to provide specialist services to such victims, and we have announced £125 million of funding to support this provision in the bill. There is cross-party desire to see these measures matched by equivalent provision in respect of community-based support. This government is alive to such calls. Police and crime commissioners and others already provide significant community-based support to victims of crime, but we need better evidence of the gaps in current provision and how these might best be addressed. That is why the Government has now committed to consult on the provision of community-based support as part of this summer's consultation on the new Victims' Law. This commitment to consult is backed up by Lord's Amendments 5, 8 and 10 to 16. Lord's Amendment 5 will place a duty on the Domestic Abuse Commissioner to publish a report under her new powers in the bill on the provision of and need for community-based services. Lord's Amendments 8 and 10 to 16 will place a duty on Tier 1 local authorities with the support of their domestic abuse local partnership boards to monitor and report on the impact of the safe accommodation duty on the provision of community-based support in their area. Taken together with the responses to our Victims' Law consultation, these amendments will ensure that the Government has all the information it needs to build on the strong foundations of existing community-based services. Now, some of the most upsetting and torturous experiences that victims can experience happen after the relationship has ended in the family and civil courts. Lord's Amendments 17 and 24 to 31 relate to special measures and the ban on cross-examination in person in civil proceedings. In short, these amendments more closely align the position in the civil courts to those in the family courts, so that victims of domestic abuse have the benefit of automatic eligibility for special measures to enable them to give their best evidence and to ensure they are protected from being cross-examined in person by their abuser. Our justice system should not be used as another form of abuse, and this bill will help to protect victims and secure justice. In the case of the family courts, perpetrators can continue abuse through repeated unmeritorious proceedings. Lord's Amendment 32 amends the Children's Act of 1989 to prevent such vexatious claims. The amendment makes it clear that a court may make a barring order in circumstances where it is satisfied that a further application made by the named person would put the child or another individual, for example the parent victim, at risk of harm. For all the victims and the survivors that I've met and whose stories we have heard in these chambers, these measures are to help you all secure justice as you deserve. I move now to Lord's Amendment 39. This would ensure that a health professional working in a general practice that holds an NHS contract is not able to charge for evidence to show that a patient has been the victim of domestic abuse for the purpose of obtaining legal aid. We recognise that it is already the case that most GPs do not charge for such evidence, but this amendment will ensure that no victim faces this barrier to obtaining legal aid. And this bill reaches beyond these shores. Lord's Amendments 70 to 82 amend the extraterritorial jurisdiction provisions in the bill to remove the dual criminality requirement for relevant sexual offences, including rape, committed outside the UK by UK nationals. This will enable UK nationals who commit marital rape in countries where such behaviour is not criminal to be prosecuted in UK courts. This is also a significant step forward towards ratifying the Istanbul Convention, because it forms one of the three outstanding matters that has been set out in the statement to the House in October last year. Mr Deputy Speaker, I now turn to the 12 sets of Lord's Amendments where we have tabled motions to disagree. May I emphasise that, in line with our approach throughout this bill, where we don't agree with the amendment and where possible, we have sought to address the concerns raised through practical measures instead. The first set of amendments relates to the definition of domestic abuse. Lord's Amendments 1 to 3 would bring abuse by all carers of disabled persons, paid and unpaid, within the definition of domestic abuse in the bill. I hope it is clear, and perhaps doesn't need saying, but this government abhors all abuse, and we have every sympathy for the spirit of these amendments. Abuse of disabled people by their carers must be called out and acted upon. The issue before us today is whether this bill is the right bill to strengthen the protection for disabled people. The focus of this bill is on domestic abuse, as it is commonly understood. That is, abuse by a current or former intimate partner or by a family member. That is the approach taken in the Istanbul Convention, which I know many honourable members are keen to see ratified by the UK. Where a disabled person is abused by a partner or by a family member, the abuse will be covered by the definition as already agreed by this House. But these Lords amendments would bring in a much wider range of relationships outside of a domestic abuse setting. We should steer away from diluting the purpose of this bill. As I've said, however, in inviting the House to disagree with these Lords amendments, we do not wish to downplay or deny for one moment the experience of disabled people who are abused by their paid or volunteer carers. There are protections in place, including the offences in the Criminal Justice and Courts Act of 2015 relating to ill treatment and willful neglect. But we have listened carefully to the experiences and concerns raised in this House and the other place. We want to find practical ways in which to address these concerns. That is why the government intends to carry out a review of the protections for people at risk of carer abuse. We will engage with the Noble Baroness Campbell of Surbiton and the disabled sector on the scope of the review, but it would broadly seek to examine the protections offered against carer abuse and the support available to victims. We have listened and we will act. Lord's Amendment 33 takes us into the arena of judicial training, requiring the Secretary of State to set out a strategy and timetable for such training. Again, we agree and we understand the motivations behind this amendment. No one can dispute the need for judges and magistrates to be properly trained in these matters, nor do we dispute that this must continue to be a developing process and one of improvement. Indeed, the judiciary understands this and agrees. The Judicial College is committed to reviewing and improving training on domestic abuse. Moreover, the President of the Family Division has indicated that he will consider making recommendations regarding training, taking into account this bill, the Harm Panel report and the 4 recent Court of Appeal judgments in domestic abuse cases. The issue with Lord's Amendment 33 is not the ends that it seeks, but the means of achieving it. It is not for the government to dictate to our independent judiciary how they are trained. There are important constitutional principles at stake here. But I have no doubt that the President of the Family Division will have taken notes of the debates on this amendment in the Lords and will again today and take appropriate action. But it is right that we leave it to him to do so and not undermine the independence of the judiciary by endorsing this amendment. I move now to Lord's Amendments 37, 38 and 83. These deal with 2 separate but related issues. Lord's Amendment 37 aims to extend the householder defence in Section 76 of the Criminal Justice and Immigration Act 2008 to victims or survivors of domestic abuse. Although the government sympathises with the aim behind this amendment, we are not persuaded that it is necessary. We are not aware of any significant evidence which demonstrates that the current full and partial defences available are failing victims of domestic abuse who are accused of crimes against their abuser. We are also concerned that the proposed defence could, as it provides a full defence to murder, be open to misuse, potentially even by an abuser who could seek to claim that they were the victim of domestic abuse rather than the actual victim. We believe, therefore, that the law currently strikes that very difficult balancing act between the interests of the defendant, but importantly, the interests of the victim as well. Lord's Amendments 38 and 83 would provide for a new statutory defence for victims of domestic abuse who are compelled to commit certain criminal offences on the basis of having no realistic alternative. There are currently several defences which are potentially available to those who commit offences in circumstances where they are in an abusive relationship. These include the full defences of duress and self-defence, for example, as well as in homicide cases, the partial statutory defences of loss of control or diminished responsibility. The Government is aware of the concerns which have been raised by both the Domestic Abuse and Victims Commissioners, amongst others, specifically in terms of the disparity in the way the courts sometimes deal with male and female defendants who have been found guilty of killing their partner. Again, in a spirit of cooperation and because we understand the motivations behind these arguments, my right honourable friend, the Lord Chancellor, is reviewing sentencing practices in cases related to domestic homicide, and we believe that this is a more appropriate response to some of the issues raised by these amendments. I turn now to Lord's Amendment 40, which seeks to create a data-sharing firewall so that the personal data of victims of domestic abuse that is given or used for the purposes of them seeking or receiving support is not used for immigration control purposes. I would again stress, as I hope honourable members across the House would acknowledge, that victims of domestic abuse, whatever their immigration status, must be treated as victims first and foremost. Guidance issued by the National Police Chiefs Council, which was updated last year, makes this clear. The National Policing Lead for Domestic Abuse is also clear that information sharing between the police and the Home Office can be in the interests of victims. Nonetheless, we recognise the concerns to ensure that there are safe reporting pathways open to migrant victims of domestic abuse. That is why, following the Policing Inspectorate's report into the super complaint lodged about the police sharing immigration data, we have committed in good faith to review existing data sharing procedures and publish the outcome by June. Having established the police super complaint process in the Policing and Crime Act 2017, which was supported, I'm pleased to say, by the party opposite, we should allow that process to operate as intended. Given this commitment, Lord's Commitment 40 is premature, we would argue, and in fact unnecessary, as the results of our review can be implemented through changes to the NPCC guidance. I turn now to Lord's Amendments 41 and 43, which deal with the related matter of support for migrant victims of domestic abuse. Amendment 41, in effect, seeks to extend the Destitute Domestic Violence Concession, or DDVC, to all migrant victims and provide them with a route to apply for indefinite leave to remain. The DDVC and the accompanying domestic violence rule were established to provide a route for settlement to those here in the UK on a spousal visa, who, had they not suffered domestic abuse and had been separated from their abuser, would have had a legitimate expectation of settling here. It was not designed for those who are here in a temporary capacity who would not have had such a route to permanent residency. For other migrant victims, the key consideration is not their immigration status, but the provision of support where they need to flee an abusive relationship. We accept that not all migrant victims have access to the necessary support, and we need to address this, but we do not accept the proposition reflected in Lord's Amendment 41 that someone who has come to this country on a temporary basis, for example as a student, should have a route to settlement by virtue of being a victim of domestic abuse. but we want to help such victims recover and escape such relationships. Throughout the passage of this bill, we have heard about the role that Southall Black Sisters have played in helping migrant victims of domestic abuse get the support they need. I am therefore delighted to announce that following a commercial competition, Southall Black Sisters have been successful and will be running the £1.5 million Support for Migrant Victims scheme, which will run for 12 months and will provide not only safe accommodation to victims, but will also provide us with the evidence on which to take long-term decisions on future support arrangements for migrant victims. As with the DDVC, such measures can be put in place on a non-statutory basis, so these amendments are unnecessary. The Honourable Gentleman.
Encouraged by what the Minister said, but can I ask, Minister, and I always ask it very gently and very honestly, well, I appreciate the £1.5 million, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm just wondering, really, is that not a paltry sum of money whenever more may be needed?
Well, the Honourable Gentleman will know that as part of, because we've discussed this on many occasions, as part of the programme of support, not only is it delivering immediate support to migrant victims, it is also gathering that data that we need as to the range of supports, of services that such victims need, in order that we can build a sustainable programme going forward. So this scheme will run for 12 months. I'm really looking forward to working with Southall Black Sisters on this scheme, and from that we can then build a programme of work going forward. This is not the end of the line for migrant victims, and I do want to reassure the House on that. I move now to Lord's Amendment 9, which is the amendment that seeks to introduce statutory regulation of child contact centres. We accept the need for appropriate regulation, but this is already achieved in private law family cases through the National Association of Child Contact Centres accreditation framework and existing protocols which ensure that the family courts and CAFCAS refer parties only to accredited centres. In relation to public law family cases, where children are in the care of the local authority, comprehensive statutory provisions are already in place which determine how local authorities should discharge their duties, including in relation to maintaining contact between a child and their family whilst protecting the welfare of the child. We have not seen evidence to suggest that the existing NAC accreditation framework or the statutory framework governing local authorities is failing, such that the cost and bureaucracy of a statutory accreditation scheme is justified. Since the debate in the other place, however, Lord Wolfson, the Minister responsible for Family Justice, has written to the President of the Family Division and to the Chief Executive of CAFCAS requesting that they raise awareness amongst their colleagues and officials of the judicial protocol and memorandum of understanding which has been agreed between the NAC and CAFCAS. We will continue to work with the NAC to keep the position under review, but the case for Lord's Amendment 9 is not made out at this time. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, let me deal with Lord's Amendment 42, which seeks to strengthen the management of domestic abuse perpetrators. Again, this is an objective with which we can all agree, but we have concerns about how the amendment would work out. The first limb of the amendment seeks, in effect, to create a new category of offender to be managed under multi-agency public protection arrangements, commonly referred to as MAPA. To put this into context, last year nearly 86,000 offenders were managed by the MAPA arrangements. The Government believes that creating a new MAPA category for high-harm domestic abuse and stalking perpetrators would bring in added complexity to the MAPA framework without compensating benefits. The Criminal Justice Act 2003 already provides for serial and high-harm offenders to be managed under MAPA. The real issue is not therefore the statutory framework, but how it is applied in practice. Here we accept there is more to do, and we are strengthening the MAPA statutory guidance to include sections on domestic abuse. We recognise too that having access to an information management system that can effectively support the police and others in risk managing high harm offenders is essential. VISA, the Dangerous Persons database, is now almost 20 years old and so does not offer the most up-to-date functionality. Work has begun on the new Multi-Agency Public Protection System, or MAPS, which is a new user-focused and transformational system for the management of offenders, which will be piloted from next year. MAPS will support the more efficient and effective management of high-threat offenders and improve information sharing between frontline agencies. Interestingly, the Police, Crime, Sentencing and Courts Bill also strengthens the data sharing powers of statutory and non-statutory agencies, including, for example, domestic abuse charities. The second limb of Lord's Amendment 42 would require the Home Secretary to promulgate a national perpetrator strategy. We have already committed to doing just that as part of a holistic domestic abuse strategy to be published later this year. We have therefore brought forward amendments A to C in lieu of Lord's Amendment 42 to enshrine this commitment in law. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I know I've taken some time to set out the government's position, but this is an important piece of legislation that has the capacity and the potential to do so much and to help so many of our constituents that I hope the House will forgive me for setting out our reasons in some detail. We need to get this bill passed. We need to get it on the statute books so that it can start to help victims of domestic abuse and other victims as quickly as possible. And I commend it and our amendments to the House.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1. Jess Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And like the Minister, I wish to place on record my own and my party's sadness on behalf of Her Majesty the Queen. I suppose all your life you get used to the existence of the royal family as if they're always going to be there. And in the passing of Prince Philip, I think that we realised how lucky we are as a nation to have a sort of backbone that is always there, like a family, who aren't always perfect, like anybody's family, to look to. And so I feel very keenly, and we all feel very keenly, in light of the pandemic, the loss to the royal family specifically, and to us as a nation, and also to share in the Minister's sadness at the loss of Dame Cheryl Gillen, who, regardless of political party, was a friend especially to every woman in this House. To every woman who, from every party who came, she offered words of advice in the lady members' rooms, words of exasperation in the ladies' members' rooms. She was one of a kind, and she will be missed genuinely and keenly across this House, and she would definitely have been here today, without question. She has spoken in almost every single one of these debates, and so we shall miss her further, and no doubt we will all seek to take it on. Following the death of Sarah Everard, heartbreak, fear and anger ripped through the country, a response to the endemic violence that women and girls suffer. People felt it in their bones. Responding to such an outpouring of grief is our job. It is our duty and a privilege as parliamentarians to take that emotion, that fear, that rage, that passion and injustice and turn it into policy and law. It is our job to do something meaningful. And the question for the House today, as we consider the amendments voted into the bill by the other place in the heat of those moments, is who do we decide to save? I shall briefly talk through why we are supporting which amendments today, as the Minister has done. I welcome very much, and have welcomed all the way through this bill process, the immense change that the bill is unrecognisable from the day it started, which I don't know that if anyone can actually remember, it seems so long ago. The spirit in which the bill has been forged, and that's how it feels it's been forged, has always been to seek the amendments and to work to improve it. And today, in my comments, that is the exact same spirit that we would seek to continue to amend it today. Amendments 40, 41 and 43, I'm sure nobody will be surprised to hear my views on migrant victims of domestic abuse. These amendments mean that migrant victims will be able to access support and protection just like everybody else, just like I could. Without them, victims will be left trapped in an abusive household. It is as simple as that. The government will seek to tell us that they have proposed the pilot project, which we hear about today, and I'm very pleased to hear that it has gone to Southall Black Sisters, in fact in partnership with Birmingham and Solihull Women's Aid, I believe, a place very close to my heart. But the specialist organisations and independent commissioners have all been very clear on this point, that the pilot is inadequate, as the Honourable Gentleman alluded to. Analysis by the domestic abuse sector suggests that thousands of victims could be left unprotected and unsupported under this pilot scheme. Students, for example, here studying, might be raped, battered and abused by their partners. Thousands of students have this week talked on the Everyone's Invited site about sexual assault on campus. Foreign students would currently not be able to seek refuge in the same way that I can under the current rules in this country if they needed to escape. This pilot is not good enough. It will only provide minimal short-term support for 300 to 500 women. There is no money, for instance, for counselling, therapeutic intervention, interpretation costs, children's costs, medical or travel costs. What happens then when the 501st victim visits? I can tell you what happens to the 501st victim, because it's what happens now. It's happening to Farah, who was routinely tormented and assaulted with a belt by her father and trapped in that abuse without access to public funds or support and protection. She said, "I made many calls to the council and even the National Domestic Violence Helpline and many other organisations for people who suffer domestic violence. They all said the same thing. I had no recourse to public funds, so they couldn't and wouldn't help me. Some of them even said it was the law not to help me. I guess that no recourse to public funds means that it's okay for me to be violated, physically and mentally abused by my father. I guess the government approves of that." Amendment 40 establishes safe reporting mechanisms that ensure all victims of domestic abuse feel able to come forward to the police. Perpetrators know at the moment that they can use immigration status as a weapon against vulnerable, frightened victims. If you tell the police, you'll get deported and you'll never see the kids again. If you go to the police, they'll lock you up in a detention centre. I have seen this thousands of times. At the end of last year, 3 police oversight bodies said that the data sharing with immigration enforcement was causing significant harm to the public interest. If victims can't report, then those perpetrators remain out there. We are leaving violent rapists and dangerous violent men in our community able to hurt people again and again. I listened to the Minister's comments on this, and obviously I welcome the idea of a review coming forward. I have to say I did write down that the idea that it was premature when I think I have been stood in this House asking for this now for at least 4 years. The idea that it's premature today to ask for the law to be amended to protect these victims, it doesn't feel premature from my constituents who had threats to kill and ended up in detention. It doesn't feel premature when I had to go to Yarl's Wood to collect them. These amendments, and I have to disagree with what the Minister has said, do not ensure indefinite leave to remain to all victims of domestic abuse. or allow some mythical path to dodge immigration processes. They are about getting victims out of an abusive and dangerous situation on an equal footing that any one of us in this House would expect for ourselves and our own daughters. I also expect it for all my constituents. Moving on to other serial offenders that we currently leave on the streets and those victims who are at the highest risk of harm. Amendment 42 requires serial domestic abuse or stalking perpetrators to be registered on a database and accompanied by a comprehensive perpetrator strategy. The Labour Party supports this amendment. Zoe Dronfield almost died when her ex-partner attacked her with a meat cleaver. Zoe spent weeks in hospital recovering from bleeding to the brain, a stab wound to her neck and a broken right arm inflicted during an 8-hour ordeal at the hands of Jason Smith. What Zoe discovered after reporting her case to the police is that Smith had abused 13 previous victims. There is a desperate need in this country to do something to identify, manage and monitor these high-harm perpetrators of stalking and domestic abuse. They would not have been met by current MAPA arrangements. In the heat of the aftermath, well, none of the Minister claims that's not true, but they weren't in these instances.
Because this is an important detail. Category 3 of MAPA is defined as other dangerous offenders. It doesn't matter whether that offender has committed a Section 18 GBH or criminal damage, which, as she will know, is a much, much lower offence. It is the risk assessment of that defendant in the circumstance of the offence that matters, that puts them in Category 3. That's the point. It already exists.
So if it already exists, why then was Jason Smith allowed to go on and abuse 13 other people before? And not just Jason Smith, of course, the person who killed Holly Gazzard, the person who killed Jane Clough, the person who killed Helen. The reality is, to the Minister, it is not working. And the victims in these instances, like Zoe Dronfield, have spoken very, very clearly. The agencies have spoken clearly. They have asked us to look again and help to protect them. I allow the Minister to...
To assist the House, as I hope I made clear in the speech, we know there have been horrific instances where the system itself, where those risk assessments and the management have not been done properly. I think what we're having a disagreement about is whether putting a new category is going to change that. We want to look, and we are doing so through the statutory guidance, look at how these assessments are made on the ground. That's what will make the difference, not a statutory framework.
I can sympathise with what the Minister is saying, but I would ask the House and the Minister to sympathise with somebody who, on the front line, watched again and again through a Marek meeting, one Marek meeting after another, the idea, or a serious case review, or a domestic homicide review, again and again, the same thing was said, agencies don't speak to each other. The idea that amending the statutory guidance, that not putting some legislative framework in order that this has to occur is just more, let's see if we can get agencies speaking to each other again. It just isn't enough. And it's not me who thinks it isn't enough. When I spoke to Zoe Dronfield herself this morning, she told me that she was devastated, that in the heat of the Sarah Everard killing, she felt that the government were listening, and victims like her today feel like they have been let down. The amendment that the government has in lieu is not enough. The amendment is a perfectly fine one in and of its own right, and the Labour Party called for a perpetrator strategy at committee stage. However, it is not the same as what is proposed by Amendment 42. It is not even nearly answering the same question. Dangerous criminals are on our streets and in our homes and repeating the same acts of violence and abuse over and over again, moving from victim to victim. Nothing in what the government has proposed, I'm afraid, has anywhere near enough teeth or will account for, identify or offer safety to the victims now dead at the hands of the most serial perpetrators. The amendments from the other place were strong. I very much imagine they will successfully push back and the Labour Party stands ready to support them as they do that and stands to support the victims. Disabled victims are currently left out of this bill. Amendments 1, 2 and 3 change the definition of personally connected to reflect the lived experience of disabled victims of domestic abuse. Disabled people can be victims of domestic abuse by paid and unpaid carers with whom they have close, intimate relationships. For victims, this abuse of trust, of power, is experienced in exactly the same way as those perpetrated by a mother, a father or a partner, and so it should be recognised as such within this bill. The expansion of the definition of personally connected will not dilute it, as has been suggested by the government, but fortify it to protect those who are right now being domestically abused because they are dependent on another person in their lives. This is what disabled people have asked for, and I'm sure we shall see after today if the review proposed by the government is satisfactory to those voices who are the ones we must listen to in this. Moving on to training of the judiciary and the accreditation on child contact centres. I want members in this House to know that today they will be voting against making it mandatory for family court judges to be trained on domestic abuse. The government are claiming that this amendment threatens the independence of the judiciary. They have yet to elaborate, and the Minister didn't elaborate on this point earlier. However, I shall assume, she can of course correct me if I'm wrong, that she and those who sit behind her, both metaphorically and actually, are using the Constitutional Reform Act 2005, which gave the Lord Chief Justice responsibility for training. Those who tabled this amendment in the other place, I am assured, took legal advice around this exact thing and do not agree that it is unconstitutional, that it fits very well within the Act. The amendment was drafted by a peer who is a QC and was accepted by the parliamentary clerks. During report stage of the bill, a number of significant legal minds voted in favour of the amendment, including QCs and the former Deputy President of the Supreme Court. I would very much welcome a copy of the government's legal advice. There is absolutely no desire on our parts to do anything that is unconstitutional. We're not even saying what the frame of the training has to be, just that it has to happen. The idea that the Chief Justice could push back and say, well, it didn't have to happen, and that would be against the independence of the judiciary, frankly, I think is something that we would want to push against. The government's own harm review found comments made by judges in the family law included, for example, that a victim couldn't be a victim of domestic abuse because a woman wore makeup to court, or that judges found that women were emotional and temperamental when they cry about their abuse in the courtroom. Who knew, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we didn't need the police or the courts or welfare of victims of domestic abuse? We should have just told women to pop on a bit of makeup, and that would have protected them from domestic abuse, because that is essentially what is being said in our family courts, that if a woman wears makeup, how could she be a victim of domestic abuse? Not said by me, said by a judge in our family courts. This kind of attitude is not just insulting, it is dangerous, because terrible practice in our family courts leaves children alone with violent perpetrators. I'm not offended by the sexism, I'm frightened for the people's lives. Amendments 37, 38 and 83 seek to understand the impact of domestic abuse. Amendment 37 would amend the law on self-defence and offer justice for victims who, because of suffering long-term violence, rape, coercive control, are driven to using force against their abuser. Sometimes terror, desperation and despair can drive a victim to inflict violence in self-protection. Society is beginning to understand this. The law must too. Amendments 38 and 83 provide a defence where a person is coerced into a crime because they live in a situation of domestic abuse, and is based on existing legal protections given to victims of trafficking who offend. This is an already existing situation. When the Minister said that there is no evidence earlier, I would push back as somebody who worked for many years in women's prisons and in female offender services, that there is plenty of evidence of women who have offended as a pattern of sexual exploitation, of coercion and of domestic abuse. In fact, it is very well evidenced that one of the pathways to offending for women is domestic abuse. It's written in most government documents. So that there is quite a body of evidence that there is a problem here in this instance. The defences don't stop individuals being held accountable, no matter the circumstances, but they are protections that take into account the true impact of domestic abuse on a person. The government asserts in rebuttal of these amendments, without a shred of evidence, I have to say, in this instance, that such defences could be used by perpetrators. I've never seen any evidence of that, but I'd be happy to look at it and read it if the Minister's got it. There is no such evidence that I'm aware of, and I'm more than slightly annoyed that they will ignore the fact on the issue of no recourse to public funds that gets used by the perpetrators when we see it every day. And I guess we just have to sort of pick and choose when that's an issue of which amendments we want to go through. This is definitely, there is very little evidence, if any, that this is used by perpetrators, but there is huge amounts of evidence in other areas. Now is the time for deeds, not words. And today we can say that yes, we have included migrant victims in this bill. We have included disabled victims. We have improved victims' access to justice. We have sought to stop perpetrators before they did it again. Let's not have to look ourselves in the mirror and say we could have done more. The Domestic Abuse Bill has been a huge part of the work that I have done since I came into this House. I'm going to miss it. Maybe that's why I want it to go to, back to the Lords. I just can't let it go. Along with victims' organisations and many brilliant and brave victims themselves, we have worked to amend, educate, improve and build consensus and agreement with the government. It has been an honour at many times. That is what we are doing here today. We are always seeking to improve this bill, not for political wins. We seek to improve it for millions of terrified victims and their children in this country. Their lordships and the baronesses have been incredibly thoughtful, thorough and detailed in their amendments. We should listen, because I promise you, all here today, that eventually, on every single one of these amendments, a terrible case is going to come along that proves that we should have acted. It won't take long. They come every 3 days. Let's try and make that happen less.
Theresa May. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And if I may crave your indulgence, as the Minister did, to take this opportunity in this chamber to pay my tribute to our late Right Honourable friend Cheryl Gillen. Cheryl was an incredible person, and she was fiercely defendant of her constituents. She really proudly put forward the interests of her constituents, but she was also a great friend to MPs across this House, and particularly, as both the Minister and the Shadow Minister have recognised, a friend to women in this chamber. And quite simply, with the passing of Cheryl Gillen, this House has lost one of the best of its members. Could I also, before I come to commenting on the specific amendments, say a huge thank you to all of those who have been involved in this bill from the very inception of the idea of having another domestic abuse bill. And while I don't necessarily agree with all the Lord's amendments, I do recognise that everybody has been working to make the bill what they believe to be absolutely the best, because this is a really important bill and it will save lives and it will protect people who, sadly, too many people, day to day, are being abused by their partners, by those they are living with, and in horrific and terrible ways. If I may now turn to specific amendments, I fully recognise, I've just referenced the abuse that takes place, I fully recognise the intention behind those Lord's Amendments 1 to 3. We should, of course, have absolutely zero tolerance of abuse by carers. The very name of being a carer is that you are supposed to be looking after, caring for the person that you are with. But I do think that one of the most important aspects of this bill, and it seems very trivial, but it is one of the most important aspects, is the definition that is given in the bill of domestic abuse, and the fact that we are adopting that wide abuse. But domestic abuse is not simply abuse that takes place within a domestic setting. Domestic abuse is something that takes place between two individuals who have a particular relationship and a particularly close and intimate relationship. And it is that personal connection that I think is important. Now, the government is absolutely right to be working with those who've raised the issue, particularly of the abuse of disabled people, to look to see what necessary protections need to be put in place, why the system isn't currently working, why the arrangements that are there that can deal with these cases do not appear to be working in all cases. But what lies at the heart of domestic abuse is the relationship between the perpetrator and victim. And that's why I think it is so important that we don't widen this definition in the way that their lordships have proposed. But of course, domestic abuse can continue outside the domestic setting, for example, in a workplace or online. And that is one of the reasons why I particularly welcome the amendment, Lord's Amendment 34, to extend the offence of controlling and coercive behaviour to the situation where the perpetrator and victim are no longer living together. It is a mistake to think that domestic abuse ends if the two individuals, the perpetrator and the victim, are physically separated by no longer being together in the same premises. And this is an important amendment, and because, as we know, too many survivors find themselves subject to controlling and coercive behaviour even after they have been separated from their perpetrator. But I would like to commend the role played by my noble friend, the Baroness Sanderson, in putting this amendment forward. But I would also like to commend her for all the work she has done on the domestic abuse issue when working for me in number 10 Downing Street and subsequently in her time in another place, and I'm sure she will continue to work on these issues. I want to come on to those amendments where I don't agree with the Lord's amendments, and I'm particularly start off with Lord's Amendment 33 on training for judges. And I've heard the arguments across the front bench on this issue. I have to say, during lockdown 1, I joined with Dr. Peter Aitken, Elizabeth Filkin, and the former Supreme Court Judge Nicholas Wilson to produce a report called Seize the Moment to End Domestic Abuse. We were focusing particularly on the bill and on the implications of the bill. One of the recommendations we made to the Ministry of Justice was that the Ministry of Justice should ensure proper training of judges in the implications of this bill once it is enacted. And that is important. It is also important because it is, the Shadow Minister is absolutely right. There have been some very bad cases where the attitude of judges has shown that they simply do not understand domestic abuse, the nature of domestic abuse, or the wide range of abuse that can take place. But it is important that training is the responsibility of the Lord Chief Justice, and I think the commitments that have been given by the President of the Family Division and Judicial College are important in this aspect. I would simply say to the Government, it is important that the Government actually does make sure that those steps are put in place and that training is put in place. And I want to raise a question which may be answered later, but actually there is an issue about who actually decides the nature of that training and how good that training is and what it actually covers. Because I'm sure there are those who would say the judiciary have had training already. Well, patently, obviously, there are some who didn't imbibe the training as well as they might have done. May I also, although this isn't specific to the amendments, but if I may just say that it isn't just the judiciary that we need to ensure are trained. We need to ensure the police are trained on the implications of this bill when enacted, local authorities and others, if we're going to see this actually being implemented. Because one of the things that sometimes we forget in this place is that it isn't just about passing pieces of legislation, it's about actually what then happens with that legislation and how it is implemented. Now, I'm going to come on to one of the more contentious areas of the amendments, and this has been a long-standing issue, and it is, of course, the question of support for migrant victims. Now, there's a clear commitment that the Minister has given and the Government has given to ensuring that victims of domestic abuse are treated as victims, whatever their immigration status is. Of course, there are systems of support already in existence, the Destitute Domestic Violence Concession Scheme, those who are here on the spousal visa, as has been referred to by others. Victims who are also victims of modern slavery have referral to the National Referral Mechanism and support available through that. But obviously the concern is that there are those who are falling through the net. Now, the government undertook a review. They have now undertaken to put in place the Support of Migrant Victims scheme, and the Minister has announced that Southall Black Sisters will be running that scheme, which I welcome. I think it is important that what we recognise is obviously that not all victims are the same, and that we are able to identify the specific circumstances and the specific protections and support that would be needed in those cases where people are currently falling through the net. And I think this is an important point. So I do support the government's decision not to support the Lord's amendments on these particular issues. What matters is that victims are recognised as victims, regardless of their status. But what we must not allow is the good intention of providing extra support for victims actually inadvertently leading to more victims. Now, on the issue which has been linked in these amendments on data sharing, again, I just say I think this often is not as simple as it is sometimes portrayed. Now, I'm very pleased to be able to say that the police super complaint process was introduced, as the Minister said, under the Policing and Crime Act 2017, so I have some sense of bearing some responsibility for it. And this, I think, is the first use of that super complaint. And I think that is good because it shows that it actually can work. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what the Shadow Minister said. Well, no, she's absolutely right, it won't be the last. But the important thing is that it has been shown that it works and that that super complaint can be brought. So let's respect that process and actually do what has been done by, recommended by HMIC FRS. I apologise for the initials. I think I put the fire service in with the Inspectorate for Constabulary as well and created that. But let's actually respect that process and, as the government says, do that review and put into place whatever is necessary as a result of that review. Lord's Amendment 42 on the register. Again, this has been a matter of debate for some considerable time and has been raised by constituents with me. It's been raised on behalf of a resident not in my constituency but by one of my local councillors. What I would say is this, that simply putting somebody on a register does not actually mean that protection is going to be provided. Now, there was an exchange across the front bench about the issue of MAPA and how MAPA is operating. It is the case that MAPA can currently cover these cases of serial domestic violence abuse offenders and high harm domestic abuse offenders. So there's a question about who would be covered, who isn't already covered. But if they're already covered, but there are still these cases, the question therefore isn't whether the system applies to these cases, but why the system is not working in relation to these cases. Fundamentally, one of the problems which has all too often been the case in a number of areas involving the police and others is this question of information sharing between agencies. You don't improve information sharing between agencies simply by putting into legislation that somebody's name has to go on the register. I'm sorry, it's hard to say that, but that is the case. And if it is already possible at the end of that system for that agencies to be sharing that information, but they are not doing so. The question is, why are they not doing so? Part of it actually probably slips back to something we were talking about earlier, which is the training of them actually understanding rather better these issues of domestic abuse and the role that the different agencies can play. So I think overhauling the system is particularly important. I wanted to come on to Lord's Amendment 9 because I do have a question in relation to the government in relation to Lord's Amendment 9. I recognise that in the case of the private law family cases, judiciary and CAFCAS have protocols. Can I just say to the Minister, from my experience of over 20 years as a constituency member of Parliament, telling me that CAFCAS have an involvement in something doesn't necessarily fill me with reassurance. So I would ask the government that it is important to make sure that those protocols are sufficient, that they are actually doing the job that needs to be done. And while speaking about child contact centres, may I simply say that I would like to thank everybody involved in the Maidenhead Child Contact Centre over the years. Sadly, they have had to take the decision that they need to close, but they have provided support to many, many families and children over the years, and I would like to thank them for their work. And finally, I just wanted to say that I think it is really important that we get this bill on the statute book. We are running out of time. I know we can ping-pong and we can carry on until we actually get through it, but I think were we to run out of time and were it not to get on the statute book, that would be the biggest betrayal of victims.
Thank you. We now go by video link to Stuart C. MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Member from Maidenhead, and I am very grateful to have the opportunity to speak in this hugely important debate. But first, let me echo what both the Minister and Shadow Minister said about His Royal Highness Prince Philip and about Dame Cheryl Gillan. We will indeed very much miss, I think, what would typically have been both a knowledgeable and passionate contribution from Dame Cheryl in this debate today, and in so many debates to come. Now, although these amendments cover many very significant issues, I will only take a short time to cover two, as of course this is a bill which almost exclusively extends to England and Wales only, and which relates largely to the devolved matters. However, the two excellent Lords amendments that I wish to express SNP support for are Amendments 40 and 41, which are drafted expressly with a broader scope, touch upon a reserved matter, immigration, and have the potential to bring significant benefits to victims from across the UK if we support them today. First Amendment 40 would start to roll back on the Home Office's ever-extending network of data-sharing agreements and its grab on sweeping exemptions to data protection laws, which my party has repeatedly proposed. These exemptions have contributed to a dangerous situation in which migrants feel unable or reluctant to access potentially vital public services for fear that any information they share will end up being used by the Home Office in a bid to remove them. Domestic abuse is one severe but perfect illustration of that point. Fleeing an abusive partner, of course, can put women at risk, and none of us would want them to fear seeking the protection and support that they need. But the reality is that too often they do. And one reason for that fear is precisely because they do not have faith that the information they require to share won't result in attempts to remove them or have other implications for their current and future status here. And that is what Amendment 40 would fix by requiring the Home Secretary to put in place arrangements to ensure personal data processed for the purposes of securing that help and support is not used against them for immigration purposes. So we give it our support. I listened to what the Minister said in response, but I do not understand how police guidance can provide any sort of comprehensive answer, and I fear that the evidence shows that it will not. And it doesn't provide the necessary or sufficient reassurance that a statutory provision could provide, and I think it is that simple. In relation to new clause 41, as we've heard, this is the new clause that would broaden the scope of the domestic violence rule and the concession so that more victims of domestic abuse here can find safety, knowing that they can also have a pathway to leave to remain, and they won't need to endure destitution and homelessness while they pursue that. Just now, those possibilities are largely limited to those who are here on spouse visas. The domestic violence rule and concessions have been transformative for many victims of domestic abuse who are able to access them. But the very same reasons for putting them in place for those on spouse visas clearly also apply to other victims of domestic abuse. If we don't completely break the link between a woman's lawful residence here and her relationship with an abusive partner, then far from helping her, we are hindering her ability to find help and support. We are handing power to the abuser. Nobody wants that, but unless we support this new clause, that is a position I fear that we will risk remaining in. Again, I do not understand the government's answers in response, particularly what has been said about the amendment not being true to the original purpose of the rule and concession. On the contrary, this is about applying the same purpose, intention and reasoning to a broader group of victims who equally require support and protection, and making sure that they can access that. In relation to another government response, the Lord Bishop of Gloucester explained in another place why the government's support for migrants victims scheme, while welcome, is not a comprehensive answer, as the Shadow Minister did today. We need bolder action as a matter of urgency. There is an abundance of evidence already that the changes proposed by way of this amendment are utterly necessary and could transform lives. Government also seems to object that the leave proposed might ultimately be indefinite leave, but if it finds that objectionable, and I don't understand the reasons why it does, then rather than reject the amendment outright, it should at least provide for a decent period of time, unencumbered by restrictions, including restrictions on public funds, to allow victims to get the support they need and to get their lives back on track. Now, in the letter to MPs this morning, Ministers argue that migrant victims are not a homogenous group, and that's an argument that's been repeated this afternoon. But we know that, and those advocating this amendment know that better than anyone, and supporters of this amendment are not treating them as such. Rather, we are creating a space in which our complex and diverse needs can be better understood and addressed, and where they are free from the incredibly intimidating coercion and control that precarious immigration status can cause a victim. It is the government that risks denying victims that space and denying the possibility of addressing their diverse needs. So in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, the focus shouldn't be on the nature of a victim's immigration status or the type of visa they hold. The focus should be on their needs as victims. And despite government's protestations to the contrary, Amendment 41 would be another step towards ensuring that happens. The question for this House is, what is more important, protecting and supporting victims or protecting Home Office powers over migration? We say support the victims, and we therefore give our full support to these amendments.
Thank you. We now go by video link to Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I join with the tributes being made to Cheryl Gillen, who we will all miss badly from this House and from the debates like these that she has been a participant in for so many years. Can I welcome the progress on this bill from the work that's been done in the House of Lords? It's an important bill, and I commend the work that's been done by the Minister, by the opposition front benches, and by all of those in the Lords who have sought to improve it and to build on it as well, because it has got better as a result of all of that work along the way. We've seen, for example, the addition of references to children as part of the bill, something that our Home Affairs Select Committee recommended some years ago. We've seen the amendments that reflect the issues raised earlier in our Commons debates about making non-fatal strangulation an offence. But I particularly want to focus on two areas where the Lords have proposed amendments that the government is still resisting. The first is to support points made by other members about the need to make sure that migrant women are not deterred from coming forward to get help when they desperately need it. And these can be some of the most vulnerable women of all, threatened by perpetrators with losing their immigration status. Effectively, what the perpetrators are doing is exploiting the immigration system to exert coercive control over vulnerable women. And we have a responsibility to make sure that that cannot happen. And again, I don't think the government is going far enough to make sure that that can happen. But the second area I want particularly to speak on is Amendment 42. It was put forward by Baroness Royal in the House of Lords with support from across the Lords, including from Baroness Newlove, and is similar to an amendment that I put forward at an earlier stage in this bill, which the government did say it would consider and recognise the importance of the issue. It builds on the work that Laura Richards at Paladin has done and has the support of hundreds of thousands of people who have signed petitions for stronger action against the repeat perpetrators of domestic abuse and stalking. We know that there are too many cases where awful crimes happen against women, and where serious domestic abuse, awful violence, horrendous stalking and murder and lives that are lost as a result of terrible crimes, and yet the perpetrator has committed crimes before. Perhaps other stalking offences, harassment, repeated domestic abuse or violence, moving from one victim to another, sometimes from one town to another, sometimes from one region to another, finding someone new to control and to abuse, and someone else whose lives they can destroy. And too often when those terrible crimes happen, and the other crimes that happened before emerge afterwards, everyone sighs in sadness, everyone wishes the signs had been picked up earlier, everyone says the dots should have been joined, everyone says lessons should be learned. But in the end they never are, and not enough changes. And we cannot carry on like this. Holly Gazzard was stalked and murdered by a man who was involved in 24 previous violent offences, including 12 on an ex-partner. Even though he had been reported to the police many times, there was no proactive risk assessment, no management, despite the perpetrator's previous violent offences. Lindsay Ashton was raped, strangled and murdered by a man who had strangled 2 previous partners, but his repeat pattern of abuse towards women was not picked up. And Jane Clough, an A&E nurse, was stalked and then murdered by a violent ex-partner, even though he had a history of abusing other women. He wasn't on the high-risk offenders register. The police were not monitoring him. There are so many cases. Shanna Grice, who was stalked and murdered in 2016, and the man who killed her had abused 13 girls before, and yet there was still no focus on him as a perpetrator, no intelligence or information sharing. So faced with these cases where perpetrators have convictions, repeated convictions for domestic abuse or for stalking, why on earth are their names not on the high-risk offenders register? Why on earth is there not a process to identify or manage these high-risk individuals? Why on earth do the police not take these cases seriously? Because it is not happening. And that is what Amendment 42 is all about. It adds convicted serial domestic abusers and stalkers to the high-risk offenders register so that police and specialist agencies can work together to prevent them from offending again and to use the multi-agency public protection arrangements to keep more women safe. And we know that the most serious offenders, when it comes to domestic abuse or stalking or violence against women, are those repeat offenders. So that is where we should be trying to focus more of our efforts. Let me consider the government's objections. The Minister says they will draw up a perpetrators strategy, which was part of the Amendment 42. That is strongly welcome. I think that the government is currently not yet going far enough with their plans for a perpetrators strategy. For example, it currently does not include stalking, which it needs to do, and doesn't mention stalking. And it isn't a replacement for the high-risk register and the proper monitoring and interventions underpinned by statute that we need. Then the Minister has said that they don't need a new category on the high-risk offenders register, a new category for MAPA. They don't need a category 4 because these dangerous people can be included in category 3. The trouble is that just because in theory some of them can be, doesn't mean in practice that most of them are. The system is not working. And simply adding a bit more guidance and a bit more urging and a bit more soul searching won't mean that they are included in practice in future either. Because category 3 has historically been interpreted very narrowly. It's interpreted by gatekeepers, by people who are concerned about stretched resources and will continue to be so. Now, at the moment, that means in practice what is happening is that police, probation officers, other agencies involved in the system are simply not treating those repeat domestic abuse convictions, those repeat perpetrators, as high-risk offenders. And yet they are high risk. For someone who has already repeatedly been convicted of domestic abuse against a series of different women, that person is a risk to other women in future as well and needs to be properly assessed. And yet at the moment, the system does not assess them as being high risk. And that is what we are trying to change, to fundamentally change using legislation to do so, using legislation to send a strong signal through the system to police officers across the country, to specialist agencies across the country, to probation services across the country, that these cases are high risk. These cases put other women at risk in future. They need to be properly assessed. They need to be managed in order to keep other women safe. The government has said this would introduce complexity without compensatory benefits. Or the compensatory benefits would be to include more people in the system who are high risk to future victims. That's the benefit that I think would be hugely important. And I don't accept that this does add complexity. It does add to the number of people who would need to be assessed. That is undoubtedly true because we know that some of these people are not being assessed when they should be. But it doesn't add complexity. In fact, it is a clear and simple process which recognises this group of people needs to be assessed, needs to be recognised for the risks that they pose. And I fear that part of the difference between us actually, in fact, is about resources and is about the number of people who would need to be assessed, because that is undoubtedly the impact of this, is to say, for those people who pose the highest risk, for those repeat domestic abuse and stalking cases, additional people need to be assessed who are not being so at the moment. They need to be on the register. They need to be properly managed. And my fear is that in practice, some of the resistance that is coming from within the Home Office about this is actually because of a fear of needing to provide the additional resources. And I would therefore ask the Minister to look again at this and the importance of recognising we need to expand the system in order to keep more women safe. So remember that statistic we all use. We all talk about 2 women a week whose lives are lost, who are killed by a partner or an ex as a result of domestic abuse. It's still 2 women a week. When the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead and I were first debating issues around domestic abuse almost 10 years ago now, we were talking then about there being 2 women a week whose lives were lost. It is still 2 women a week whose lives are lost. Those are the women that we should be trying to help, and that is what Amendment 42 does. If 2 people a week were losing their lives at football matches as a result of the violent behaviour of a small number of hooligans or violent perpetrators at football matches, you can bet we would be focusing on those perpetrators. You can bet we would be focusing on the action needed to target those violent offenders. Well, we have to do the same for women's lives and not end up just thinking that it's too complex, it's too difficult to get the system to work, it's too difficult to get the system to focus on those high-risk offenders. So that is why I'm urging the government to think again and to change its position to support Amendment 42. It is not enough to say that it is possible under the existing system to take action against dangerous perpetrators. It's not about what is possible. We have to make sure it actually happens in practice. Our responsibility is to make sure the action actually takes place to keep women safe. That is why we need Amendment 42. And I would urge the Minister to listen to the words of John Clough, the father of Jane Clough, who has said it is way past time that serial abusers and stalkers are treated with the same gravitas as sex offenders and managed in a similar fashion. We don't have to be passive in the face of the escalating violence of a small number of dangerous offenders. We don't have to just allow these violent criminals to keep reoffending in perpetuity. Rightly, after the awful murders of Sarah Everard, of Nicole Smallman and of Bieber Henry, the government rightly said that it would redouble its action on violence against women. So I urge them to do so because Amendment 42 gives them the possibility to do so. So I hope that the Minister will think again and support Amendment 42 now.
Thank you. We now go by video link to the Chairman of the Justice Select Committee, Sir Robert Neal.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's a pleasure to speak in this important debate, because this is a very important bill and it's a good bill and it significantly improves the law in a number of respects. And a number of the amendments made in the other place improve the bill too. I'm particularly pleased to see the creation of the offence of non-fatal strangulation. As somebody who practised in the criminal courts for some 25 years before I came into this place, as Right Honourable members will know, there was actually a gap in the law here, because evidentially it was often very difficult to fit that course of conduct into either the existing offence under Section 18 of the Offences Against the Person Act to reflect the gravity of it, because the lower offence of Section 20 wouldn't often give adequate sentencing powers, and equally to demonstrate that the elements of attempted murder were made out, because often it wouldn't be possible to prove that was the case in the light of what had happened. So the creation of a specific offence to deal with a type of behaviour which is particularly pernicious in abusive relationships, and I've certainly come across it in my own career, and I'm sure many others in this House have, is particularly valuable and welcome. I know is welcomed by practitioners and I think judges in these cases, because it gives us now a means of capturing the whole of the conduct that can happen in these types of relationships. So that's very welcome, and I welcome too what the Minister said about revenge porn, and certainly the Law Commission's work is very valuable in this field, but I think the government's commitment to moving swiftly on this is important too, because it's critical that offences are kept up to date with the changing technologies and use of social media in society. So these are very good aspects to the bill, in addition to the others which have already been mentioned. I just wanted to talk briefly, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, about three Lords' amendments where I think the government is right to resist them, though I understand, and I think most honourable and right honourable members will understand and support the sentiments behind them. The first of those is Lord's Amendment 33, which relates to judicial training. And I think the Minister's comments are right on this. It's absolutely right that there must be training. And there has a great deal that's being done now to improve awareness by judges and sentencers, both judges and magistrates, because you must remember a lot of these cases will be tried by lay magistrates as well as professional judges. He's absolutely right that there is up-to-date and comprehensive training in this regard. The Judicial College, in fact, has done a great deal of work now, and as the noble Lady Baroness Butler Sloss, a former president of the Family Division and one of the most experienced family judges that we have in this country, who are now retired, pointed out, that has been incorporated specifically both into the initial training and also the refresher training that is required for judges and magistrates. The Select Committee, in previous reports, Madam Deputy Speaker, in relation to the role of the magistracy, has urged for a more comprehensive training programme, and it's important, I do think, that the Minister makes sure that the Ministry of Justice makes the funding available to make sure that those training programmes, be it the residential or by day courses, are systematically and comprehensively delivered across the country, and that all magistrates and judges have access to them in a timely fashion. But I don't think you need primary legislation to do that. And it's right that we certainly should have, therefore, a practical strategy. But I don't think it's right that that should lay in the hands of the Secretary of State. If I can draw the analogy, later on in the proceedings, there is the government amendment in you, which sets out a strategy for the prosecution of offenders. That, I think, properly is a strategy which can be owned by ministers, because it relates to what is done by the executive arms of the state. The prosecution authority. That is different to what is done by the judicial arm of the state. And it doesn't seem to me constitutionally proper, despite the good intentions behind the amendment, to enable any Secretary of State to have power to dictate to the independent judiciary how they should set about their training programmes and what they should contain. And that's, I think, the significant, a discrete but very significant flaw in that amendment, and why the House will be right to resist it, because the objective can be achieved, but without trespassing over the constitutional division between executive, legislature and judiciary that unfortunately is the inevitable and logical consequence of the amendment as it's drafted, and putting that power in a minister's hands when in fact there is a very clear willingness by the judiciary to seize the nettle themselves on this. We should make sure they have the resources to enable them to seize that nettle, but we should not be dictating to them as to how they do it. That's why I think the government are right to resist that amendment. Can I then also turn to Laws Amendments 37 and 38? That relates to reasonable force as a defence and a further statutory offence in domestic abuse cases. And again, the intention is an entirely laudable one, but certainly my experience is that it is not necessary to put this into primary legislation. For example, the circumstances that are set out in the two amendments and in the lengthy schedule, I think, which is Laws Amendment 83, which is attached to one of those, relate to offences where it is already currently possible under existing criminal law for a defendant to raise the full defence of self-defence, which once raised must then be rebutted by the prosecution, or the partial defence, for example, an offence of duress, which can, under certain circumstances, amongst other things, either be a complete defence to an offence or reduce murder down to manslaughter. Those are already available. And since the decision in the Challen case, a case which came too late in terms of justice to the individual concern, but which has now set the law on a much better and more up-to-date footing, there is a recognition that the course of conduct of coercive control can be regarded as a factor which raises the defence of duress in the appropriate case. And so, therefore, the means of a victim of domestic abuse to bring that before the court is already available. So it doesn't seem to me it's necessary to add these clauses to the bill. It might actually have the effect of limiting unintentionally the scope of conduct which can be captured and used by a defendant to assert that they were acting in self-defence. The law on self-defence has changed. I was involved, in fact, in one of the leading cases in it, in the Court of Appeal, which actually, rightly, I think, albeit I was on the prosecution side, I think the Court of Appeal were right to say that the law prior to the case of Bird back in the 1990s was too restrictive in what could be pleaded by self-defence. And that's particularly important to a woman, and the defendant in that case, I remember, was a female, and the person who she had assaulted in self-defence, as it turned out, was a man, and that imbalance wasn't properly reflected in the law up until the Bird case, but it then was, and therefore the existing common law is on a much sounder footing to deal with this. So I don't think it's necessary to go down that route, Madam Deputy Speaker. In relation to Clause 30, to Laws Amendment 38, the defence of duress, as I say, is already available, and evidence which shows that the defendant had been a victim of domestic abuse is of itself already relevant and admissible to set up the defence of duress. As in the same way as it is relevant and admissible where a defence of self-defence is pleaded. So it's a situation where we're in danger, I think, of over-engineering a solution which is already there, and where the courts have shown themselves willing to reflect changes in social conditions and the pressures which exist. So I don't think those are necessary. I just wanted to end those observations, Madam Deputy Speaker, by observing that the attitude of the courts is in relation to offences of domestic abuse and sexual offences as well more generally, is sometimes criticised and sometimes rightly so. But I've also noticed that the judiciary's approach has changed vastly over the years that I have been involved in with the criminal law. There's a much greater understanding now of the imbalance in the power relationships that often exist, and that very frequently it is women who are in the more vulnerable position there, and both in the investigation of offences and in the handling of offences in court now. There is far greater sensitivity shown to victims and complainants in such cases, and absolutely rightly so. So the law is able to deal with these matters, it seems to me, as it stands, without the need for further primary legislation, though, as I say, the sentiments behind the amendments are entirely laudable, but can be picked up and captured elsewhere. So for those reasons, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think it's proper for the government to resist those three amendments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jill Furness.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would also like to add my commiserations to the Queen, the Royal Family, and of course the family of our very own Dame Cheryl Gillen. I really welcome this bill. It is a huge step in the right direction to better support victims of domestic abuse, and I want to thank all those who have worked so hard to make sure that this legislation has come forward. However, in passing this legislation, we must ensure that someone's migrant status does not prevent them from getting the support they need. One of the greatest challenges in tackling this abhorrent crime is the fact that all too often incidents go unreported. This problem is further exacerbated if victims are afraid to come forward because they fear doing so could lead to their deportation. For example, there is a risk that people are afraid to report their abuse if their right to be in the UK is dependent on them staying with their spouse. Everyone, no matter their migration status, deserves equal protection under the law. Amendment 40 regarding data sharing of immigration purposes is therefore a huge opportunity to reassure victims and witnesses that the details they share with police and other agencies will not be used for any immigration control purposes. This gives them confidence to come forward and report this often hidden crime. I'd now like to turn to Amendment 41 on leave to remain and the destitution domestic violence concession. The long, arduous process of reporting domestic abuse through to eventual conviction is immensely taxing for all victims. The stress that this causes is unmanageable if at the same time victims are having to secure their right to remain in the UK. This is also made worse by the policies which limit access to some key services for those subject to immigration control. Amendment 41 will enshrine into law the right for victims of domestic abuse to have a route towards being granted indefinite leave to remain. But importantly, it also guarantees their right to access services which could provide a vital lifeline. This could save lives. In building a global Britain, we must stand shoulder to shoulder with all victims of domestic abuse, no matter their country of origin. Not only do we have a moral responsibility to enact these changes, but as signatories to the Istanbul Convention on Preventing Violence Against Women and Girls, we have an international one too. One of the remaining hurdles towards full implementation of the Convention is equal protection on the grounds of migrant or refugee status. 8 years on from the UK becoming a signatory, it is a national embarrassment that the governments have repeatedly dithered and delayed its implementation. Amendments 40 and 41 will remove the stumbling block and pave the way towards Britain fulfilling its international and moral obligations. Domestic abuse has existed in the shadows for far too long. This legislation goes a significant way in protecting victims, and I hope members will support Amendments 40 and 41 to ensure these protections are available to all. Thank you.
Thank you. We now go to Ruth Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm delighted to be able to speak in this debate. There are some excellent additions to what was already a very strong bill. In particular, I'm delighted to speak to Lord's Amendment 35, which makes threats to share sexual photographs or videos of someone without their consent an offence punishable by up to 2 years in prison. I'd like to put on record my thanks to both Bill Ministers, my honourable friend the member for Loughton Horncastle and my honourable friend the member for Cheltenham, who I know have long supported these measures and worked hard to include them in this bill, and who have put up with me badgering them on this issue with good grace. I would also like to thank Baroness Morgan of Coates, whose expert and indeed noble badgering was successful in getting this amendment over the line in the other place. But most of all, I'd like to thank my constituent Natasha Saunders, or I should say my former constituent, because I've since lost her to the honourable member for North Herefordshire, though she assures me it's no reflection on her former Member of Parliament. Brave women like Natasha and brave men who have stood up and told their stories. It's one thing to campaign for changes to the law. It's much harder to speak publicly about the darkest moments of your life, the most personal and private moments. When we last debated this bill in this House, I shared some of Natasha's story. In her own words, the threat of those photos being shared was my worst nightmare. I had no choice but to comply with his continued abuse or face potential humiliation. The threat was always there, and as the years went on, it was like I ceased to exist. He made me feel invisible to everyone, and if I displeased him in any way, I knew he could use those pictures to ruin my reputation. Natasha has been working with Refuge, who I would also like to thank for their excellent research into this issue, which gave us the evidence base we needed. Refuge's Naked Threat report found that 1 in 14 people in England and Wales had been a victim of threats to share. 1 in 7 young women. Almost 4 in 5 women changed the way they behaved as a result of the threats, proving how much this law is needed. Threatening to expose someone at their most vulnerable because they have done or want to do something you don't like is a deeply sinister crime. It has already resulted in tragedy, and I know has contributed to trapping people in dangerous, abusive relationships. Now survivors will have a route to justice. I'm proud to vote for this amendment today. I'm even prouder of Natasha. She has decided to start on the journey from campaigner to Member of Parliament to do more to protect others from the horrors she suffered. And I very much hope, Madam Deputy Speaker, that she'll be joining us on these iconic green benches before long. Thank you.
Thank you. We now go by video link to Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And if I could first of all associate myself with the remarks of the Minister and the tributes to both His Royal Highness Prince Philip and Dame Cheryl Gillen. It is, as others have said, a privilege to be taking part in this debate again today. When this bill was first laid before Parliament, we were already aware of the need for protection for so many in our society. Roughly 2 million people a year in the UK, most of them women, are subject to some form of domestic abuse. And in the subsequent debate, we have heard some incredibly brave and moving stories. Throughout the COVID-19 crisis, we've seen domestic abuse figures increase exponentially. In the past month, we have become, if anything, even more aware of the need for this landmark legislation. As the Honourable Member for Birmingham Yardley expressed, it is our duty here, I believe, to reflect the demand for change we have seen and heard from so many in our society. This bill has certainly changed and developed over the past 4 years, been supported and shaped positively from both sides of the chamber, and become, I believe, stronger as a result. We've made progress and strengthened the bill in areas such as including children in the definition, protections for survivors of abuse in court, and our first steps towards making misogyny a hate crime. But it could still be stronger. There are important, significant areas where there is more work that we need to do. Migrant women. They should have the same protection as every other woman in our society. Getting out of a violent or abusive situation should not be dependent on where you come from. And for me, this is a critical point. The Istanbul Convention, as has already been mentioned, this country has signed, but the government has yet to ratify. Under that convention, you could not be denied support on the basis of your immigration status. But there is a specific amendment which I would ask the government to reconsider, and that's Lord's Amendment 42 on monitoring serious and serial perpetrators of domestic abuse and stalking. In the other place, my colleague Baroness Brinton spoke very powerfully from her own awful experience about the clear need to strengthen MAPA and introduce a register for serious and serial perpetrators of domestic abuse and stalking. That's why Lord's Amendment 42 is, I believe, so important, and we should oppose the government's attempt to replace it with a much weaker amendment. Tackling domestic abuse must include ensuring that the criminal justice system deals with obsessed serial perpetrators properly. I appreciate the Minister's explanation and that she sympathises and agrees with the objective of the amendment, but I'm afraid I cannot agree that there are not sufficient benefits to justify complications. There is no complication I can see that is ever too great to justify increasing protection to any of us at any time from anyone. We have heard numerous moving examples today already of the damage done to lives by repeat offenders. And Liberal Democrats do not believe that the government's amendment in lieu goes far enough, and therefore we will not support it. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill speaks to a problem which infects our society and threatens people, mostly women, in every part of the country, every day of the year. We are sending a message today from this place. Let's make it the strongest it can possibly be, and that when this bill reaches the legislation books, the landmark legislation is the strongest that it can possibly be.
Thank you. We now go by video link to Saki Bhatti.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I am privileged to speak in this debate today. And I'd first like to start by joining in the tributes to Dame Cheryl Gillen, who was an incredibly kind individual and will be sorely missed from the House. This really is a landmark piece of legislation which shows what the House is truly capable of when it works together, and I commend all of those that have been involved in bringing this bill to where it is. Of course, over the past year, we've experienced life in a very different way, often not being able to leave our homes. And for most of us, it has been incredibly difficult. But for victims of domestic abuse, the reality has been much harsher. Over the past year, victims of domestic abuse have often found themselves trapped with their abuser without any space, physical or emotional, between them. There's been a worrying increase in the demand for domestic abuse support, and that is seen across the country. In fact, just last night, I was contacted about someone who is a victim of domestic abuse who needed my support. It just happens way too often. There are two parts of the bill to which I will refer today, in the Lord's Amendment 42 and the now included provision of the threat to disclose intimate images through Amendment 35. On the latter, I will say this. Madam Deputy Speaker, in 2015, we recognised the manipulative and psychological power abusers had over victims when laws were introduced in relation to revenge porn, and we've seen over 900 abusers convicted as a result. However, I am relieved to see that the threat to disclose intimate images now is being addressed in this legislation, because the harm that is caused by threats is immeasurable and can leave an extremely deep and lasting psychological impact on the victims of these threats. It's a sinister and cowardly crime. In particular, I've also heard anecdotal stories of particular communities where honour plays a big role, where abusive husbands have threatened to disclose intimate images of their wives and their partners in an attempt to dishonour them in order to coercively control and manipulate them. And I hope that this bill goes a long way in letting those women know that this is not okay and that they aren't alone. And I obviously thank Baroness Morgan for all the hard work that she's done in getting this piece of legislation amended. I also believe that social media companies need to play their part in fulfilling their responsibility and in taking down any distressing or any manipulative images that may be classed as revenge porn, and doing it swiftly so that victims are protected. On Lord's Amendment 42, I have to say I do empathise with the intention and the spirit of the amendment. However, I accept the government's position on this. There is, of course, still more that can be done through existing systems and better use of the MAPPA framework. And as long as that is possible, the objective is the same, and if a way forward can be found through non-legislative means, then that is certainly worth exploring. And of course, as has already been said, domestic abuse doesn't just end when two partners and two individuals stop living with each other. By improving MAPPA, improving information sharing processes with different agencies and individuals, the message to those who commit these cowardly acts of violence, stalking or domestic abuse is very clear. Through this legislation, this government and this House is determined that you will feel the full force of the law. We will come for you and we will not let you get away with it. And for the victims of these heinous crimes, the message is simple. You are not alone and we will not let you suffer alone.
Thank you. Now we go to Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I associate myself with the comments today about the Duke of Edinburgh and Dame Cheryl Gillen. Madam Deputy Speaker, if we want to tackle violence against women, we need to change the conversation. We need to stop asking how we keep women safe, and we need to start asking how we stop the violence. I want to pay tribute to the many organisations and many members across this House who have devoted time and effort and energy to this bill and that conversation, whether Safe Lives, Refuge, Women's Aid, Southall Black Sisters, Laura Richards, to name but a few of the many. The bitter reality is that whatever political perspective we have come from, we have all known in the many years we've worked on this legislation, it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, because the conversation has all too often been about how women should keep themselves safe, rather than our responsibility to free them from harm. I welcome the agreement of the government to many changes to this legislation along its journey. Just today, we are discussing their acceptance of Lord Kennedy's amendment to stop doctors charging for medical evidence for domestic abuse victims, for example, to the changes on revenge porn, to treating crimes motivated by misogyny as hate crime and ensuring that the Police Act to record how hostility towards someone's sex or gender means women are targeted for assault, abuse and harassment. But in the time I have today, I want to urge the Minister to go further and to drop the government's opposition to those amendments where we ask a victim to fit a particular box rather than recognising that they all need our assistance to stop the violence. Amendments 1 to 3 recognise the abuse of disabled people by paid or unpaid carers. And we know that disabled women are twice as likely as their non-disabled counterparts to experience abuse. It is from those who we seek to support, our disabled sisters, who are their intimate contacts, people who we trust to undertake some of the most sensitive acts, whether personal care, emotional or financial matters. The Minister says that she can't accept these amendments because by giving those people who abuse their carers the protection of this bill, it would change the common law understanding of what domestic abuse is and somehow dilute the purpose of this legislation. But the point about this amendment is exactly about changing our understanding of what is abuse and where it happens and recognising who suffers from it. That this abuse takes place in a domestic setting and it is the result of an intimate relationship. For too long, those affected have been telling us about reviewing their evidence and saying that somehow they have to prove their case of why they can't keep themselves safe through existing legislation. It is time to recognise if we want to stop violence and abuse, we need to act and change the way we think about domestic abuse accordingly, and that's what Amendments 1 to 3 do. Many have already spoken about Amendment 41, because that ensures that we give migrant victims of abuse the help they need to leave abusive relationships, whatever their status. Without it, the government is asking us to make a decision on whether to keep a victim of violence safe, not on whether she's at risk, but whether she has the right stamp in her passport. It is a speech for another day, Madam Deputy Speaker, about the dysfunctionalities of the UKBA and its ability to manage our immigration service. But it is a simple matter of fact that for many victims of domestic abuse, they cover the cost of them getting support and help and access to a refuge through their ability to access public assistance. When we deny women access to that assistance due to their immigration status, we consign them to having no way out of harm. And indeed, as Refuge have pointed out, the numbers of survivors of abuse with no recourse to public funds is likely to increase post-Brexit under our new immigration proposals. So the need to address this is going to become even more pressing. The Minister said that migrant victims should be seen as victims first. Yet, as she can see from the super complaint and the evidence it reveals, the reality is they are all too often treated as potential criminals first and foremost when they come forward. We need not only to safeguard them from having their data shared, but give them protection from being exploited full stop. And that is what Amendment 41 does. Because there are contradictions already exposed in this debate. The Minister says that the key consideration for migrant victims is not their immigration status with one breath, and then says that victims of domestic violence should not have an automatic right to status in the UK. She says she needs more information and claims that these amendments are unnecessary as a result because she's reviewing the matter. I tell her as somebody who's had to deal with these cases in my constituency and who is a big, big fan of the work that Southall Black Sisters do, we don't need more reviews and more evidence because the evidence is painfully already there. She says there is support, but we know in 2019, for example, 4 in 5 migrant women were turned away from refuges due to their no recourse to public funds status. We have seen firsthand the women kept in those violent relationships because of their immigration status. We have given the testimony of the culture of fear they experience, not only of their abuser, but of the officials who are there supposedly to help them. I also say, as a former member of the Council of Europe, who had the privilege to serve on the Council of Europe alongside Dame Cheryl Gillian and learn from her in that institution, we cannot ratify the Istanbul Convention while we try to draw a distinction between women in the help they can get access to. Ministers told us that this wasn't the case, for example, when it came to treating women in Northern Ireland differently to do with their reproductive rights. And quite rightly, the Council of Europe told them otherwise. It is the same when it comes to drawing a distinction between migrant women and whether they can access support for being victims of domestic abuse. It is long overdue that we ratify the Istanbul Convention. We cannot let this stop us being able to do that, as one of the few countries left in Europe who has yet to do it. And I asked the Minister to talk to her counterparts in Europe to recognise how this will be a barrier to do that, as well as leaving women at risk in our communities. Finally, I want to turn to Amendment 42. Again, another matter on which there is much agreement in the House we need to act. But it is the best example in these amendments of how we can change the conversation and stop the violence that is caused by serial perpetrators and stalkers. The Minister tells us that this amendment isn't needed, that it isn't about the category of an offender, but how MAPA processes work and how her proposals for reform will address that. I understand the point that she's making, and I can see that there is some truth in the argument she's making about how services need to work together. Because the evidence shows time and time and time again, serial offenders, serial stalkers were left to target women without intervention. That for years, women have lived in fear and begged for help from the police to protect them, only to be told that they were being overdramatic. That's not me being overdramatic. Research shows how the constant dismissing and downplaying of stalking's serious nature means that on average, victims of the crime don't report to the police until the 100th incident. Shana Grice was fined for wasting police time before she was murdered by her stalker, a man who had been reported by 13 other women for stalking. Alice Ruggles was murdered by her ex-partner in 2016. The court heard how a restraining order had been taken out by an ex-girlfriend of his just 3 years earlier. But at the point at which Alice was begging the police for help, Northumbria police had no knowledge of this. Janet Scott, Pearl Black, Lena Kenzer, Maria Stubbins, Kerry McCauley, Molly McLaren, Holly Gizzard, Justine Rees, Kirsty Trelaw, Jane Clough, Lindsay Ashton, all of them cases in which serial perpetrators who had been violent and abusive to other women were involved before they were attacked. Minister, no one joined the dots. No one asked if they were at risk and acted. These women were sitting ducks. That is the system that you are defending today. The former Prime Minister says that putting someone's name on a list doesn't make a difference. Frankly, I disagree. It means that we can finally hold the police, not the victims, to account, because they would have direct accountability for the management of their behaviour. It makes stalking something the police have to recognise in its own right as something they need to stop, rather than something that women have to prove and manage. I pay tribute to the work that Laura Richards has done tirelessly to expose this situation and to fight for these changes, and to the noble Baronesses, Baroness Royal, Baroness Newlove, and also to Lord Russell for their work in the other place on this issue. Minister, we know this bill has been a marathon, but we are asking you to keep going just that extra mile, to use this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, to stop trying to defend the indefensible and the status quo, and to change that conversation so that we can stop the violence, to not allow perpetrators of these crimes to use these loopholes that these amendments close to continue the abuse. The evidence base is already there. It just now needs the political will to act. And I say to the House, if the Minister won't listen, we must vote for these amendments. Thank you.
Faye Jones.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I join colleagues in their tributes to Dame Cheryl Gillen. I knew her for 20 years from her role as Shadow Secretary of State and later Secretary of State for Wales. And I'm so very sorry she was gone. She would have made a fantastic speech today. Madam Deputy Speaker, it was an honour to sit on the Domestic Abuse Bill Committee last year, and I'm extremely proud that we have managed to prioritise this vital piece of legislation at this time. This legislation will serve to empower victims, communities and professionals to confront and challenge domestic abuse, and above all to provide victims with the support they deserve. I commend the Minister for her efforts in this area and the Shadow Minister, who has talked about the spirit with which this bill was forged. She is absolutely right. It has been made stronger all the way along by members on both sides, and I very much welcome that. I welcome the Government's support for some of the amendments which were laid in the other place. These amendments will create a standalone offence of non-fatal strangulation, extend the coercive and controlling behaviour offence to post-separation abuse, and criminalise threats to share intimate images. I also support the Government in opposing Lord's Amendment 41. I believe the amendment, as worded, could risk further exploitation of vulnerable individuals, as pointed out earlier on by the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead. This Government has made a significant step in supporting migrant victims today by announcing the scheme to be delivered by South or Black Sisters, and having met them when they gave evidence during the Bill Committee, I am confident they will be successful. Much of what we will discuss this afternoon will be addressed later this year as the Government looks at the Violence Against Women and Girls consultation. I commend the Government for acting fast and reopening that consultation in the wake of the horrific murder of Sarah Everard. I believe it's extremely positive that so many more contributions were made to that consultation. But while I have the Minister's ear, I will press again the need to do something about cyber flashing, where indecent images are spread using mobile devices on an unsolicited basis. This happens often on public transport. I was once flashed by a man on a night out in Cardiff, and I could have had him arrested, because doing it in person is a criminal offence. But if a person digitally exposes themselves unsolicited, then it's not currently the same offence. This needs to change. No one should be made to feel alarmed, distressed or intimidated as a result of being sent an unsolicited explicit photo. With so many more of our young people living their lives online with their own mobile phones, we need to put a stop to cyber flashing. I briefly want to mention the case of Ruth Dodsworth. For those of us in Wales, Ruth Dodsworth is a very familiar face. She is a TV and weather presenter on ITV Wales. Yesterday, Ruth's ex-husband was jailed for 3 years after making Ruth's life a misery for 9 long years. He was verbally abusive and physically violent. He followed her to work, put a tracker on her car, and even used her fingerprint to open her phone while she was sleeping to read its contents. Every day, Ruth went to work and read the weather forecast in a sunny, positive manner, completely concealing the horror that she was facing at home. I raise this point not only to praise Ruth's bravery and incredible courage, but to remind victims everywhere that you do not have to put a smile on your face and pretend you're okay and get on with it. The police and the criminal justice system are there to support you when you come forward. Ruth's case shows that this is not something that is happening in the shadows to women we do not know. We all know a victim of domestic abuse, whether we know it or not. This bill is landmark legislation which will go a significant way to protecting the estimated 2.4 million victims of domestic abuse each year, and I urge its swift passage through these houses. Before I close, may I just single out the work that has been going on in my local area in Powys, and particularly applaud Powys County Council's Children's Services. Recently I met their head of service, Jan Coles, and she talked me through the outstanding work they have been doing to support children victims of domestic abuse. This work has obviously been made so much more difficult during the recent pandemic, and I want to put on record my thanks for what they've done. Powys were one of the first local authorities to quickly get vulnerable children into school hubs at the same time as key worker children, and I commend them for that effort. Finally, I want to thank all of the brave survivors and tireless organisations who've given evidence during the passage of this bill. This bill is stronger because of them. I give it my full support, and I'm proud to have played a very small part in it.
Laura Paris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I would also like to pay tribute to the great Cheryl Gillen, an inspirational and supportive colleague whose presence is felt very strongly on this side of the House. This bill returns to us in a different shape, in a better shape, to the way that it left us. The amendments don't just add content, but they expand the framework through which domestic abuse in all its insidious complexity is understood as something that may well outlive the relationship. I've seen through work I've done with a particular constituent of mine that coercive or controlling behaviour can live long after the couple have stopped living under the same roof. That recognises certain forms of abuse, the threat of certain forms of abuse can be as pernicious as the act itself. I pay tribute to the Honourable Member for Rushcliffe and the beautiful way that she expressed the shame and the humiliation that lies at the heart of revenge porn, which is an offence irrespective of whether it's actually carried out. And that the amendments provide protection against sexual violence that do not depend on any particular relationship status. Revenge porn, the prohibition on the rough sex defence, non-fatal strangulation, they're all examples of this, and I pay tribute to Baroness Newlove for succeeding where we failed. This bill has evolved, in part, into a very significant body of law on sexual violence that says to women, it doesn't matter if he is your husband or he is just someone that you met on Tinder. If he tries to choke you, that is a crime. If he tries to silence you by saying that he will share images of you online, that is a crime. If he hurts you, whether through choking or anything else, and says that you were up for it, that won't work, that's a crime. And this comes at a very important moment in a national conversation we're having, because we know it's happening because of the countless women who have submitted their stories, for example, to the campaign group We Can't Consent to This, in the last 18 months, detailing terrifying sexual violence in intimate encounters, or the more than 14,000 young women who submitted anonymous testimonies on Everyone's Invited, particularly describing sharing online images, or the 40% of young women who told the BBC in 2019 that they had experienced unwanted strangulation. And what we've heard time and time again, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that they just thought it was normal. They didn't think that they could report it. And for now, these changes meet that challenge and they give women a route to justice in respect of these crimes. And I want to just speak very briefly on the issue of judicial training. And I'd just like to start by reminding the House of what the Court of Appeal said about this in an appeal it heard on domestic abuse about a fortnight ago. They said, domestic abuses are often not crystal clear, but where there is detailed guidance and judicial training, we tend to find the number of appeals is smaller. And I would like to talk about judicial training in the context of non-fatal strangulation, something that I've raised with Lord Wolfson. Because subsection 2 of that clause says that the offence is vitiated by consent. Now, I understand as a matter of law and principle why that is, but we do need to be realistic about what the offence looks like. First of all, we know that it is occurring frequently, and we know that it occupies a sprawling kind of grey area. As the Centre for Women's Justice put it, there is growing pressure on young women to consent to violent, dangerous and demeaning acts like strangulation, most likely due to the widespread availability and use of extreme pornography. So without proper training from the Judicial College, it's easy to see how the defence could be used to lead to an acquittal. Very often, perhaps always, the victim will have consented to sex in the first place. She may, on a previous occasion, have consented to strangulation or something like it under duress or a desire to please. And by the time she reports to the police, she may not have very strong evidence of physical injury. We know from precedent like the Samuel Price case in 2015 on very similar facts that her history will be used against her in evidence and that it will be relevant. So I think judicial training is imperative so that a case founded on these facts is not destined to fail. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we go by video link to Debbie Abrams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I would also like to associate myself with the colleagues' remarks about the sadness of the passing of His Royal Highness the Prince Philip, our dear colleague Dame Cheryl Gillen, and also, of course, Baroness Shirley Williams in the other place, and I send my sincere condolences to their families and friends. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will be supporting the Lord's amendments to this important bill tonight. That we should need a domestic abuse bill is a sad indictment of our society. But the facts speak for themselves. In England and Wales, 2 women a week will die at the hands of their partner, ex-partner, or a family member. Yes, domestic abuse affects men as well, but most abuse is directed at women. 73 years on from the commitment to universal human rights, which declare that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, that women are equal to men, our fundamental rights to life is being denied by too many. This violence against women and girls in a domestic or wider setting has context. For some, girl babies are seen as less important than boy babies. Daughters who are deemed to have shamed their families are punished, sometimes fatally. Too many still see their wives and daughters as chattels. Too many justify rape on how women dress. Our right to an education, to marry who we wish, to work in whatever job we wish, only limited by our abilities, not by prejudice and discrimination, and to be paid equally for that work still eludes us. If we want to stop violence against women, including in the home, we need cultural change. Society needs to stop paying lip service to women's rights and treat women equally in every aspect of life. And this culture change requires leadership. In addition to the cultural context, if we are going to try and prevent domestic abuse, we also need to recognise its drivers, including socioeconomic conditions. Yesterday, at the Work and Pensions Select Committee, we heard evidence that although domestic abuse happens in all walks of life, being under financial pressure is associated with an increased risk of abuse. Poverty cannot be decoupled from abuse. It is both a cause and a consequence. The lack of provision in the bill to address wider cultural issues in the socioeconomic context associated with abuse were discussed at a recent Oldham Round Table looking at the impacts of COVID on domestic abuse over the last year. In addition to these gaps, I noted with some concern that the detection of abuse at community level didn't translate into incidents reported to the police. Reflecting national patterns, during the first lockdown in Oldham, the average number of cases at Marrick doubled every fortnight, and the numbers of children on child protection plans following domestic abuse concerns increased by 41%. But this wasn't reflected in the numbers of domestic abuse incidents reported to the police, which has remained fairly static at around 400 a month. And obviously this suggests that domestic abuse has been underreported and there's an increased problem of hidden abuse, and colleagues have been discussing this as we've been going along. But the concerns raised in Oldham about the provisions in the bill were particularly related to, firstly, the issues around victims with complex needs, secondly, victims with no recourse to public funds, and then around the practical implementation of the bill and its funding mechanisms. So in relation to victims with complex needs, including disabled people or people with mental health condition, there were concerns that on top of the shortage of refuge places ordinarily, that the new duty to support a victim in safe accommodation and the availability of appropriately adapted or supported safe accommodation was a concern. That basically, Madam Deputy Speaker, that there aren't enough places. I would also like to support my honourable friend and other colleagues who've been raising the disappointment regarding the government's position on the abuse of disabled women by their carers and the lack of support for the Lord's Amendment on this. We think this is very short-sighted. I also echo colleagues' remarks concerning the Lord's Amendments to address the lack of support for women for no recourse to public funds and predominantly, but not exclusively, migrant women. Currently, the Destitution Domestic Violence Concession Scheme is a lengthy and bureaucratic process, leaving these women in limbo, often without access to the support they need, and we need to change that. On the practicalities of implementing the bill, there are concerns that timescales for local authorities will be challenging in the context of an ongoing pandemic, and particularly in regards to the requirements to have local strategies in place by August this year, and budget allocations spent by April 2022. Similarly, in relation to the funding issues, there is concern that the funding will be being skewed towards services around the narrowly defined duty for local authorities at the expense of other essential support services, and that needs to be addressed. Given the timescales, local authorities will need to commit funding in advance of the strategic framework being ready and may not be able to spend the full allocation within this year. So again, I do hope the Minister will be able to address these remarks in her closing statement. This is a good move. This bill is a good move forward, but I do believe that by supporting the Lord's amendments, this could be an even stronger bill, and I hope colleagues will support it. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Virginia Crosby.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I too would like to pay tribute to Dame Cheryl Gillen. She gave me and so many others much support and encouragement on our journeys to this place, and she is an inspiration to us all. It's a privilege to speak in this important debate, and it was an honour to sit on the Domestic Abuse Bill last year, and I commend the Ministers and members on both sides of this House for the hard work that went into and is behind this bill. And as we focus on the recent Lord's amendments to the Domestic Abuse Bill, it's important that we remember what we're now debating is the finer detail of a bill that will, as it already stands, deliver a radical change to the way that domestic abuse is defined and legislated against. Not only does this bill extend the definition of domestic abuse to include coercive and controlling behaviour, but it also extends the definition of those who suffer to include children. For thousands of adults in the UK, the abuse they witnessed as a child will have had a profound and long-lasting effect. Many suffer deep trauma from the verbal, emotional and financial abuse they witnessed as children, which was perpetrated on and by the people they trusted to be their primary carers. What we see and experience at an early age forms the basis of our future expectations, our own patterns of behaviour and our health and well-being outcomes. It is devastating, therefore, to be exposed to any kind of abuse, including controlling and coercive behaviour in our formative years. Studies have shown that children who witness domestic abuse often have the same poor life outcomes as those who are actually abused. They have the same likelihood of developing PTSD as soldiers returning from war. They are more likely to experience stress-related physical illnesses and mental health problems throughout their life. And they're more likely to exhibit health-damaging behaviours such as smoking and drug taking. And crucially, they are 2 to 3 times more likely to attempt suicide. Charities like Gorwell in my constituency of Anismore see this time and time again. In addition to refuges and support for both men and women who are direct victims of domestic abuse, they also offer specialist provision for children and young people who are dealing with the effects of domestic abuse. But they can only do so much. Madam Deputy Speaker, through this bill broadening the definitions of domestic abuse, we can improve the lives not just of the children of today, but of the adults of tomorrow. And that is why this bill is so important, and that is why I commend the hard work that's gone into ensuring that it's fit for purpose and serve the needs of the adults and of the children of the UK.
Now we go to Beth Winter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Domestic Abuse Bill provides an opportunity to deliver transformational change in the approach to tackling domestic abuse and violence. And many of the Lord's amendments which I wish to support today strengthen the bill considerably. Domestic abuse and violence sadly remains endemic in this country, while unmet need remains a problem. These services have suffered under austerity. 1 in 6 refuges in the UK have closed since 2010, while at the same time demand has increased, especially during the pandemic. Welsh Women's Aid showed that there was a 32% increase in referrals to community-based support during this period. Having worked in women's refuges and with victims of domestic abuse, I have witnessed the devastating impact it has on people's lives, women of all ages and backgrounds, their children, families, friends and communities. And I've seen how severe funding constraints hamper the development of effective services. I want to pay tribute to the excellent work carried out by Women's Aid in my constituency of Cynon Valley, in spite of these challenges. Regarding the proposed amendments, I strongly support the Lord's Amendment 40, which would allow those migrants without leave to remain in the UK to safely report domestic abuse without the threat of immigration control. This amendment is critical in order to overcome the reluctance and fear that migrant women have to access services. I also support Amendment 41, which would grant these survivors temporary leave to remain and access to public funds while they flee abuse and resolve their immigration status. I also support Lord's Amendment 43, which requires that all victims of domestic abuse receive equally effective protection and support, regardless of their status, including migrants and groups sharing a protected characteristic status, such as older or younger victims, disabled people, ethnic minorities and LGBTQ victims. The clause is drafted in line with Article 4.3 of the Istanbul Convention that the Government is committed to ratify. I'm pleased also to support the amendments 47 and 48, which acknowledge the authority of the Senedd in Wales and prevents the Secretary of State from undermining devolution agreements. But I'd like to make further reference to the situation in Wales, as I feel Wales can be held up as a beacon of good practice. We already have the Violence Against Women, Domestic Abuse and Sexual Violence Act, which was passed in 2015, accompanied by a national strategy in 2016. Together, they set out measures to improve prevention, protection and provision of support to tackle domestic abuse, taking a multi-agency and collaborative approach. So I would respectfully suggest that yet again, Wales is ahead of the game and England can learn from us. However, the good work already done is hampered by a decade of cuts from central government. Women's Aid estimates £393 million is needed for domestic abuse services annually. We need secure, sustainable, long-term funding from central government, and this includes reversing the 41% real terms cut in legal aid expenditure on civil domestic violence cases since 2012. Therefore, alongside this bill and these amendments, I also call for those resources to be made available so that there is the effective protection and support available to all victims of domestic abuse. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Mrs. Maria Miller. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I again associate myself with the remarks with regards to the passing of Prince Philip and also our wonderful colleague, Cheryl Gillen. Madam Deputy Speaker, this was a bill announced 4 years ago, and 2 generations later, two general elections later, it feels like generations, we're on the cusp of the bill going onto the statute book, and I think that's important to think about the time and the perspective to try and understand how the evolution of this bill is really reflecting the very much broader way society now understands the many forms of violence against women. And whilst I completely agree with my honourable friend on the front bench, the Minister, that we cannot dilute the focus of this bill from that specifically about domestic violence, and we're right to resist Laws Amendments 1 to 3 to expand the application of the bill to include paid and unpaid carers. We do need to acknowledge that this bill is not the same as it started out, and that is because of the way in which we have seen and been appalled by the way in which violence affects women's lives. So we have an opportunity in this bill to ensure that women and girls know they don't have to suffer abusive behaviour without having support of the criminal justice system. But we also need the government to make sure that there is consistency across all elements of government policy in this respect. When it comes to schools, when it comes to online, when it comes to workplaces, we have to make sure that government strategy reflects that there is no place anywhere in our society for abuse and violence against women. And I hope the Minister, who I know feels this as strongly as I do, will make sure that this is reflected in the new strategy that she puts forward for the government in the coming months, because at the moment there are inconsistencies there, and that is confusing and undermining for women. Can I really welcome the approach that the government's taken, and particularly the Minister, and the spirit of collaboration and cooperation across the House, because I think that's important on an issue like this. It's important that this bill is not about what the Conservative Party thinks or what the Labour Party thinks. It's about what society thinks about women's roles. And that is hugely important when it comes to one of the issues that my right honourable friend, the member for Maidenhead, set out, which is that this bill will only benefit if the police and the judiciary actually put it into practice. And in demonstrating that this is an issue that society feels strongly about and transcends individual party interests, we demonstrate that they have to really embed it in their training system really more than that, they embed it in their culture and their ethos that violence against women is not acceptable within our society. And I really do commend the cooperative approach that the government has taken, and I certainly saw that when I chaired the joint committee scrutinising this bill, which feels like a lifetime ago. And indeed, the government addressed almost all of the recommendations that the committee put forward. And we should not forget how far, in considering these amendments today, more than 80 amendments, we shouldn't forget how far this bill has taken us in terms of that culture change that we need to see. You know, establishing the commissioner, the definition, the stopping cross-examination by perpetrators, and access to special measures. I mean, these things cannot be taken for granted, and that's why, in its own right, we need this bill to get onto the statute books. We need it to start to happen, not just continue to talk about it. And that's why I really hope this is the last debate we have on this bill for that reason. Two of the amendments I particularly like to speak in support of that the government is taking on board today. The first being the disclosure of public and private intimate images, Laws Amendment 35, because as other honourable members and right honourable members have said, it recognises a crime that really has an appalling impact on those that have a threat to publish intimate and private images, and really pay tribute to Refuge and their Naked Threat campaign. But let's just ponder a moment what my honourable friend, the member for Rushcliffe, said in her contribution today, reminding us that 1 in 7 women have experienced a threat to share an image in this way. And I fear, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is something that is only going to be of increasing problem to us because of the way in which we have failed to tell young people that they should not be sharing intimate images of themselves, that not only is it against the law, but that this will be potentially an image that they will never be able to remove from the internet for the rest of their lives. We have failed to tell them that. So in speaking in support of Amendment 35, can I also urge the Minister to make sure that we are telling young people in our newly mandatory sex and relationship education, which again, after 20 years of debate, we now have in the statute books and in effect from last September, but we need to tell young people they cannot do this. This is against the law, and this is not something which is a normal part of growing up. And we still have not landed that message. And as my honourable friend, the member for Rushcliffe, said, you know, her constituent Natasha and her story there was coming from an adult's perspective, but there will be hundreds and thousands of young women and men who will be listening to this debate today knowing that they also live in fear of intimate images being released about that they know that others have. So this is a ticking time bomb and something which I hope that my right honourable friend on the front bench and other ministers will be addressing even more directly within the Online Harms Bill and in response to the Law Commission's much overdue consultation on intimate image abuse. And that will be not only looking at the publication of images, but also issues like cyber flashing as well, which my honourable friend for Brecon and Radnorshire also mentioned in her contribution. The other amendment that I'd just like to very briefly speak in support of is Laws Amendment 36, which again around non-fatal strangulation. In various evidence that I've taken as chair of the Women and Equality Select Committee and also chairing the joint committee on this bill, we took evidence from young people under the age of 18 about the way in which strangulation had become a routine part of their sexual experiences. And I don't think we can underestimate this at all. And again, I go back to my message to the Minister about telling young people this is unlawful, that strangulation or simulated strangulation or semi-strangulation is not part of a normal loving relationship. If we don't tell young people that, and they're still having considerable access to extreme pornography, then we cannot expect to see anything happening with regards to tackling the aggression rather than simply punishing the offenders. Madam Deputy Speaker, In terms of the one hanging thread, I think, that remains from our joint committee inquiry into and scrutiny of this bill was the issue of those women, those individuals have no recourse to public funds. I do think it was a hanging thread. It wasn't addressed at all in the bill when we scrutinised it at committee stage. And I think it is a real and correctly an issue that we need to debate today and we need to get right. And I just want to press the Minister a little further on this, because no one wants to create a system which has an unintended consequence for migrant women of potentially putting them into a situation where they could be subject to further abuse as a result of the way that our system of support works. And the Joint Committee, when we took evidence, saw that there were very strong views on both sides when it comes to the support that would be in place for migrant women particularly. We took very strong evidence which said that a complete firewall was not always in the best interest in terms of data, Madam Deputy Speaker, was not always in the best interest of victims. And we made a recommendation that there should be a much more robust Home Office policy with regards to the use of firewalls and data and in terms of practice, in terms of separating policy and practice from the support with regards to immigration control. I think the Minister has put forward a way forward on this with the pilot scheme that she has announced, the Support for Migrants Victims scheme. But I'm really feeling that we need more detail about this, and we need to understand what will happen as a result of this pilot. £1.5 million. Will this be sufficient funding for the number of women who find themselves in a situation where they're suffering domestic abuse, yet they have no recourse to support? What will be the metrics used to determine whether or not the pilot has been successful? How will it be rolled out? It's there to find more information because the government felt that there was insufficient evidence to really shape a policy in this area. But I think we really need to see from the government more details about how this scheme, when it ends in 12 months' time, will be evaluated and then taken forward. We cannot allow ourselves to be continually in the situation where we don't know how to put in place a long-term scheme to support migrant women who find themselves in this situation. And I hope the Minister might at least be able to indicate today when we could expect to get more information and more details, and maybe she could provide a briefing to those of us who follow these things very closely. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, the bill was framed as a gateway to the ratification of the Istanbul Convention. And I think that that's important because, as an honourable member has already mentioned, we need to get ratification of the Istanbul Convention. So I'm hoping that once this bill goes onto the statute books, that is what will happen. Again, maybe the Minister would want to comment on that. But this bill is another clear action of this government's commitment to helping tackle the culture of violence towards women in this country. But there is much more to do, especially in the online world, and to keep our efforts going in terms of stopping violence against girls and women around the world. We need to make sure that we keep our focus on this very significant issue. And abuse, and I think by having this debate in the House of Commons today, we're showing that abuse is no longer something which will be tolerated in this country, that there is no place for violence against women at all. And in the bill going forward today, I know that we will be adding yet another important piece of legislation to the statute books to ensure that women are safer in their day-to-day lives in our country.
We now go to Alex Davis-Jones.
Diolch, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I also echo colleagues' comments and put on the record that my thoughts are with the royal family as well as the friends and family of Dame Cheryl Gillen at this difficult time. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is crystal clear that this bill on the whole is extremely welcome, and the strength of feeling across the country is that this bill has genuine potential to transform lives. It was a privilege to sit on the Bill Committee last year, and I am proud of just how far the bill in its current form has come. As the chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Perpetrators of Domestic Abuse, I also welcome with open arms the government's recent short-term investments into perpetrator work. What remains crucial, however, is for the government to publish a comprehensive perpetrator strategy, one that addresses all of the gaps identified in the debates in the other place. And this strategy must be driven by the data. At the moment, with current practices, we have no real idea around the true extent of the number of women losing their lives at the hands of a known perpetrator. Lord's Amendment 42 is utterly crucial if we are to get the real assessment of the extent of the issue. By forcing the government to provide a comprehensive perpetrator strategy for domestic abusers and stalkers within 1 year of the Domestic Abuse Act being passed, we will be able to improve the identification, assessment and management of perpetrators to ensure a more coordinated approach to data collection across England and Wales. This is critical to tackling domestic abuse in all of its forms, and without an accurate picture, it is undeniable that cases will continue to fall through the net. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is utterly shameful that we are living in a country where one woman is killed by a partner, ex-partner or family member every 3 days, when many of these perpetrators of violence have a history of abuse. A multi-agency approach to managing risk is central to our ability to getting to grips of this crisis. As the Honourable Member for Normanton, Pontefract and Castleford raised in her contributions today, only a few weeks ago, peers in the other place overwhelmingly voted for plans to add convicted serial domestic abusers and stalkers to a high-risk offenders register. There is an obvious need and desire for police forces and specialist agencies to have the tools available to them, to allow them for a cohesive approach to both preventing perpetrators from offending again, but also to protect victims going forward too. Amendment 42, as passed in the Lords, has the incredible potential to do just that. Yet today we see ministers calling on MPs to vote to drop these plans. Madam Deputy Speaker, we all sadly know the horrendous stories. We've all seen the headlines and we all know those women. Yet the hard truth is that simply too often women are losing their lives at the hands of a perpetrator who has a history of abusive behaviour. This is an utterly shameful reality, and I just find it incomprehensible that the government are failing to support action against serial abusers who often pose the most serious risk of violence to women and girls. There is no proper system for identifying these perpetrators, no system to monitor them, and no system to centralise this vital data which can assist in managing the risks and odds of future abuse occurring when making initial risk assessments. I struggle to see how this can still be the case when we have known for years just how deeply rooted violence against women and girls and domestic abuse in this country is. And indeed, I pay tribute to campaigners like Laura Richards, a former violent crime analyst for the Met Police and the founder of the Paladin National Stalking Advocacy Service. She's been fighting for legislation covering monitoring arrangements for serial and high-harm domestic abuse and stalking perpetrators for years, and this is our chance to make that happen. Madam Deputy Speaker, domestic abuse is not inevitable. It is not something new. It is possible to prevent. Lord's Amendment 42 is just a vital step forward, yet I find myself today facing a government who just doesn't seem to get it. The Minister made some interesting remarks in her opening contribution around Lord's Amendment 42. She mentioned that the government have concerns around the complexities of adding the existing multi-agency public protection arrangements. But surely she must recognise that if the government's hesitancy is around logistical challenges as opposed to statutory frameworks, then this opens up some important questions about the government's ability to seriously apply the intricacies of this bill in practice. Now, whilst I'm grateful for honest assessment in recognising that there is more that the Home Office can be doing to improve the current arrangements, I urge MPs to vote to keep Lord's Amendment 42 in the bill and to not agree with the government in their rejection of the motion on this amendment. Diolch.
Sarah Brickley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a very important bill. In April of last year, I made my maiden speech during the second reading of this bill, and in that speech I talked about my passion to support those who need it the most, and many members across the House have explained how far this bill has actually come over the years, and it's really important to see those changes made. So I'm proud to be supporting this bill today, as it protects and gives new rights to the victims. The Minister said in her speech during the committee stages of the bill that over 2.4 million people are not safe in their own homes and are subjected to scarring abuse. This is a huge figure, and I'm glad that the government has responded to the voices of the victims with this bill, which is set to transform millions of lives. And I want to thank everybody who shared their personal experiences and that have contributed to this bill. But before going further, I'd like to acknowledge the work of my local victim support services in Hyndburn Police and Hyndburn and Ribble Valley Domestic Violence Team. These organisations have given a lifeline to domestic abuse victims in my constituency, as statistics continue to show the prevalence of domestic violence in households across the country. And I speak quite regularly to Debbie, who also runs the Emily Davison Centre in my constituency, and some of the harrowing stories that she's told me and the way that COVID has exacerbated the domestic abuse that we've seen in homes, and actually that they've had to completely adapt the services that they provide, and it's much more about the wraparound care that they've had to give. All of the amendments I agree with the sentiments, and I'm pleased to see the amendments accepted, such as Lord's Amendment 36 and Lord's Amendment 35 on what we know as revenge porn and sharing those images. Just the thought to be in that position, and basically, especially in professional positions, we will have seen it and we've heard about that. The thought that somebody could share that image and everything that you've worked for is gone due to that one action of somebody who previously, and again, a lot of people will have previously loved and thought that that would never happen to them. I really do welcome the Minister's comments about the strategy review and the need to reform, and I welcome the support for Migrants Victims Scheme, and would like to hear the Minister address, as was previously mentioned by my honourable friend, the member for Basingstoke, specifically what this looks like. I think that's really important for us all. What we see is that this bill goes beyond previous definitions of domestic abuse and highlights the harrowing impact of emotional and coercive abuse. This definition is in place for victims who felt that their concerns were not legitimate when criticised by their partner, making them believe that the problem was always their fault. And this bill reinforces the rights of victims and shows perpetrators that they can't get away with physical or emotional abuse anymore. And like I've said previously, we're joining together now to say that it's absolutely not okay. Madam Deputy Speaker, I got into politics to help those who have no voice, and this landmark bill does just that. I'm proud of the difference that this government is making to the lives of people across the UK with this bill and the cross-party support that we've seen as we've moved through all of the stages. And I haven't been around to go through all the stages, but what I have seen is that support has done tremendous work in making the bill the one it is today.
We now go to Afsana Begum.
I rise to speak in support of amendments passed by the Lords which seek to protect those suffering from all forms of domestic abuse, regardless of factors such as age and immigration status. The no recourse to public funds condition means that migrant victims face an increased risk of abuse with limited support services to turn to. This is why I support amendments for support to be provided regardless of immigration status. The Minister today announced £1.5 million of funds to an immediate support programme targeted to migrant women. She mentioned data collection of this programme to inform potentially a more sustainable programme in the future. What many migrant victims will be asking today is, should they come forward to receive help from the government-funded programme? What kind of data about the support they will receive will be collected? And is the risk of immigration enforcement and deportation the same, if not higher? Further, questions remain as to what assurances there will be that this pilot will see migrant women's experiences of abuse believed, that they will not be seen through a lens of suspicion, where many are seen to be exaggerating their experiences of abuse, and even accused of lying in order to be granted indefinite leave to remain. This against the backdrop of an increasingly inaccessible and restrictive immigration system. Madam Deputy Speaker, if we can recognise that abusers threaten to inform authorities and exploit fears of deportation, why can't we recognise the fear that victims have in coming forward to seek help when perpetrators use such systems to perpetuate their control? The HMIC, RFS, College of Policing and the IOPC said only last year that police forces should restrict the sharing of information about vulnerable victims of crime, such as in cases of domestic abuse, with immigration enforcement, because the current system has been causing significant harm to the public. The government needs to address this now, because addressing this means recognising migrant victims for the victims that they are, where they are. Today, it's positive that there is now a recognition that the harm caused by domestic abuse is far-reaching, Madam Deputy Speaker, and that in order for us to fight against it, there must be a coordinated response across a variety of government departments. I do welcome the government accepting amendments on areas such as the prohibition of charging for GP letters, but these concessions must be seen in the context of the government continuing to strip away provision after provision, benefit after benefit, community space after community space, so support for those in need continues to weaken. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, as the chair of the APPG on domestic abuse and violence, I'd like to pay tribute to the tireless work of those that have gone before me, my predecessor in chair, the member for Birmingham Yardley, and the many, many campaigners that have fought with such bravery and determination to stand up against domestic abuse and injustice, empowering people who too long have had no voice with support and rights. People like myself, as a survivor of domestic abuse, I cannot overemphasize how quite literally life-changing and life-saving this support and solidarity can be. This is why it's truly been a privilege to be able to stand in this House and participate in the process of making the protections in this groundbreaking piece of legislation a reality, because I think we can never really stop our work in this area until no one has to go through what I have and what so many of us continue to be subjected to. This is why the amendments passed by this House, by the House of Lords in particular, are so vital, and I really urge the House today to do the right thing today accordingly. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Richard Graham.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a great honour to speak in this debate and to follow two moving and passionate speeches from the members for Hinburn and for Poplar and Limehouse. But can I start by first paying tribute to three former colleagues who have so recently died. We paid our tributes earlier this week to His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh, but today, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I may, I want to pay some tribute to Dame Cheryl Gillen, Right Honourable Member for Chesham and Amersham, and the former Honourable Members for East Surrey, Peter Ainsworth, and for West Gloucestershire, Paul Marland. All three were, in their ways, colleagues of the greatest fun and compassion in doing serious work. Dame Cheryl, in particular, I want to thank for the advice she gave me when I joined our party board. Peter Ainsworth, who I've known since university, was a man of wide talents who played an important role after leaving this place in the big lottery and the Church Conservation Trust, and was the only member of the Shadow Cabinet to vote against the Iraq War. And Paul Marland, who was the first Conservative MP for West Gloucestershire and represented that constituency, neighbouring my constituency of Gloucester for 18 years, should give everybody who aspires to be in politics the belief that if you can keep trying, you will succeed, for he succeeded at the fourth attempt, Madam Deputy Speaker. Turning now to this incredibly important bill, the Domestic Abuse Bill, I can't help but note today the number of speakers who've recognised, firstly, the importance of the bill, and secondly, that the bill has got better, as the Right Honourable Member for Normanton, Pontefract and Castleford spelt out very clearly. And I think it is worth recognising how long work on this bill has gone on for. In fact, the Right Honourable Member for Basingstoke at one point briefly suggested that work first started on this 2 generations ago, rather than 2 general elections ago, which was what she meant. And it probably feels like that for the ministers and those on the Bill Committee who've been involved. It's been a huge amount of work, and I want to pay particular tribute to the two ministers who I think have been most closely involved, my honourable friend for Louth and Hornchurch and my neighbour, my honourable friend for Cheltenham. But there have been others as well. And so to all of those on all sides of the House, I want to pay tribute for the importance of what they're doing. And I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is important that there are men speaking in this debate too. There is a danger that the domestic abuse bill is only about women and only women should speak. And it's incredibly important that those of us who are very conscious of domestic abuse issues, constituents who've had problems, people in our own offices and families who've been victims of domestic abuse can be represented by men on this issue as well as female members. Now, there is, of course, a hazard of a bill like this, which is it attracts all sorts of other things which are not really strictly to do with domestic abuse. One member referred to the fact there was nothing on stalking here. Another referred to issues about abuse of carers on people with disabilities, all incredibly important issues, but I think not within the scope of this bill. But what we have heard today is that amendments have been made which do, I think, definitely improve it. Lord's Amendment 36, for example, on non-facial strangulation. Members for Bromley and Chislehurst made the important point about what a difference this will make. Measures now taken to address banning rough sex, measures against reverse pornography, an offence unknown when I left university, but one very much known to my children as they leave university. So those concerns are incredibly welcome, as are new protections for children. And I think an important one in terms of protecting victims of domestic abuse after the perpetrators have left the shared home. And I know certainly of one case where a court order has banned someone from any contact with his previous partner, but they live in the same part of Gloucestershire where there is only one supermarket. And so almost inevitably there is a risk of bumping into each other in this place, and very difficult to implement a court order of that kind in some places. Madam Deputy Speaker, the other thing I think the government should be given credit for was the business of reopening the consultation in the wake of the horrific death of Sarah Everard, and the huge number of contributions to that consultation surely were a reminder to us all of how important domestic abuse is as an issue, and how many people did have stories that they wanted to share. And I think we will all have benefited from understanding the strength of public feeling on these issues. So there are lots of good things here. There are two things, however, that I would very much like the Minister, when wrapping up, to respond to. The first one is in terms of Amendment 41, which was originally raised, I think I'm right in saying, in their Lordship's House as Amendment 70 in the name of Bishop Rachel of Gloucester. Now, there are very few times when I would remotely wish to disagree with my own bishop, who is making a huge difference to her diocese. But on this one, I am led to believe by the Minister that in fact the pilot projects which have started will be rolled out and extended further across the country, and that there is a very clear intent, both in the bill and in the departments involved, that anyone who suffers from domestic abuse, whatever their immigration status, will be protected and given all the support that is needed, but that this is separate from the issue of whether someone has immigration status of the right to remain or not. And so I would be grateful if the Minister could confirm what will happen to the pilot projects. Secondly, then, on Amendment 42, several speakers today, including, I believe, the Shadow Minister, have referred to the tragic death of young hairdresser Holly Gazzard in my constituency some years ago, a case which I know more than I ever imagined I would know about a case of this kind. And I did manage to check with her father, Nick Gazzard, who now runs the Holly Gazzard Trust. And it is true, Madam Deputy Speaker, that Nick Gazzard does believe there is a need for a separate register for serial offenders to make sure that prolific and serious abusers are visible to various organisations. Now, I will have a separate conversation with Nick Gazzard about this, because I think it is possible, and the police minister is in his place on the front bench and may be able to comment on this. I think it is perfectly possible for police constabularies to make sure that they add the names of serial or prolific offenders of domestic abuse to the risk offender list, and that it is not necessarily essential to have a separate list. But it is vital, I think, to try and address this point that Nick Gazzard has made in the wake of the tragic murder of his daughter, that various organisations are able to see the names of serial high-risk offenders in order to try and make sure that we have less incidents of this in the future. And I hope the Minister will comment on that at the end. Let me finish, Madam Deputy Speaker, by saying that if one hazard of all legislation is that all sorts of other issues are laden onto a specific bill, another is that a bill can be lost at the end of a parliamentary session. We've heard today from a number of speakers on the opposition benches about how good this bill largely is. The member for Oldham East and Saddleworth specifically described it as a good bill. The member for Pontypridd acknowledged how far the bill has come. It would be an absolute tragedy if, at this late stage of this Parliament, the bill was lost. And I do therefore urge opposition members, both in this House and in their Lordships' House, who approve of much, if not all, of what is in the bill already, to make sure that the bill is not lost. That would let down victims who can see hope and give comfort only to perpetrators, exactly what we would not wish to see. And I will therefore be supporting this bill and encourage all members to do so.
We now go to Liz Saville-Roberts.
Diolch yn fawr, Ddirprwy Lefarydd, and I too would be really grateful for the opportunity to pay tribute to Dame Cheryl Gillen. She was, of course, a former Secretary of State for Wales, and from my personal experience, when I first arrived in the House in 2015, I found her very, very keen and very supportive, and with cross-party working, and it was a pleasure and honour to work with her. And I am, of course, pleased to see that this vital piece of legislation has nearly completed its passage through the House and the other place. It's been an experience over 2 general elections for me as well, with the joint committees working on this. It's been an extremely interesting experience and a learning experience. And of course, the issue of domestic violence has come into sharp focus in the public mind following the deaths of Sarah Everard, Wen Jing-lin and others, and it's right to acknowledge that this bill represents a positive step forward in addressing the deep-rooted reality of domestic violence in society. So I'd first like to welcome the government's support for a number of Lord's amendments, including especially Lord's Amendment 32, which seeks to reduce coercive control and vexatious activities in family courts. And I'm glad to say that I was able to raise this issue in my court's abuse of process bill back in 2017. As for the rest of the amendments, a key concern of mine and many others has already been mentioned today is the monitoring of offenders and the effectiveness of the multi-agency perpetrator protection arrangement, the MAPPers. I introduced an early amendment for a domestic abuse register, and I'm pleased to see Lord's Amendment 42 following in the same theme, the same vein. And as Baroness Brinton said in the other place about MAPPer, there is some very good practice, but it's not consistent because the agencies are not being forced to work together, and the impact it's having on victims is appalling. Now, the government needs to evidence how exactly its changes to MAPPer guidance will be qualitatively different from what came about before. And these figures are important. At present, just 0.4% of cases fall into Category 3 of MAPPer, which is on average just 330 offenders a year. And the numbers have fallen by 48% since 2010. Yes, MAPA Category 3 can cover domestic offenders, but it doesn't, does it? It doesn't at present. And I would beg the question, the optimistic statement that data sharing will wave a magic wand and make this fit for purpose, especially after 11 years of austerity justice, is quite difficult to credit on face value. The government has promised that changes through the Police, Crime Sentencing and Courts Bill will clarify and extend the information sharing powers of agencies subject to MAPA. It's crucial that these measures complement rather than run counter to Senedd legislation in Wales. For example, how will updated information sharing powers interact with devolved services in education and housing, areas of policy which should play a key role in the prevention agenda? Now, the Home Secretary had previously hinted that a register could be implemented. Can the Minister commit to reporting back to this House with data about how stalking and domestic abuse offenders are going to be increasingly monitored as Category 3 of MAPA, and also commit to evaluating the effectiveness of this route? We've all of us learnt too much to trust implicitly the system that has failed so many victims so comprehensively in the past. To refer briefly to domestic abuse protection orders, I echo Welsh Women's Aid's call for clarity on the delivery of depots in Wales. Further clarity on resourcing, guidance for both devolved and non-devolved areas are important, as the jagged edge of justice in action in Wales needs greater scrutiny, until, of course, such matters are coherently devolved. How will these be resourced? What guidance for resourcing for commissioners, both devolved and non-devolved, and how will the UK government work with the Welsh government on the application of depots in Wales? Important, and we need to know this in the future. I strongly support Lord Amendments 40, 41 and 43, which offer protections for migrant women who have suffered domestic abuse, given that they face additional complex interlocking barriers which can shut them out of safety. The government argues that the existing asylum system can offer support to migrant victims. We know that in reality this is not often the case, and the Home Secretary's plans for changes to the asylum system will make it harder for migrant victims to access support and fair treatment if they arrive in the UK by non-official means. This flies in the face of the Istanbul Convention, which requires that survivors of violence against women and girls can access protection irrespective of their immigration status. My party wants Wales to be a nation of sanctuary for those fleeing abuse and persecution, and for us to be party to implementing the Istanbul Convention in full. Sadly, however, the government's position at present is a barrier to these ambitions. To close, Madam Deputy Speaker, I urge the government to support the Lord's amendments, enact the ambitious and transformational change that is needed to shift the focus and balance in favour of the needs and welfare of victims, so that we can consign domestic abuse to the history books across the UK. Diolch yn fawr.
Number 25 and 26 are withdrawn, so we go to David Simmons.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I support this bill because it is an opportunity to make a real difference to the lives of those affected by domestic abuse. And we all recognise that enormous progress has been made in the way that we treat victims, their families and also perpetrators in this country. And the bill, in my view, sets out positive steps and more progress that we plan to make. But a lot of the debate about the amendments before the House today reflects a desire for practical outcomes which members want to see. And I do accept the government's position that many of these are often better achieved through non-legislative means. The response to domestic abuse that is experienced by victims, by families and perpetrators comes from a local partnership. It's typically led by our councils and involving the police and the NHS. And it is through these organisations that we make the difference that we all want to see, and ensuring that we learn from their experience and that we resource them properly to do the job we expect of them is, in my view, critical. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to pay tribute to the work of the former Hillingdon Councillor Mary O'Connor and serving Hillingdon Councillors Jane Palmer and Janet Gardner, and the former Safeguarding Board Chair Stephen Ashley for the work that they've done to improve the way domestic abuse is managed in my constituency. They led the way in training people to identify victims of modern slavery, in uncovering complex forms of abuse, including coercive control, and have created a situation for my constituents that there is a local safe space, nighttime economy, with over 40 businesses and hundreds of staff in different organisations trained in identifying the signs of risk and identifying and knowing how to support people. But vitally, what they've done is ensure that this learning has been shared at a national level, to help other places to transform their approach too. May I conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, by urging ministers in this spirit to take a joined-up approach across government. The sentiments that have been expressed in this debate are ones which need to find a practical expression at a local level. And things like refuge space, especially where there are children needing a place in that refuge as well. The availability of programmes to local agencies that will target perpetrators seeking to turn that situation around, all involve appropriate resourcing across multiple government departments at a very high degree of focus. And further, we need to ensure that guidance on safeguarding, such as that that's issued by the Department for Education, the document so-called Working Together, is fully fit for purpose and includes organisations such as schools, who are often the first to come across the warning signs that someone is a victim of domestic abuse or that there is domestic abuse present in a household, but who are not currently statutory partners in safeguarding. So in the response from ministers today, I'd be very pleased to hear some clear assurance that that cross-government focus and approach will be something that features as we take this legislation forward and implement it for the benefit of all of our constituents.
Thank you. We'll now go to Stephen Timms.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I add my tribute to our late colleague, Dame Cheryl Gillen. I also agree very much with what the Honourable Member for Ruislip has just been saying about the importance of the role of local councils in dealing with the problems of abuse. Like a number of others, I want to support in this debate Amendment 41, while also supporting 40 and 43, and to argue that a serious problem of perpetrator immunity needs to be grasped and tackled. I welcome what the Right Honourable Member for Basingstoke had to say on this earlier in the debate. Amendment 41 was moved in the other place by the Bishop of Gloucester. It provides migrant victims of abuse with temporary leave to remain and access to public funds for no less than 6 months having left the abuse and while applying to regularise their status. People are very often surprised that a large number of law-abiding, hard-working families in the UK, often with children born here, sometimes with children who are UK nationals, have an immigration status subject to no recourse to public funds. For a victim of domestic abuse, having no recourse to public funds is catastrophic. Basic victim protections are not available. Only 5% of refuge vacancies are accessible because costs in a refuge are generally met through housing benefit, and people with no recourse to public funds can't claim housing benefit. Women's Aid points out that a woman with no recourse to public funds who as a result cannot stay in a refuge has to choose between homelessness or going back to the abuser. Southall Black Sisters says, and I commend their important work in this area, which has been frequently referenced in this debate, they say, and I quote, "Many women are too scared to report their experiences to statutory agencies because they are wholly, financially and otherwise, dependent on their abusive spouses or partners, many of whom use women's immigration status as a weapon of control and coercion." The denial of safety in these arrangements to migrant women is obviously bad for them, but it has other immensely damaging impacts as well. And above all, it creates impunity for perpetrators who get free rein to go on and harm other women and children. The Children Act 1989 requires local authorities to provide accommodation and financial support for some families with no recourse to public funds. But they often don't provide it through lack of resources or confusion about what exactly people with no recourse to public funds are entitled to. There is in practice a postcode lottery of support, so Southall Black Sisters often has to take legal action against councils who are not fulfilling their obligations to vulnerable women. This is no way to run a system of proper support. The DV rule that we mentioned in this debate, introduced in 2002, allows migrant women on spouse visas to apply for indefinite leave when their relationship breaks down due to violence. And in 2012, concession was introduced giving those applicants 3 months leave and access to limited benefits and temporary housing while their applications for indefinite leave are considered. But the concession does not apply to women with other kinds of visa, those with student visas, work permit holders, domestic workers, and Southall Black Sisters reports more and more women on those other kinds of visa with no recourse to public funds being turned away, including by refugees and domestic abuse services. Over a year, Women's Aid found in its report Nowhere to Turn that 2/3 of their users were ineligible for support because they had visas other than spouse visas. There's a 2019 study by the Professor of Development Geography at King's College London, which reported a survey of migrant victims of domestic violence in which 2/3 had been threatened by the perpetrator of the abuse that they would be deported if they reported it. And the ability, credibly, to make that threat, which the current arrangements allow, maintain this awful climate of impunity that we've got at the moment. The government's been right to recognise that abused migrant women with insecure status do need immediate support and protection, but restricting it only to women with spouse visas perpetuates impunity for perpetrators, and that's in nobody's interests except the perpetrators. The government has responded with the Support for Migrant Victims Fund pilot that we've heard about, both to support survivors of domestic abuse with no recourse to public funds and to help gather data to formulate policies eventually to support all migrant victims of domestic abuse. That's due to report next March, and I welcome the announcement that Southall Black Sisters are going to manage it. But they've been pointing out that there is already ample evidence. We don't need more evidence on this. The pilot and the Bishop of Gloucester pointed out what a small amount of funding it entails compared with the scale of this problem. The Honourable Member for Strangford highlighted that in his earlier intervention as well. This pilot mustn't be used to avoid addressing the problem, to carry on maintaining perpetrator impunity. We need the change in the law, which Amendment 41 in front of us would provide. Thank you.
Number 29 is withdrawn, so we go to Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I want to put on record my party's condolences and thoughts with Dame Cheryl Gillen. I had the opportunity in many debates to speak alongside her. She had a particular interest in autism, which I had an interest in, and that was something that she and I and many others in this House, both in this chamber and in Westminster Hall, took part in. So I wanted to just put on record my condolences to her and her family, which I've conveyed by letter already. Thank you, Madam Deputy, for allowing me an opportunity to speak on what's a very weighty and comprehensive and important issue. And I begin by thanking Government for the proposals to change ways of support for those suffering from domestic violence. I thank the Lords for their reasoned amendments, a few of which I will discuss in the short time open to me. But I want to thank in particular the Minister and also the Shadow Minister for significant contributions from right honourable members that have really enhanced the debate on this bill. To put the importance of getting this right, I wish to highlight that there are approximately 1.8 million people in Northern Ireland. In the year between October 2019 and October 20, there were 32,000 reported incidents of domestic violence within our very small population. And of course, charities will always tell you that the figure is much higher when we consider how many incidents are unreported. Coronavirus has affected us all over this last year and a bit, with heightened domestic abuse is another side effect of this dreadful pandemic and the forced isolation that has come with that. So we need to get this bill right, and that's why I'm very, very grateful for the Lord's amendments. For many victims, going to the police is the very last step in a long journey of abuse. It's a harrowing journey. It's our responsibility, I believe, to ensure that no one walks that journey alone. And I'm quite happy to, yes.
thank him for giving way. Would he agree with me that it's important that the police look at patterns of behaviour? And I have often found that they look at this as sort of isolated incidents, rather than whether it's stalking or whatever it is, rather than an actual pattern of behaviour.
That's absolutely right, and I think the Shadow Minister actually referred to that in her introduction very, very well, by the way, and that very point that the Honourable Gentleman has referred to is the one that we, if there's a pattern, and all the members have referred to it as well across the Chamber, yes, there is a need for the police to be aware of that. In reading through the Lord's Amendment, I note the new clause after clause 22 highlight there must be a prohibition on charging for the provision of medical evidence of domestic abuse. This should go unsaid, yet I understand the rationale behind highlighting this. However, this further brought my mind to the fact that the Bar Council had asked for the income limit on financial income as pertains to legal aid to be withdrawn. Many members have referred to legal aid, and I very quickly want to make a point on that, Madam Deputy Speaker, to state that domestic violence cases have been cut by 41% in real terms through the legal aid expenditure. Legal aid expenditure and civil domestic violence cases have been declining ever since, and it's been a 51% reduction. At the same time, I believe sincerely that this decline in funding cannot be attributed to a reduction in need, because the figures tell you different. The figures tell us that 49% increase in domestic violence cases in the courts since 2012. So again, the start of the pandemic indicates that cases and reporting are likely to continue to increase, even more so, meaning we can expect a continued increase in the number of cases in court. With the UN, we can't ignore it, UN calling domestic violence a shadow pandemic. So that's the massive issue that we've got to try and look at. Money is often controlled by the abuser, and in terms of legal aid, it is clear that the victim must never be put in a position whereby they hold proceedings due to lack of legal aid support. So therefore, legal aid is a really important issue for those who are subject to domestic violence. I welcome many of the amendments that come forward since the Lord's Amendment 6 to amend Clause 33, the domestic abuse protection orders to the requirement not to come within a specified distance of any other specified premises, such as workplaces or, example, even places of worship. Those are ones that I would be aware of, and that's why the law to change and release that is so important. In my constituency office over the years, I have been honestly heartbroken and righteously angry at the tales of intimidation from an abuser towards a victim in safe places like the local church or the workplace. It is past time that churches and other places can legally prevent access in an attempt to intimidate. Therefore, this is necessary, and I do trust that this will soon become law. Another issue which has come to me in my constituency office is related to the technological age that we live in. Whilst it's always great and able to see the photos of my grandchildren, when I haven't been able to have two grandchildren born in lockdown, Madam Deputy Speaker, one of which I've seen because we were able to have our cluster at Christmas, but the other one I haven't seen, not up close, except on a video, and he's got red hair. That's the one thing I do know, and I'm not quite sure, Madam Deputy Speaker, where the red hair came from. Certainly not on my side of the family, but obviously there's a few generations back somewhere. But I look very much forward to that time. But I want to say this. I am very desperately aware there's a very real, very difficult and very disturbing downsides and no hassles digital picture age, and that's for revenge porn using very personal images. And every member has spoken about it, and I'm going to speak about it because I feel really annoyed and angry about it, because I've watched as my office staff have consoled young ladies whose ex-partners have threatened to disclose images, and their devastation is so very real and heartbreaking. The staff have a sadness in their faces as they know that unless an image is posted, very little can be done under harassment or other general laws, and yet the distress is real. Really, it's palatable, like it touch you and cut you. This behaviour is clearly another example of threat and control, and it's right and proper that it's addressed in a domestic abuse bill, and I wholeheartedly support Lord's Amendment 35. This amendment seeks to clarify that it is not okay to threaten the release of these images by anyone, male or female. Sometimes we must remind ourselves that the release of any personal image without consent can be emotionally damaging for any person, no matter how seemingly confident they may be. So personal images are just that, intensely personal. And I welcome the reaffirmation of this amendment to say that no one can have the right to release an image of a personal nature without consent. I conclude with this, Madam Deputy Speaker. I said I would be quick, and I intend to be so. It is difficult for one bill to cover all the facets of the support and help that is needed for domestic abuse victims, but we must seek to get this right and ensure that law supports every victim and doesn't further traumatise. And I want to say finally that I thank the Minister and Government for their sterling efforts to deliver a domestic abuse bill that really can protect. Thank you.
Number 31 and 32 have withdrawn, so I call Minister Victoria Atkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Home should be a place of love and of safety, but for 2.3 million adult victims of domestic abuse, it is not. And for their children, of course, as reference has been made already in this afternoon's debate. We all want this abuse to stop, and we want victims to live peaceful, safe and happy lives. As I've said many times at this dispatch box, that is why this government is bringing forward the Domestic Abuse Bill. The continued passage of this bill marks an important milestone in our shared endeavour across the House to provide better support and protection for the victims of domestic abuse and their children. It is the culmination of over 3 years of work, although I rather liked my right honourable friend's slip of the tongue when she said it felt like 2 generations. And I pay tribute in particular to her, my right honourable friend, member for Basingstoke, who was chair of the joint committee, set much of the work that has happened in this place and in the other place, set much of that in train when the bill was first in draft form. So I thank her sincerely. And I, of course, also thank my right honourable friend, the member for Maidenhead, for championing this bill, both as Home Secretary and indeed as Prime Minister, and now eminently, if I may say so, from the backbenches, as well as to all right honourable and honourable members who have contributed today. This bill has been improved during the course of debate in both houses. It was scrutinised properly and thoroughly by their lordships, who I thank for their vital contributions to this bill. I don't know whether many bills have a mere 86 amendments to them when they come back to this place, but I think it is a sign of their lordships' commitment. And this bill does include real measures to help victims of domestic abuse, and indeed, as we have heard in the debate, even beyond those relationships. The bill expressly recognises the harm and distress caused to victims caused by so-called revenge porn and threats to disclose such images. And of course, the bill now creates a new offence of non-fatal strangulation. My humble friend for Newbury, who did so much, actually, in this place when the bill was before us for scrutiny, to campaign with, as I say, the Right Honourable Member for Peckham and my honourable friend for Wyre Forest, both in relation to rough sex, but also she campaigned on the issue of non-fatal strangulation, asked me about consent in the amendment, and I just want to try to clarify that in order to reassure people who may be watching. A valid defence of consent is only available under the new offence where the offence either does not involve causing serious harm or where the perpetrator can show that they had not intended to cause the serious harm or had not been reckless as to the serious harm caused. And this subclause reflects the current law as set out in the Crown and Brown and indeed in the rough sex clause that had passed earlier on in the bill's progress. So we have had to be and tried to be consistent with both of those clauses. I hope that reassures her. I know also, and I have listened very carefully to colleagues who have raised the issue of the management of perpetrators. It is absolutely critical. I think, as I've talked perhaps in the past about the evolution of our understanding of domestic abuse, you know, we look back on the days of the 1970s where brave campaigners for refuge and other organisations started setting up refuges and talking about domestic violence. And our understanding and our efforts to deal with it have obviously moved absolute milestones since those decades. But
I think one of the challenges for us that we certainly will be looking to address in the domestic abuse strategy is now management of perpetrators. And indeed, I was delighted that we are investing unprecedented amounts now in perpetrator management perpetrator programmes, as announced in the budget, because we've got to stop perpetrators from committing the harm in the first place. The reason, just again to emphasise, that the reason that we find ourselves unable to accept that particular amendment is that creating a separate category as envisaged in the Lord's Amendment does not get away from the need for the MAPA authorities to make a judgment in individual cases as to whether a particular offender should be managed under the framework. I just want to be clear, we have these three categories that exist in MAPA. Category 1 covers a registered sexual offender. Category 2 covers any violent offender or other sexual offenders convicted of offences under Schedule 15 to the Criminal Justice Act 2003 and sentenced to more than 12 months imprisonment. And Category 3 covers any other dangerous offender. And so the sorts of horrific examples we have been hearing about, if there are offences in the background, convictions in the background of those offenders, then these categories would cover some of the convictions that have been described. But I say that, and I hope, again, colleagues have appreciated, I've been very clear that there must be improvements in how the system works on the ground. This is why we have announced, we went into a little more detail in the Dear Colleague letter, but we are going to revisit and refresh all relevant chapters of the MAPA statutory guidance so as to include sections on domestic abuse to ensure that agencies are taking steps to identify perpetrators whose risk requires active multi-agency management. We are ensuring that cases of domestic abuse perpetrators captured under Categories 1 and 2 are included in the threshold guidance which is being developed. We will issue an HM prison and probation service policy framework setting out clear expectations of the management of all cases at MAPA Level 1, and the work on this new system, the multi-agency public protection system, will have a much greater functionality than existing systems, including VISA, enabling criminal justice agencies to share information efficiently and to improve risk assessments and management of MAPA nominals. That is what will address the concerns, the very understandable concerns that colleagues have raised in this debate. The final point I was just going to touch upon, but I hope colleagues will understand, I'm going to be quick. Honourable members have raised questions and concerns about the issue of judicial training. My right honourable friend for Maidenhead and my right honourable friend for Bromley and Chislehurst set out the problems with the way in which Amendment 33 seeks to achieve that laudable aim, which we all agree with, namely that the judiciary and magistrates must be trained well and, I think importantly, trained regularly. Referring back to the comments I was making earlier on about the progress that have been made in the last few decades, by definition our understanding has grown, even, as some have said, during the passage of this bill. And of course that knowledge must continue to be deployed and trained. Domestic abuse is covered in all family law courses run by the Judicial College, and the debates that have been held both in the other place and in this place, I know and I have faith, will be watched and listened to very, very carefully by the President of the Family Court and others, of course.
I admire the Honourable Lady's faith. I would like something more than faith. Hope, the triumph of hope over experience, I fear, will leave us in the exact same position with the exact same problems. So faith is well and good. I have it in spades. I would like to know a monitoring process that will be done to review how well people are trained and how well it is working.
Very happy to help her. As I said in my opening remarks, the President of the Family Division has indicated that he will consider making recommendations regarding training, taking into account this bill, the harm panel report, which, as she knows, is critical to the Ministry of Justice's concerns in this area, and the 4 recent Court of Appeal judgments in domestic abuse cases. And so there is a real understanding, I would argue, amongst our independent judiciary as to the need to ensure that they are all equipped to ensure that justice is delivered and delivered well in their courtrooms when they are presiding over them. But if I may now, in summing up, Madam Deputy Speaker, just reflect on the course of the bill and observe that progress on this bill has been characterised by a determination across the House to work constructively and collegiately. At every stage, we have endeavoured to focus on what can be done to help victims of domestic abuse and for the abuse to stop. As my right honourable friend for Basingstoke put it, these are not our issues, these are not party political issues, these are the issues of our constituents who are victims and their children. And I know that each and every one of us has had that very, very much in mind in all our deliberations of this bill. And so I commend this bill to the House. I commend the amendments that the government supports to the House. And I very much hope that we will be able to make real and meaningful progress and pass this bill so that we can get on with the job of helping those victims we all feel so strongly about.
Before I put the question, just a reminder that should there be more than one division, the doors will be locked after 8 minutes in the first division and after that after 5 minutes. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1. As many as are of that opinion say aye. No. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. That this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, James Morris and Maria Caulfield. Tellers for the noes, Jill Furness and Colleen Fletcher. Order.
The ayes to the right, 360. The noes to the left, 221.
Ayes to the right, 360. The noes to the left, 221. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to Lord's Amendment 2. Minister to move motion to disagree formally. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 2. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to Lord's Amendment 3. Minister to move motion to disagree formally. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 3. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. With the leave of the House, I will call a Minister to move Lords Amendments 4 to 8 together. Minister to move motion to agree formally. The question is that this House agrees with the Lords in their Amendments 4 to 8. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to Lord's Amendment 9. Minister to move motion to disagree formally. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 9. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 9. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. Tellers for the ayes, James Morris and Maria Caulfield. Tellers for the noes, Jill Furness and Colleen Fletcher. Lock the doors. Order.
The ayes to the right, 352. The noes to the left, 222.
Ayes to the right, 352. The noes to the left, 222. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. With the leave of the House, I will call a Minister to move Lord's Amendments 10 to 32 together. Minister to move motion to agree formally. The question is that this House agrees with the Lords in their amendments 10 to 32. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to Lord's Amendment 33. Minister to move motion to disagree formally. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 33. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. This House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 33. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. Tell us for the ayes, James Morris and Maria Caulfield. Tell us for the noes, Jill Furness and Colleen Fletcher. Order.
The ayes to the right, 361. The noes to the left, 218.
The ayes to the right, 361. The noes to the left, 218. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlocked. With the leave of the House, I will call a Minister to move Lord's Amendments 34 to 36 together. Minister to move motion to agree formally. The question is that this House agrees with the Lords in their amendments 34 to 36. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to Lord's Amendment 37. Minister to move motion to disagree formally. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 37. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. Is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 37. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Tellers for the ayes, James Morris and Maria Caulfield. Tellers for the noes, Colleen Fletcher and Jill Furness. Order.
The ayes to the right, 362. The noes to the left, 217.
The ayes to the right, 362. The noes to the left, 217. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to Lord's Amendment 38. Minister to move motion to disagree formally. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 38. As many as are of that opinion say aye. No. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 38. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No! Tellers for the ayes, Leo Doherty and Michael Tomlinson. Tellers for the noes, Jill Furness and Colleen Fletcher. Pause. Order.
The ayes to the right, 362. The noes to the left, 217.
The ayes to the right, 362. The noes to the left, 217. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlocked. We now come to Lord's Amendment 39. Minister to move motion to agree formally. The question is that this House agrees with the Lords in their Amendment 39. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to Lord's Amendment 40. Minister to move motion to disagree formally. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 40. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 40. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Leo Doherty and Michael Tomlinson. Tellers for the noes, Jill Furness and Colleen Fletcher. The doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 350. The noes to the left, 270.
The ayes to the right, 350. The noes to the left, 270. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to Lord's Amendment 41. Minister to move motion to disagree formally. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 41. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. This House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 41. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Leo Doherty and Michael Tomlinson. Tellers for the noes, Jill Furness and Colleen Fletcher. Lock the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 352. The noes to the left, 270.
The ayes to the right, 352. The noes to the left, 270. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to a Lord's Amendment 42. Minister to move motion to disagree formally. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 42. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 42. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Leo Doherty and Michael Tomlinson. Tell us for the noes, Colleen Fletcher and Jill Furness. Lock the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 351. The noes to the left, 226.
The ayes to the right, 351. The noes to the left, 226. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to amendments in lieu of Lord's Amendment 42. Minister to move formally. The question is that this House proposes amendments A, B and C in lieu of Lord's Amendment 42. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to Lord's Amendment 43. Minister to move motion to disagree formally. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 43. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 43. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Leo Doherty and Michael Tomlinson. Tellers for the noes, Colleen Fletcher and Jill Furness. Lock the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 352. The noes to the left, 226.
The ayes to the right, 352. The noes to the left, 226. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to Lord's Amendment 83. Minister to move motion to disagree formally. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 83. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. I must now put the question necessary to dispose of the remaining Lords' amendments. The question is that this House agrees with the Lords in their amendments 44 to 82 and 84 to 86. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Minister to move that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons.
I beg to move that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons to be assigned to the Lords for disagreeing to their amendments 1 to 3, 9, 33, 37, 38, 40, 41, 43 and 83. That Victoria Atkins, Tom Pursglove, Michael Tomlinson and Chris Elmore be members of the committee, that Victoria Atkins be chair of the committee, that 3 be the quorum of the committee, that the committee do withdraw immediately.
The question is that a committee be appointed to draw up reasons to be assigned to the Lords for disagreeing to their amendments 1, 2, 3, 9, 33, 37, 38, 40, 41, 43 and 83. That Victoria Atkins, Tom Pursglove, Michael Tomlinson and Chris Elmore be members of the committee, that Victoria Atkins be the chair of the committee, that 3 be the quorum of the committee, that the committee do withdraw immediately. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. If the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. And in order to observe social distancing, the Reasons Committee will meet in Committee Room 12. Thank you. Petition Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In connection with this petition, I must mention that 4 of my employees are currently City of York councillors. I rise to present a petition on behalf of the 3,261 residents and businesses of York who are committed to local government reorganisation, maintaining the integrity of the City of York Council unitary authority boundaries, while North Yorkshire moves from a 2 to 1 tiered authority as part of local government reorganisation proposed for North Yorkshire. It is our very firm belief that the future of York's economy is best served through the focus that the city provides, that services best meet local need when they are provided locally, and that the proud identity of local people will best be retained in our special city of York after 800 years of a clear and distinct identity of York being York. This strong core to North Yorkshire will best meet the needs of the rest of North Yorkshire too, rather than some random east-west proposal which serves no one's interests. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urge the government to listen closely to York's residents and businesses, the City of York Council's submission to the consultation on local government's evolution, and to work with all local politicians, including MPs, city councillors and parish and town councillors, councillors on any decisions to do with York Council, and the petitioners remain, etc.
Petition, Independence of City of York Council.
Thank you. Petition Catherine West.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased to present the petition in the Chamber today on behalf of hundreds of the community in Hornsey and Wood Green, which relates to the Mary Fielding Guild home, a particularly loved care home in Highgate, which has recently been bought by a new owner. The new owner has given elderly residents notice to move out by the end of next month, and a reply to my urgent inquiry from March the 11th is still outstanding from the Health and Social Care Minister. The petition of the residents of the constituency of Hornsey and Wood Green declares that it's appalling that the new owners of the Mary Fielding Guild have issued eviction notices to the elderly residents during a pandemic. Further, that this is no way to treat vulnerable older people who have already been through such a difficult year. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urge the government to call on the owners to halt their plans immediately, cancel the eviction notices and instead work with residents to save their homes. And may I just add, Madam Deputy Speaker, that one of the residents passed away this week. She had a stroke and died yesterday. And the petitioners remain, etc.
Petition, Residents of Mary Fielding Guild Care Home.
Thank you.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Conor Burns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to rise to speak in this adjournment debate this afternoon and to conclude the formal business of the House this week, in which the House gathered to pay tribute to His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh. I would like to add my own tributes to the Duke. The Duke held a popular misconception about the town that I represent, of Bournemouth, which he demonstrated to me when, on one occasion in Buckingham Palace, where he said, "Where are you from?" And I said, "Bournemouth, sir." He said, "Bournemouth, full of old people." And I said, "Indeed, sir, many of them a good deal younger than you." And he looked thunderous for about 3 seconds and then burst out laughing and called the Queen over to tell her that this was the exchange. I rise on a constituency interest, but also on a national interest. The title of this debate is "The Future of the English Language Sector." My constituency of Bournemouth West has a very high proportion of English language schools contained within it. It's one of the things that adds to the cultural, social diversity of the town that I have the privilege to serve. And it is, Madam Deputy Speaker, I rather sadly looked this up earlier, 3,948 days since I rose in this chamber to deliver my maiden speech in an adjournment debate on the subject of the future of the English language sector. And at the time we were trying to persuade the government to introduce an extended student visitor visa to allow those coming from beyond the nations with which we shared an alphabet to have longer to come, places like Japan and China and Korea, to learn the fundamentals of the alphabet before they could learn the language, which of course took a longer time. And I'm pleased to say that at that time we were in fact successful in persuading the government to go down that course. And in that debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, I tried to outline the importance of the English language sector to the UK, where I said the English language is one of our greatest assets. English is the language of world commerce, and if we shut off the ability of those schools to thrive, to welcome people to our shores, and to enable them to immerse themselves in our language, our culture and our values, in time we will look back and realise that we made a very fundamental mistake. I'm pleased to say we didn't make that mistake, and despite various challenges, the sector has over the years thrived. The Prime Minister, when he was Foreign Secretary, used to boast of the statistic that if you look around the world, 1 in 7 of the kings, queens, presidents and prime ministers around the world had had their education here in the United Kingdom. When I had the privilege of serving as Minister of State for International Trade, I had co-responsibility for the international education strategy alongside the Minister of State in the Department for education, and we saw the vital importance of English in promoting Britain's interests commercially and politically and socially overseas.
The Right Honourable Gentleman.
Delighted to invite my honourable friend.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Right Honourable Gentleman is making a fantastic speech about the importance of the English language sector and indeed English language schools, and rightly so identifying the point about soft power. But can I also just ask him to reflect a little bit about the positive impact that it has on our own local constituencies by being able to welcome people, the impact that that has on our local economy? I, for example, in Totnes have 2 English language schools, one of which sadly hasn't made it through this crisis, but the first that has, I hope, will have a long and prosperous future. Does he agree that in securing their future, you can benefit both our soft power and our local community's interest by having them in place?
I'm very, very grateful to my honourable friend, who, as ever, demonstrates what a powerful champion he is for the community that he serves. And he's absolutely right. It's not just the direct employment that is provided by the schools in terms of the teaching staff and ancillary staff who support their work. It's the host families who welcome students into their home as part of the vital experience. One of the reasons that we'll come on to perhaps a little bit later, that the response to the sector to go online is not quite as compelling as it at first may seem, because part of the experience is actually coming to the UK, going on cultural visits to Stonehenge, to see Westminster Abbey and Parliament, Salisbury Cathedral, all the things that people do when they're here. And my honourable friend is very, very wise to point this out, that the spend of these visitors is much higher than traditional visitors in the time they're here, so the benefit to our local economies is enormous. And that's before we even consider the long-term, the slow burn benefit we get, as these people who have come here, studied here, immersed themselves in our language, our culture, our traditions, have been, perhaps not in recent years, inspired by our parliamentary democracy, return as champions for the United Kingdom in their home countries. And as they grow into positions of political and commercial leadership in their home countries, often that benefit is returned to the UK in terms of contracts awarded or supply chains enhanced. So it's very, very, very powerful indeed. The Minister, who I have the highest regard for, I noted in the Times yesterday that the brilliant sketchwriter Quentin Letts referred to the Minister coming to do a UQ earlier in the week, where he said so the Whips fielded their second-string punch bag, a business minister. Well, I'm not going to punch my honourable friend, and I know my honourable friend understands this issue and understands this sector and is indeed sympathetic to the cause that I'm trying to advance on their behalf today. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to get into the business end of this problem that we currently face. Like many other sectors, they have been profoundly affected by the implications of the COVID crisis. And one of the things they need is financial support to survive, to be there in a position to reopen when the normal commercial travel is resumed and we can welcome students again to the United Kingdom to come and study. And they have been disappointed and I think perhaps even bemused to find in the guidance issued by the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy in February 21, where under the Q&A section, question 4, are schools and education providers eligible to receive grants under the LRSG closed addendum, 5th of January onwards, and closed businesses lockdown payment schemes? And it says schools and education providers, including English language schools, tutoring services, private and state schools, are not mandated to close in the regulations and are not therefore eligible to receive a grant under these schemes. Now, of course, it's absolutely correct to say that the schools were not mandated to close, but the reality is that because of the number of the other very difficult decisions the government rightly had to take to protect the safety of our population, they have had to close because their customers have not been able to come to travel to the UK to enrol on those courses, and their businesses have been dramatically impacted. I will say a word about that in a moment. Now, what the department says, and I understand why they're saying it, says they're not eligible for the Restart grant, says this is funding for the businesses in the non-essential retail and hospitality, leisure, personal care and accommodation sectors. They were not mandated to close and therefore they're not eligible for support from the mandatory grant scheme, but they are eligible support through the discretionary funding available to local authorities. And in my own case, our own local council are doing their level best to get support to those businesses. Of course, it's not as generous as it would have been under the preceding scheme had they been brought under the auspices of that. And the business rates are, in fact, the largest single fixed cost, non-controllable cost that these businesses face. And it will bluntly make the difference between them surviving or going under. And we will look back, as I said 10 years ago, nearly 11 years ago, we will look back, I think, with regret if we see this sector go under for the want of a relatively modest element of support. Ministers these days, I suppose I was guilty of it as well, use the word investment as though it's synonymous with spending. And much of it is actually just spending, it's not investment. You get a return on an investment. This would be an investment because, as the reasons I've articulated, this sector is so vital to the UK. It's worth about 1.4 billion in value added, 35,000 jobs, part of the wider 20 billion in the international education sector. 91% of the employees in the sector have been either furloughed or sacked. Student numbers are down by 79% on 2019. The hopes of a longed-for summer recovery have been hit badly by the outbreak and renewed rising cases in some of the main countries that we attract students from. There are only 17 local authorities who are providing the relief to schools on the business rate relief, 17 local authorities across the whole UK. I think the ask of the sector is straightforward. It's can we extend and can we look to, and I'm not asking for a commitment obviously now from the Minister today, but could he undertake to go away and look at this and meet with perhaps with me and representatives of the sector to talk about what support could be, further support could be put in place to help and support the sector. Could we look to extend the business relates relief to language schools in the same way as we have for other leisure and hospitality businesses for the current financial year and indeed into the next financial year. We've already seen 13%, that's over 50 businesses, 50 educational centres closed during the pandemic, and that is a very serious and regrettable situation, but sadly one I predict that will, if we don't do something, will get worse in the coming months. Can we look to extend the list of the Traveller Scheme post-October 2021 so that third-party national school groups would not need visas to come to the United Kingdom? Could we perhaps look at extending again something that was offered up 11 years ago in return for the extended student visitor visa? Could we look at the return of limited rights to work for students who are in the UK? And that might, by the way, certainly in economies such as the one that I represent, and I see my honourable friend, the member for Mid Dorset and North Pool, on the Treasury bench, the hospitality sector that's very important to our particular part of the UK in Dorset. They are now struggling post-departure from the European Union by people having returned from this country to their home countries to find the staff to populate the hotels and restaurants as they prepare to reopen. This could be a very good way to give them some respite in that. Those are just some of the small things that we could look to do. And I sort of end with this point. I'm delighted to give away to my honourable friend.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I apologise for having two bites of the cherry, as it were, but I also wonder whether or not the right honourable gentleman would agree with me about whether or not we might try and make it easier for people to set up English language schools. Because, yes, we have lost some, and he has outlined that already, but actually being able to set up English language schools when normality does return would be a very strong way to fulfil all the points that he's made in his speech.
I absolutely agree with and endorse the sentiment that my honourable friend expresses. And I say in that, I was very struck when I travelled as a trade minister of meeting people with their very fond reflections of their time in the UK, people in Chile, in Brazil, even in Vietnam. And the great brand that we put some extra money into promoting the English language sector and indeed other aspects of our educational provision. One massively untapped area of this, where the UK is a world leader, of course, is in special educational needs, something we could do an awful lot to share with other countries around the world. There's all sorts of other things that other countries, and we are not the only place that you can come to learn English. We might be the best, Madam Deputy Speaker, but we're not the only one. Australia, New Zealand, Canada, the United States and Ireland are all competing for students in this market. There'll be lots of things that they are doing to make life easier for those seeking to come and study and learn in those countries, accessible visa applications, in-country visa extensions, part-time work rights that I've mentioned, and my long-term bugbear, which the Prime Minister very much shared, that we should remove international students from the net migration figures, because that sends a very negative message internationally and confuses our offer to the wider world. And I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, that is really all that I want to say on this subject today, because I want to leave plenty of time for the Minister to reply. But it's really saying to the Minister, would he undertake to have a look at this, to work with me and with the sector to see what we can do to support this incredibly powerful national asset that is so pivotal to our ambition to be global Britain.
Yeah. Minister Paul Scully.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my right honourable friend for securing today's important debate. And I want to start by noting that the Government has introduced an unprecedented package of support for businesses, including grants for those businesses that are required to close or which are severely affected by restrictions put in place to tackle COVID-19 and save lives. With the new Restart Grant scheme available from April, the Government will have allocated a total of £25 billion solely on business grants in the £352 billion total package, which, to put in context, is around 2 or 3 times the NHS budget for a normal year. The Government continues, though, to work closely with local authorities to make sure that grant funding can get to the businesses that need it as soon as is practicable. But as my right honourable friend says, there are clearly businesses that we need to continue to work with to see what can be done to support them, because we do want to make sure that every business, no matter what area that they're trading in or working in, that have that the sort of reach of language schools and the soft power that my honourable friend talked about from Totnes as well, can continue to flourish and indeed attract new businesses opening within that space as well. But I want to pay tribute to the work of the local authority staff over the course of the pandemic, who have been working hard to get these schemes in place and money out to businesses under extreme pressure of illness themselves, as well as the additional work that local authorities have had to take up. But the Business Grants Programme forms only part of the massive support package that's been put in place throughout the course of the pandemic. Since March 2010, in addition to £20 billion in grants, we've provided £10 billion in business rates holidays and £73 billion in loans and guarantees, supporting every sector of the economy. But I want to recognise my right honourable friend's long-standing support for the English language school sector. I forget how many days it was, but as he noted, he first raised this issue in his maiden speech in an adjournment debate, unusually in this place. And I know that there are many such businesses in constituency, and he is doing exactly what a constituency MP should be doing, and standing up for those businesses within and the people that benefit from that. And he described the sketch writer Quentin Letts, who described me as a second-string punch bag. And I do wonder how it's only by coming to language schools in this country that you can start to pick up the idioms these people that might be reading the international press would otherwise sit there and be scratching their heads as a result. But throughout this pandemic, we have taken difficult decisions on whether and when to require some businesses to close by law. And they weren't taken lightly. And we recognise that many businesses have made a huge sacrifice in recent months. Where closures have been required, they've been in those business units where significant numbers of people are likely to come into contact: retail, hospitality, leisure, personal care, hotels and some others. But English language schools, as my right honourable friend noted, were not mandated to close in the regulations, as it was believed that these types of businesses, along with other education providers, could access online markets. But he has eloquently outlined the ongoing situation and pressures that they have. So only those businesses that were mandated to close in the regulations were eligible for mandatory scheme support, such as the local restrictions support grant closed and variations thereof, which includes the scheme that covered the national lockdown period from the 5th of January onwards. The Restart Grant scheme, which launched on the 1st of April this year, which goes hand in hand with the Prime Minister's roadmap, supports businesses in the non-essential retail, hospitality, accommodation, leisure, personal care and gym sectors to enable them to reopen to customers and get those sectors as close to normal as possible. But unfortunately, English language schools again find themselves not eligible as they don't meet the definitions of these sectors set out for the Restart Grant scheme. However, there are clearly a number of business sectors that have been severely affected by the restrictions, even though they haven't been required to close, English language schools amongst them. And some home-based businesses and businesses outside the business rate system also find themselves in this position. And that's why we've made the substantial grant support available for local authorities to develop local discretionary support schemes. This is the Additional Restrictions Grant. More than £2 billion has been allocated to local authorities since November 2020 under this scheme. Local authorities have the discretion to use this funding to support businesses in the way that they see fit. That scheme is open to all businesses from all sectors which are severely impacted by restrictions, which can include English language schools. But crucially, it's for local authorities who know their local economies better than us in central government to make sure that the discretionary support that they put in place is proportionate and tailored to their local circumstances. So I'm personally speaking to local authorities to press them to get funding out of the door as quickly as is practical. The Chancellor gave £425 million extra in the additional restrictions grant, but only to local authorities if they have used up their original allocation. And so I call upon those local authorities, not just they can use that extra allocation either to give more money to the businesses that they have within their local policies, or, as my right honourable friend is rightly asking for, to look at expanding that local policy to encompass businesses who are continuing to fall between the cracks. But I hope that this sector is also making use of the remainder of the government business support offer, including the job support scheme, which my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, has confirmed will run until June 2021. The various loan and finance guarantee schemes that have been in place throughout the pandemic. But the position for English language schools is that they haven't been required by law to close, although the government requires that they will have their trade affected by the restrictions. So I'd encourage the sector to explore with the relevant local authorities whether they will be eligible for a COVID-19 business grant from the additional restriction grant schemes at that local authority's discretion. But as my right honourable friend will be aware, the Chancellor announced in the budget the continuation of several business support measures to provide a platform as the economy reopens, and I'm hopeful that, taken in the round, the package of support that we've put in place for businesses, grants, loans, furloughs and other measures, is substantial and offers support both for those businesses required to close and those that have been open but have had their trade affected. I know my right honourable friend will continue to be a strong advocate for the sector, and I do look forward to continuing this conversation. I'm happy to take him up on his offer to meet, to converse, to see what more we can do to support the businesses within his constituency, not just English language schools, but other businesses as well, in terms of reopening, but also recovery and beyond that position as well. And I'm grateful for him bringing that to this place and being such a strong champion for the sector and for the businesses within his constituency. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order.